Hello, everybody. I exist. I am here, and so is Andrew. Random thing. I thought it was time to do Tetris and rearrange everything, so I figured I'd go on a live and see if I can kickstart myself again and get on the ball. Yeah.
So I'm here to basically just dictate what you should keep and get rid of.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to know what my role is.
Yes, he's here to provide moral support and just be mad at me if I'm getting rid of something that he likes, which is entirely possible.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hello, a fairy librarian. Long time no see. But yeah, so I think internally, besides my Andrew moral compass, I also have kind of like an excitement rating, I guess, internally for a lot of these books. And that's kind of what I've been going at. Is just like, okay, because I've been like the past 2 days, I've been looking at this and been like, okay, what am I going to get rid of? What am I going to keep? And that excitement rating kind of like, oh, it's Anita. Good morning. No hard.
I have the power.
Yeah.
Anita,
Yeah.
it's like we spoke just last night.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Spring.
You're gonna get tired of all this.
What? Tired of you, Andrew? That's impossible.
Should we let the D20 decide whether or not something gets unhauled?
No, I'm just getting rid of things because I don't want to have them on my shelf anymore.
What about a D4?
I did not plan to start my day with yelling at Andrew, but Andrew, I am very angry with you.
What did I do?
How can you offer your City of Last Chances copy to Pete before even telling me?
Because Pete is one of my SPFBO bros.
And I told you, sexual favors.
So
I send him
is this how it is? This is kind of some racism. So SPFBO bros and other bros.
Whoa. What does SPFBO have to deal with race?
Okay. Some kind of ism. Okay. I am very, very extremely upset with you.
Oh. I mean,
some type of ism. It's a self-published
ism.
ism.
What up, Kate?
Hey, hello.
Good morning, Kate.
It's been far too long.
I know. Excuse my morning sleepiness.
I mean, you're not the only one. Anita was also yelling at me for doing this early in the morning. I guess 10 o'clock in the morning.
See, my eyes are puffed up and my voice is still sleepy voice.
Oh yeah, I had to go run and get my Diet Coke so I could wake up.
Nice. Although it's like 9 o'clock for you, right, Kate?
No, it's 10.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm misremembering things. But it's also Saturday, so asking people to get up before noon on a Saturday is probably reckless endangerment or something.
No,
I mean, I have 2 kids, so they get me up at 7:30 anyway.
I mean,
don't show off, Andrew. Yes, you wake up early. We see that.
I didn't say I enjoyed it.
But you are looking too chirpy and too happy for my liking.
Again, he's had many more hours to wake up, so like it makes sense, and inject his caffeine into his veins.
I've already recorded a video this morning.
God, why are you the way you are?
I uploaded. We announced a readathon.
Oof.
Yes, I saw that.
Productive you are.
Is that one for the Wizardly Enclave?
Yep. Wizards Enclave is doing its first readathon next month.
And I already have a bunch of complaints. I only started with one. I have more to come. One day they'll ban me from the Discord.
Anita, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning?
No, this is just her.
It's just
that
me.
yet.
She's mad at me.
They've just been piling up, and she's been waiting to sling them at Andrew when the time arose.
I'll tell you what, I'll open up a complaint box in my Patreon just for people like Anita.
The Anita
I'm not in Patreon. How will I complain there if I'm not there?
That's for you to figure out.
This is so unfair. I want to complain.
You got the boss right here. Get it all out now.
Hey, Matt.
Takes a picture and it's just a trash can.
What are y'all reading? Ooh, I have that. I can't reach it. I have that. The Wickwire Watch. Is it good so far?
Yeah, it's really good. Unlike what Anitha's reading.
I have that as well with my watch, but it's on top there. I'm also reading No Heart for a Thief, hence my name, No Heart for Anita.
Also,
yes.
I thought it was just a reference to your complaints.
So I think I'll read
That's
first.
very pretty, but I've never heard of it.
The Son of the
That's a
Void or
short
the one
story
Anita has?
collection.
No, I've heard of No Heart for a Thief. I've not heard of Son of the Void.
See, is there any self-pub book Andrew haven't heard of? That's
Oh
not
yeah, sure,
possible.
sure. Usually the ones that people are asking me for review requests for.
You're like, what? Where did this come from?
They know to come to you first.
Mhm.
This I'm surprised. This is an Orbit book. I'm surprised you haven't heard about this.
Well, I mean, I've got Orbit, but I mean, I
It's not
got
like
Melissa
Alan
Caruso.
Mm. I am about halfway through, and I really love it. It's like very different than things that I've read before because it's based around like South American mythology and Central American mythology. And I don't know enough about those mythologies to know what is and what isn't a part of it. So I have to do like some research, but there's like different species of people, which is kind of cool. Like some people are Valkos and they have horns, like deer horns. And then there's another group of people that's like supposedly part demon and they have like tails or like carapace or things like that on them. And they're really looked down upon in society in like different countries in the area. It's really hard to explain because it's very like the plot's very twisty and stuff, but I was sold on like the mythology part of it and it's held up. So I really like it.
Same. I also need your thoughts. Is it like a very generalized South American and Central American, or is it like specifically Incan or Mayan or something along those lines?
I think I think the author is Venezuelan.
Okay.
So I don't know because I'm assuming that the gods that are in this story are what the like mythology is from, like that's what she took from it. So there's like this evil god that I'm probably saying it wrong, Ragmut. I'm probably saying that wrong. And then there's like the god of the sun named Chess, and there's like a magic in the world that you have to tap into Ragmut's energy for, and everyone thinks that it's like the demon's work. But there's like there's a comet that's coming across the sky, and during that, if you sacrifice the 9 wives of Ragmut, then you can ask him a favor. And so that's what's happening right now is they're collecting all these women, kidnapping them. And supposedly you just need a small amount of their blood, but I have a theory that they're going to have to kill them all. So
I mean, sacrifice.
Yeah. And like, yeah, I can't say that because that's a spoiler. So I'm going to be done now, but it's really good. And it's a sapphic romance, but I think the romance has been done really well so far. It's very like it's slow building, like long game type stuff.
Nice.
So yeah.
So we got some Priory of the Orange Tree.
I'm also reading The Wandering Inn.
The Wandering Inn.
That sounds really fun. The Wandering Inn.
Actually, premise sounds very tempting. I was very excited until I saw the volume of it. But
hey, if you take enough nibbles, you can eat an elephant.
One
yes, I saw.
bite at a time.
Exactly.
What is The Wandering Inn about?
But I'm very greedy. I want to stuff everything in my mouth at once.
Good luck. It's 16,000 pages.
How many thousand? Are you talking about Priory of the Orange Tree or the other book?
No, I'm talking about The Wandering Inn.
Oh, really? Okay. What is it
Um,
about?
Apparently, okay,
The core
I'll
premise.
let Andrew say.
The core premise is you've got two 20-something early 20s, let's say early 20s young women who just take a wrong turn and somehow end up in a fantasy world with a leveling system.
Ah.
And then they kind of got to figure out what to do. And like these girls are from like Michigan and Ohio, and so they've got modern sensibilities in a fantasy world.
So this is a lit RPG?
Yeah.
So it's
Yes.
like
I
a
love
Western
lit
guy.
RPGs.
Apparently, okay, I'll tell you what I heard of. Andrew did not say it in the most interesting way. What
Andrew, you
made
did.
me sorry, Andrew.
I'm only 50%
Apparently
through the first book. I can't tell you everything about it.
Apparently, this woman ends up in this. I mean, she goes through some portal and ends up in this magical world, and she starts wandering there, and she finds an inn there. So she takes shelter in there, and since it was dirty, she
He
cleans.
cleans it. Yeah.
Because of cleaning that, she powers up to an innkeeper.
Oh.
She starts
So-
leveling.
So
Yeah.
she cleans something because she has modern sensibilities.
Well, no. So
For her own comfort, in I think.
what essentially happens is she ends up in a portal. She transports into a cave. The cave has a dragon. The dragon breathes fire at her. She gets injured, so she is seeking shelter. She stumbles across an inn. It's abandoned and it's filthy. And because she's just so stressed out that she doesn't really know what to do, she just starts cleaning. You know how when like you're really stressed out and you just all of a sudden start doing something?
Yeah, she's
Yeah, that's what she does. And then whenever she falls asleep, if she's done something that is perceived as of worth or meaningful, you level up in it. But it's also a lit RPG progression because they're not of that world. They interact with the leveling system much differently than the denizens of that world.
The NPCs?
Yeah, well, they're not NPCs, but
they are fully formed sapient beings.
It's interesting to see leveling as a culture.
Interesting.
That's all I know of the content of that. But each book is like 1,200 pages and above. It's written like it's everything is free actually. He or she, they upload in their webpage every week, and it's not yet completed. No one knows if it is completed. The author is anonymous, and and there are like 8 or 9 volumes out now, and
Well, there's
each-
more than that.
Oh,
That's
wow.
just what-
Yeah.
you take over.
That's just what's been translated into Kindle Unlimited and audiobook is the first 9
Yeah.
volumes.
Hey, you say. Well, that puts it further up my list.
and each going forward after 2 volumes, each volume is divided into 2 audiobooks. They're that long, something like that.
Who's recording the audiobooks? It's
Andrea, she's really good.
But like the author specifically contracted the audiobooks.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris. Interesting, but they're just you're saying it was originally a web serial that got translated to.
Andrea Parsonu. I don't know. She's in my Discord server now.
Oh, so she knows who the author. So you have a direct line to the author.
I'm in the author's Discord.
Great.
I
Can you say
interacted
the
with
author
her
was
assistant.
anonymous.
Say what?
So the author has an online presence, but he's anonymous.
Yeah, they are anonymous.
Ah, okay.
Why? This is why I told Pete, you hate women. Why did you say he?
I assume
Because I have an intro.
if I were to assume just from the way that the prose flows and the content of the prose, I would assume it is more likely to be a female.
Ah, okay. So she's anonymous. They're anonymous.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for making my point.
But I could be 100% wrong.
You're
But
always
they
right.
upload under the name of Pirate Abba.
Which is a male pirate father.
It's not father, it's Abba. ABA.
ABA.
Oh, it's
Oh,
ABA,
dang.
not ABA.
I thought it was like Dancing Queen. Darn it.
Mm-mm. Pirate ABA.
There is
Anyway,
no
I'm
space.
obsessed with it.
Interesting.
I
Oh,
didn't
fair
even
enough.
read it. I'm already obsessed with it. The idea of it.
Interesting. I'd like to know. It would be fun to see you there. Are you going to try to get a interview with them, Andrew?
I know Matt from Matt's Fantasy Reviews has something in the works with them,
Okay.
and it would be an interesting interview because they use a online voice changer.
Interesting.
From what I've been told to expect from this interview, is they will remain fully off camera with a voice changer too. They just really value their privacy, which there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-mm.
What if it
A
was
little
like?
mystery isn't a bad thing either.
What if it was like what?
I was about to say, like, what if it was like Vladimir Putin or somebody? That'd be wild. I don't know.
I
why.
can tell you from the content, it's not Putin.
Pete.
Angela Merkel has a side hustle.
Andrew, I have to tell you, I'm trying to get tickets to the Taylor Swift show in Indianapolis.
Uh-huh.
If I do, should meet
Okay.
up.
That's next year?
That's in November.
November. Okay. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tori's rolling through town in August.
Oh, that's
Nice.
so cool.
She's doing a
So-
road trip too. Just
Yeah,
like,
so she's rolling through to Ohio. There's some museum in Ohio that she wants to go to.
But
And
Ohio
Ohio
is
doesn't exist.
Ohio is towards east, right? Indianapolis is west to her. If my geography.
No,
is
she's in
right.
Minnesota.
Yeah, so she's got to go through Indiana to get to Ohio. At least
Yeah.
she's going through some good states until she gets to Ohio.
are you saying Michigan is not?
The Canadian is challenging my geography.
Yes,
I
I
can
am
tell
checking
exactly
maps.
what you're doing.
See, it's nothing
True,
to do
Pat,
with challenging
true.
you. I like maps. I always, like to check and replant my memory or something
Hmm.
like.
Yeah.
Is it bad
Ah.
that since Angela
now
Merkel
she
retired,
looks-
I've forgotten who Angela Merkel is?
She is
The
Germany's
Prime Minister of Germany?
The
Yeah.
former Prime Minister of Germany.
Former Prime Minister of Germany, yes. The one who insulted Trump. That's all I know.
That's
I always
vaguely
got
what
rid
I
of
recall.
energy.
Mm-hmm.
Still think that was a really bad decision.
Indianapolis is very close to Ohio. I always.
Yeah. It's an hour and a half.
Yeah, I always thought Indiana is west to Illinois.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, no.
no.
Indiana's like right beneath Michigan, and Ohio.
Indiana wears Michigan like a hat.
Yes. they wear a glove on the hat as a hat. That's what it is. It's a really big glove. Exactly.
Pete, Kat has a good point. She's retired, so it's not a side hustle. It's like a main hustle
It's
now.
just a hustle. It's her new hustle now that she's retired.
So,
Angela
Pete, when are you
Merkel-
going to dive into these books?
Let's start diving then. It is quite a party, Alethea. Sorry, I got we were talking about the books we were reading, guys.
We got distracted by geography of everything.
It's true.
So-
All right, so let's dive
so
into these
sorry.
unhauls.
I'll put, if I open maps, I totally get sucked into it. I need to put the phone away. I spend insane amount of time on staring at Google Maps.
Fitz had to come and say hi because he's very interested in the books that you were reading, Anita and Pete. He's very
Yay.
Forgot me.
well. His namesake. They're reading his namesake.
Oh.
Famous chivalry.
Look what I'm reading, Fitzy.
Fitz. He comes to his name. He's pretty much a dog. Come here,
Can
buddy.
confirm that Fitz is happy right now.
He's probably in the window looking at something. He likes to eat bugs.
Nice,
Yeah. Good source of protein.
of course.
Good source
Yeah.
of protein.
He's almost a year old. He'll be a year old in a month. Wow. I know.
It's been so long. All right, so we're gonna dive into some sprints, and then at the end of the sprints, we'll talk about what books I've pulled aside and I'm unhauling, and I'll talk about the unhaul process after that as well.
Okie dokie.
Remember, dips first for me. Then
Yeah,
you can.
Evie and Anita have dibs, so like if they want a book, they're gonna get it on everything, evidently. All right, we're just gonna do a quick like 30-minute one to start out. We'll do 10:50.
I will probably dip out before we
How
return because I got to go cut the grass.
dare you?
Oh
Yeah.
no. There are 2 kids. Give them that job.
Exactly. Train
They're
them.
1 and 3.
They can stand on each other's shoulders and push the mower.
Yeah.
Anita, we need
So
to have a
sorry.
serious conversation.
About child rearing.
Child safety is a real thing.
No, it's not. It's
Okay,
gonna be nice.
everyone, don't call cops on me. I don't have any kids, so I'm not torturing anyone. Okay.
Hey,
Beep beep beep.
How many books did you decide to unhaul so far?
Quite a few. I'm probably not even going to talk about them all on this side of the sprint, and then talk about more next. Yeah, because we'll see. Andrew, are you still there? I have books that you'll be happy I'm unhauling. I don't think he's still there.
Is it Rain Wilds and Fits and Fool? Don't
Yeah.
tell me.
Obviously. I'm going to remove Andrew since he's probably out mowing the grass.
Yeah.
Dang,
So
I'm in the middle of a fight scene.
Yes. Perfect.
You, but it was like it had momentum, and then I had to stop it.
I mean, you could have moved me and walked on. Read on.
Mm-hmm. This book is so good. Like, this book is really good.
Is it short story collection or novel?
It's a novel. It's a novel.
Oh, I thought it's short story collection.
No.
No, I
This
think
is
you're
it's the first in the Warring Gods trilogy, I think.
What?
I know there's another short story collection that has the sun in it beneath it that we've been talking about. I think it was
well,
that. Was it the African one?
South American, I thought. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused.
there's just like there's the main story with the gods, which is really cool, and there's like a lot of mythology that hasn't been quite explained yet, but she gives you tidbits as you read through the book. And I like that it's not very like dumpy all the time with that, but there's also this other part of it where there's these two religions that are clashing. So there's the religion that believes in the old gods like Ragmat and Chess and all that. And then there's a new religion, which I believe is supposed to be representative of, Christianity coming in. Like, it has a lot of time and, conflicting with the old religions. And it's called Pentimiento. And every time I read it, my brain corrects it to pimento. So that's just what I call it in my head
It's
now.
the cheese religion. Cheese is the ultimate religion.
Yeah.
Evie, no, I haven't unhauled anything yet because we reached the end of our sprint and I haven't said anything yet.
I am keeping a close watch, Evie. Don't worry.
The pimento cheese Christianity.
The pimento cheese Christianity, yes, pretty much. Yeah.
Sun and the Void.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Sun and the Void.
Anita, the book that you're probably might be mixing it up with is the New Sons 2, I think it's a collection.
Ooh.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the difference between a collection and an anthology again, Evie? Evie, I need to know. What's the difference between a collection and an anthology?
Anthology is from different authors on they basically on one theme. Collection is from the same author, like Ken Liu or Ted Chiang.
But I need Evie to tell me.
Sorry for missing the joke. Hey Nico, good morning.
You're good. I legitimately actually forgot which was which for a second. I think New Sons is an anthology.
Okay.
It's definitely a thing.
I gotta get my anthologies in a row for the short story.
I was about to say, I wasn't sure if you'd heard about that yet.
Yeah, I have this old book, this old anthology that I bought forever ago that I never read. And it is new fairy tales written by current fantasy authors. So it has Shauna Maguire and stuff in it. And so I'm interested to read that.
I was cutting the grass, sorry.
Is it you already finished cutting the grass? I'm so fast. Are you calling your son's hair grass by any chance?
No.
Then how did you finish so fast?
I didn't finish. I'm 70% done, but I came back in to talk to you.
I feel like Andrew's grass or yard is 10 square feet, so it's really easy to cut. And that's
No, it's about a third of an acre.
It's not bad. Do you smell good now? Smell like fresh cut grass?
No, I smell like sweat and BO.
And I don't want to know that.
How do you not smell like grass, man? Do you not bathe in it after you cut it?
No, because I've got this thing called allergies. Like tomorrow, I'm just gonna be.
Just don't. That's all you have to do.
Mm.
Just
Okay, I
don't.
have an idea. We all should write. We all should write an anthology, on one theme. Like we can. It's short story, like 20 pages. We can write, right? I mean, I'll publish. You write.
No, Anita,
You
you
want
have
me
to
to
too.
write something?
I could put out a short story. I would do that.
Evie sympathizes you because she swears like sweat. She doesn't smell. She swears. So like instead of smelling, she just like.
I can believe that Evie swears.
It's not. No doubt there.
So how goes the book
Oh, I was about to start announcing them. You're going to be excited about these first ones.
that you're unhauling?
Hold on. Yes, Evie, the Starlit Wood is what I'm talking about. I can't find my copy right now. But I didn't know anybody else knew about that book. So I've never heard anyone else talk about it.
Am I gonna be mad at you, Pete?
No, actually, you're going to love me. I am unhauling a bunch of books by Orson Scott Card.
Yes.
Here.
So the reason these are a bunch of like the Ender's Game ones and that whole series. The main reason, also, I have some of the ones by his weird series. In his really weird series, the Alvin, the Maker.
This is the only one I have. And it's not even on my shelf, it's just in a bin.
I don't remember Evie. Which Ender's Games books are you getting rid of, Pete?
All of them.
All of them, because
Wait, do you own the whole thing?
I own a good chunk of it.
Okay, that's one of
It's like
that's
8
one of
books right now.
Joe's favorite series, like one of his favorite book series ever.
Really?
I will purchase those and take them off your hands.
Okay, awesome. Do you want the weird Indian or Native American mythology ones that are about
Wait,
like
wait.
like
I
Indian?
need a beep alarm sound here. Sorry, Kate, for interrupting you. Pete, first you need to check with Evie and I. You already missed with the first series. You failed.
Look, I've kind of figured you wouldn't want these though. They're not up your alley.
Just accept that you forgot.
Anita, do you want these? Or do you want to be
No.
charitable and let Joe have them? The wonderful
Yes.
Joe.
Yes, I am. I am in very charitable mode. You
I
can
liked
give it-
Ender's Game, and I liked Speaker for the Dead. Xenocide is weird, and then I liked Ender's Shadow, but then all of the other ones are just eh.
I think mostly the reason I'm unhauling them is because I'm trying to be very unhaul. Basically, on my excitement scale, I don't have any intention to read them anytime soon.
Yeah.
And because they're big enough, I feel like if I wanted to get back to them and actually read them, I could easily obtain other copies of them.
And it doesn't hurt that he's a garbage human being.
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yes, he is a
Exactly.
trash human being.
Yeah, there's some terminology that's like low key really bad in Ender's Game that a lot of people were like, you gotta stop using that. But
Would you
Oh,
say
he did. He actually did. He was, his publishers made him stop referring to the aliens that way in later novels.
later books.
Would you say he's on the same level as Lovecraft, or not quite as bad as Lovecraft?
He's worse than Lovecraft. Lovecraft was a product of his time.
Okay.
I mean, for the time, Lovecraft was not that bad. It's just because we've moved
Cat though.
away from those
The
sensibilities.
cat, though. The cat. I will. Yeah,
I
the
feel
cat.
like the cat's pretty bad though still.
But see, the nice thing is, by taking the books off of Pete's hands, I'm not giving Orson Scott Card any more money.
Exactly.
That's true.
And then he has some weird things like, so Alvin the Maker is I remember enjoying it when I was younger, but that was mostly because like I didn't understand some of the tropes that were going on there. It's Alvin the Maker is about this kid that is born who's the seventh son of a seventh son, I believe. So he has magic powers and he has dreams to basically create a crystal city that may or may not be just be like New York or something, that and he's gonna use and he like connects with the Native Americans, and it's really like the more I thought about it as I got older, I'm like, this is like really, really white savior craziness.
Yeah.
And like it's an interesting magic system, but it's just I get more uncomfortable by the series the more I think about it.
I've never read that one. I just read.
I think it's a good choice.
If
If you're needing to free up space, that's a good
Yep.
one to get rid of.
Yep.
What else have you settled on?
Let's see here. Eventually, I'm going to get to a stack of self-published books. Master of Five Magics by Lyndon Hardy. This will be a trend where it's like, hi, these are older books that I don't have much of a reason.
I've never even heard of it.
Exactly. I think I found it at a thrift stop. I'm like, oh, cool.
I do love the amount of like crazy weird 80s fantasy books that there are out there, because my favorite used bookstore in Kalamazoo has an entire floor dedicated to just old school fantasy. And so it's like a bunch of Piers Anthony and stuff, but then there's so many authors I've never heard of, and all the covers are like that, and it just smells like old books. It's so
Pete,
great.
if you have any Piers Anthony, you should unhaul it.
Why?
Is he a crap human
I'll
too?
be honest, I don't know who Piers Anthony is. I know the
No,
name.
it's
The
just
Xanth Chronicles.
Xanth
I
is
think I have
for
the first
14-year-olds. One of the books is called The Color of Her Panties.
Oh,
They're
I don't
ridiculous.
have that one. I think I have the first one. I read the first few pages and I was like, this is weird.
It's like something for chameleon is like
Yeah, Spell for Chameleon.
yeah.
I have a lot of love
That one's
for
definitely.
Piers Anthony, but I read them when I was 13.
Yeah, they're kind of for younger audiences.
They don't translate well. Like if you read them as a kid, feel free to reread them as an adult. But if you're just now reading them for the first time as an adult, no.
Anitha.
I want to say something, but I already said so many problematic things in this print, so I'll just keep quiet.
Like, are you gonna join the train, the problematic train?
I'll be right back, guys.
No.
You're Alan's most loyal supporter, so by default, you must also hate women, Anitha.
It doesn't work like that. No, Pete. You have to find something new to get back to me.
Okay, fine. Anitha, from now on, like, I will default to not asking you, but like the asking there, you have to claim it. You have to be active about claiming something if you want it. I'm not gonna like ask you for everyone because it's a lot of work.
Okay.
Is this because of what I did? Is this why they get first dibs?
No, they just claimed first dibs.
No, it's just for fun.
They just want
He told us during one of the Discord spins that you gave his your City of Last Chances. Then
To be fair, I didn't give it to him. I sold it to him, but I
Yeah.
did give him a good deal.
Yeah, same thing. Both Evie
Same
and
thing.
both Evie and I were like, oh my god, I want that. How can I give it to you? So and then he was telling us about his and how we were like, okay, we get first dibs. In the same context, but it's not like because we are upset or anything.
So next up,
Evie,
we got Eyes of God by John.
Oh, that's a mass market paperback, though, isn't it?
It is a mass
Yeah.
market paperback.
that's a cool color actually.
It is.
Why are you unhauling that one? You're just not looking forward to it?
I don't have any current desire to read it. It's just like a lot of this is just anything that's like mid tier like excitement. Like, so there's like I'm very neutral about it. I'm more than likely gonna unhaul it.
I'm looking it up now.
It's about a dude who was the king and then another guy who was a knight. And blood linked them.
Oh, no, this is really lowly rated.
Oh wow.
It's got
Quest-
a 3.67 on Goodreads.
Quest
Okay,
for Cassandra's salvation would overwhelm every
3.67 is not that good, especially people
With
considering
17
people,
out of 1,700 ratings, that is a very mixed rating.
yeah, but people rate Abraham and Parker low. so I don't trust 3.6 ratings
See, the
as bad
5-star
anymore.
system is
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not a good rating.
Okay.
This is accurate, Evie. This literally sparks nothing. That's why I'm getting rid of it. Nothing good, nothing bad. Just like, oh, okay. The
Evie-
magic. Wait, go ahead.
Evie, I did something I cannot tell in public. You have to hop on. Then after the sprints, I can tell you.
After the sprints in 8 hours.
Oh,
I can
John.
tell you and Pete actually.
That's
Andrew
the same
already
person
knows.
who wrote this, Pete.
John Marco? Oh, is that it? Why does that look like a self-published book?
It is.
Really?
Yeah.
So he got traditionally published and then he went self-published.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm actually getting his Jackal of Nar in trade paperback. So,
Are we sure it's the same person?
yes.
Okay.
We talk on Twitter.
You
I am
mean
interested in
X?
that.
You are interested in that?
I am
Anita,
interested in it.
Evie? Is that like...
I will give Evie and Anitha right of first refusal.
I need to go get some sticky notes.
What book are you taking?
John Marco's The Eyes of God. I'm just tired enough to where the name, like I was like, I know the name John Marco. And then I looked my head, I was like, is it that John Marco? Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh.
Evie, don't forget to talk to me. If we can't talk here, at least in Discord separate call, I need to get this off my chest.
What do you need to get off your chest? That Fool's Assassin is just overrated?
Andrew.
I'm just saying that to trigger Evie.
I know.
Kate, how far into Realm of the Outerlings are you?
Full Serene. She finished Full Serene.
She's still in the second trilogy.
Third.
Yes, because I was traumatized when I read the first book in that. I was traumatized at the end of it.
Oh, God. Fool's Errand?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's traumatized, and I am still not ready to move on because I know when I listen to the beginning, I'm going to cry again. So,
Kate, trust me, because I cry easily for every book. But it was so well done, actually. We don't forget the character you are talking about. At the same time, it was very satisfying. It feels like we are still with that character.
If I get another cat, I'm naming this cat after that character because I was so sad.
Sadness.
I was just traumatized, but I'll get back there. I needed something that was like completely different to get into because I'm about to start my clinicals and stuff. So like, I'm gonna still want to read to like decompress, but I'm not quite ready to go that route yet.
Kate, what percentage of a doctor are you right now?
I'm 50%.
Yay! Kate, you should read Wishful Ascending. So
you should change your name to Kate, the 50% book doctor.
Yeah, no, my question is when I graduate, do I have to change my channel name?
Yes, you do.
You have to change it to the book doctor.
I think there's already someone named the book doctor. So
yeah, but could be Kate the book doctor.
Could be the book internist.
You will be full doctor, but not the full book doctor because you haven't completed reading all books, so you can keep the title.
Oh yes, I don't think that I could ever quite get all of the books. I don't read
There's
that
the
many languages.
Doctors.
What else, Pete? What else is going?
All right, what else we got? We got. Sorry, I was looking up the book. I was looking up the book doctors for our author tube. The Magic of Recluse. This is like a 30-book series, and I picked up the first one because I was in this like funk, or I was in this like, hey, let me pick up a bunch of fresh books and a bunch of older series and just read them all, and that didn't happen. And
What is the author's name and what is the book title?
L.E. Mondesett Jr.
Modestet.
Okay.
The Magic of Recluse.
It's
is
a
how it-
huge series that is fair to middling, from what I understand. You either love the series or you burn out in 3 books.
Young Laris must find his place in the world is like the first thing in the blurb.
Coming of
whatever
age
that-
story.
Yeah, and it sounds like it's a lot of fantasy words. Like on the back cover alone, there's choose permanent exile from Recluse or the Danger Guild. A complex rule-laden wander jar in the lands beyond. Yeah, it doesn't actually tell you what either of those things are. So it's like, it looks, just the back cover is like, if you're not into fantasy words, you're going to get turned off immediately.
Fantasy words.
Fantasy words, whatever the Danger Guild is.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably
Good
some sort of
God.
journey.
I've gotten the last couple things that I've read, I've paid more attention to like syntax and stuff.
Mhm.
It's interesting because it's usually something I've kind of like just, I either like the way it sounds or I don't like the way it sounds. And in this book that I'm reading right now, it's like the author uses these very like odd words to describe normal things, and it's very jarring.
Is it Red Rising weird? Or
No,
is it
not
more
quite.
weird?
Like she uses the term, like she's trying to talk about like an older person, and she calls them a geriatric, and that's it. Like not a geriatric person. So it's like she's using this adjective to describe someone, but not denoting what she's describing.
She's nouning the adjective.
Yeah, and it's really jarring in some parts. And then other ones, it's like, it's very rare that I have to look up a word. I have a very large vocabulary, and I've had to look up more than one word in this book. And that's just really odd. And so it's like, if it has the feeling of like someone using bigger words because they want to sound smarter, but they're not words that are normally used in like
Yeah,
regular
that's
books.
a tough one because like I want like in trying to write, I have to be very conscious about accidentally using bigger words sometimes.
Mhm.
Because even in normal speech with just random people, sometimes it happens. And that I realize how douchey I just sounded. I apologize. But
It's okay. I probably just sounded really full of myself too. I'm sorry.
I mean, I can one up you. It's fine. I can be more full of myself, Kate.
I got books.
I can. Hey, what books? I can ground this conversation. I
Yes.
have to look up words all the time while reading.
Speaking of John Marco,
Oh, snap. You just got the book in the mail.
Oh, he's got book mail. Book mail is always fun.
Jackal of Nar by John Marco.
Oh, look.
Nice.
Nava was just saying something about that one.
Yeah.
It just showed up at my door.
Nice.
Never
And it's
heard of that.
fine.
Nice.
Awesome.
Very
Was that
cool.
traditionally published?
Oh yeah, this is trad. This is Bantam. What else did I get?
Andrew, do you get book mail every day?
Every day to every other day.
Is that the Life Before Death shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's
Nice.
Okay, so I have to look up almost for every book because my English is not that great. I was reading this book, Sea of Souls by N.C. Stumger, that is Scottish inspired dark fantasy. So she used
Same author, different series.
same author. Yeah. She used a lot of Scottish slang actually. So when brother and sister were talking, they talk like when we were kids. She never used the word kid actually. She used bairns, like B-A-I-R-N. So, and what is that?
Book
That's a
mail.
cool cover actually. I like that
That's a cool cover.
combination, color combination.
So when
This
they
is
were
what published.
This is self-pub.
it looks
Okay.
it looks like it has the
So-
velvety cover.
And you say we brother, right? For little brother? So entire book, there were like 10 or 20 references, never said little, always we, when we were we, when something like that. I had so much fun, like learning those new words. I had so much fun. I don't know how you guys feel.
The wee bairns.
I enjoy learning new words, like, because it is like a novel experience for me sometimes.
No pun
Especially-
intended.
Yeah, no pun intended, of course. Just because, I don't know, words are cool. Especially if it's like slang, like Scottish slang or something like that. I do sometimes have issues with like Irish stuff, but like not like negative issues, but just like adjusting to the pronunciation sometimes.
I've been going down the rabbit hole lately of like word origins, like the difference between the UK and the US, and like why do they call it a biscuit and we call it a cookie? It's because we derive from different languages what we call that specific item.
Well, English is a couple of different languages in a trench coat that beats up other languages for spare grammar in the back alley sometimes. So, like, English is not a real language. What are we talking about?
Well, it's like I just saw a thing the other day, which I know I've seen before, but I always forget it. And it's like there's a very specific rule that you follow when you describe things when it comes to like size and color and all that. And we don't think about it, but it's always a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. It's never a purple, flying, one-horned thing. Like you always say it in the same like cadence, in the same order. Which if I had to learn that because I was learning another language, I would be so bad at that. So Abitha, you're doing great.
I tried learning Mandarin, and the sentence structure and the way they refer to things is completely different to English. I give up.
I tried Russian.
Although I threw Patrick for a loop. I was doing a live with Patrick, and all of a sudden I referred to my sister-in-law one way to my daughter, and he just got this weird look on his face. And he's like, "Did you just?"
What
Yeah,
did
he
you
was
say?
just like, "Wait, what?" And I was
What
like,
did
"Yeah."
you say?
Oh, I just said "ai," which just means auntie, in on the mother's side. And he got this weird look on his face, and he like cocked his head, and he's like, "What?"
In one of the Indian in India, each state has a different language. So one of the Indian languages, they call mother as Ai.
No.
Interesting. Is this state more north, in the northern side of India, or is like what?
Yeah, towards north, like center to north.
Okay, so it's okay. So okay, I mean, if it was on the border, I'd be like, ooh, influence.
No.
The big bad wolf. That big wolf. Yeah, it just sounds wrong when you say it out loud.
I feel like you could use that order to.
I feel like Big Bad Wolf is scary, and Bad Big Wolf sounds kind of eh.
Like you're reading a kid's book, that's a bad big wolf.
Or a completely different style of story. We're on the smutty side.
Andrew.
I feel like if you wrote things specifically, you could actually use that in like a Lovecraftian way to unsettle the reader by making things the wrong order like that.
Oh, I'm sure people do that. Yeah, I'm certain, just to make you just feel wrong. It's like in some movies, apparently they put like really soft tracks of bee buzzing and stuff, and it like makes you feel unsettled.
I can imagine I would feel unsettled
with bees.
Bees.
That's my favorite Cards Against Humanity card. Is bees ?
Not the bees.
Not the bees.
What else are you getting rid of, Pete?
More things. I have like 3 other stacks. I'm not going to get through them all this time. Kingdom of Ohio, because we all know Ohio is fake.
Never heard of that book. It sounds ridiculous.
Found in the store. Rogue, I don't remember at this point in time, so I'll have to get back to you on that. This one is about a guy in 1901 who travels to New York and finds out, and it's like a portal fantasy where the Kingdom of Ohio is a legitimately magical place. I'm not sure if Ohio itself exists in this universe, but
I would never have purchased that book.
It was in the
I like the font and that gold.
Right?
That
it looks interesting.
It has that whimsical font.
It would have to be an absurdist. Otherwise, I would never take it seriously.
In the year 1901, a young man named Peter Force, God, why does he have my name? Leaves the Idaho frontier and travels.
Now we know why he bought it, Andrew. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
actually, I am actively against people having my name. He travels to New York, hoping to escape his past. In the maze-like streets of the great metropolis, the protagonist discovers a city on the brink of mechanical age, a place of hope and fury where anything seems possible. It's not self-published. Soon afterward, he encounters a young woman who calls herself Sherry Ann Toledo, whose memories seem to come from another world. As Peter tries to make sense of Sherry Ann's tales about a vanished kingdom of Ohio, the two are drawn into a secret struggle to reshape the future, involving powerful figures like J.P. Morgan, along with the war inventors Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla.
It sounds absurd.
Yeah. J.P. Morgan. Oh my gosh, I forgot that was on the back of that. As they seek
and you paid actual real
like
dollars.
$2. This was a thrift store find, all right?
You paid real human money.
You're killing me, Andrew. I'm sorry.
You are killing Kate.
It might not be Portal Fantasy, but
The Magic Kingdom of Toledo.
No. Her name is Sherry Ann.
Oh, her name is Toledo. Okay.
Yeah.
The seat of magic is Cedar Point. So that's what I would make it.
Ridiculous.
Oh, 100%. I have to go to Toledo at the end of the month, which is probably why I focused on Toledo. I have to take a gigantic exam, an 8-hour-long exam in Toledo. Gross.
2009, Evie. It is not self-published.
God.
2009. I thought it's older than that. Somehow it has that feeling.
Yeah, I want to feel old. I graduated high school in 2009.
How dare you?
You don't have to tell me that, Kate.
I graduated high school in 2008.
Oh, you're the same age as Joe.
Nice.
Okay, I haven't graduated high school. How is that?
Really?
That's a joke. Stupid joke.
Okay. I was like, huh.
I was like, oh, you got yourself a GED.
Capturing the mindset of a time when scientists saw no special distinctions between them and when men like Edison, Tesla, and J.P. Morgan could readily combine feelings of idealism with the impulse to make a profit.
Pete, you're not going to redeem yourself for having spent real American dollars.
It was $2, and I literally bought it for the title. I bought it because it said the Kingdom of Ohio, and that
an NFT would have been a better investment than that book.
You should take a road trip to Ohio and read that book and do a vlog.
If he goes to Ohio, he better come visit me. I will be so mad. That's so close to me, Pete.
Some of my really good IRL friends, their family is from Ohio. So like part of it was like buying the book and showing to them, being like, see, it isn't real.
Did they like it?
They kind of laughed at my stupid jokes because, it's my stupid jokes. So
what else are you getting rid of?
I haven't even gotten to a lot of things. Let's start with the Tangled Lands. This is one that has to do with magic that causes, like, if every time magic is used, it starts to destroy the world by causing tangles to grow.
I heard about that one.
It's pretty short. World where magic destroys.
Is it traditionally published? I think I've seen that on a bookshelf or two at a B&N.
I think it's Self Pub.
No, it's traditionally.
Is it?
Yeah, I've definitely seen that at a Barnes & Noble.
Saga Press.
Oh, okay.
I'm shoving my face full of breakfast, so excuse my no camera.
Yeah, so...
What are you eating?
What are you eating? Oh, I just have eggs.
Oh.
Good boy.
The Book of Jarek is another one.
This is like Stephen Breast.
Book of Jared?
It's let me see if I can get the camera to focus.
It's like
on
a dragon fantasy world thing. It's got like 12 books in it.
Ooh, if it's dragons, I have a friend that I might give it to if nobody claims it. I have a friend that's really obsessed with dragons. So like if there's dragons in it, I'm just gonna like, hey, here.
I mean, isn't that a dragon right on the cover?
It is, but like you can never be sure.
I didn't read it, so I'm just going off of what I've heard.
JP Morgan. JP Morgan in a fantasy book is
Anita, I have another book with a beautiful cover for you.
Hey, that's a self-help book, right, by Canadian author. I have seen that actually around in Twitter. How is that? Have you read it?
No, I haven't. I just got it in the mail. I did a little book haul that I still have to film now that I have a little bit of time. My apartment's not together, my bookshelf's not up, and I have all these videos I want to make because I have time.
Kate, read Wistful Ascending. You'll have a lot of fun. It's it has like good characters and serious themes, but it is, I mean, there is it's witty. The dialogue is, I mean, there is humor. I had it's fast paced. I had so much fun. It's like
It has
the
nothing
same
to do with
lines
the
of-
main with the fact that the main character is Indian.
Is it the hybrid helix?
Yeah, it's it's like Guardians of the Galaxy, like half human, half alien. That main character. So that guy has Indian heritage. That's why Andrew is.
I'm just teasing. It's a really
I
good
know.
book.
That's really cool.
Actually, also he's from Canada. I mean, his mother is from India. He is born and brought up in Canada. So I have two things there. But the point is, I'm more connected to him because I actually there are things like, I mean, there are other alien races. So he tells them like, oh, we are prudish. So the other person asks, oh, all humans are prudish? Not like that. But where I'm coming from, people are more prudish. So I actually know what that sentence mean. So there are things like that I connected and I laughed.
So that's
That's
like
really cool.
a cultural reference for you, like what the. I'm confused about the prudish thing. Where did that? What's that a reference to?
Prudish.
Prudish.
Most of the
Oh.
Indians are prudish.
Being a prude.
That's really cool. I like that you like can find things like that in these books.
And there is a lot of food references, and he says to one other alien like, dude, we actually invented spice. So I laughed and laughed because I eat a lot of spicy stuff. Actually, the place where I came from, we have that what is that English word? We actually have those factories for uh, uh, red chili crops. We grow a lot of red chilies there, so we eat a lot of spice.
There must be like spice in the air. At like the red chili pepper farms and stuff like that. Like that would be. Oh, that's
Pete, hold up a stack of books that you were getting rid of.
Oh, that's what he wants. You're getting rid of those? I thought you
Nice.
loved those
There's
books.
a reason I'm getting rid of these because I want other people to read them, and they're doing nothing sitting
Okay.
on my shelf.
Okay,
You want these?
maybe.
Okay.
Yes.
It's military sci-fi fantasy, but it's really good. It's the first 3 books and then a book of short stories. You don't necessarily need to read all of the short stories. There's one short story that kind of wraps up the entire series, which is kind of weird. But they read really fast. They're really short. They're great. I will put them aside.
You were chugging through those, I remember.
Oh yeah,
You were
dude.
reading them on sprints.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're getting rid of those.
It's because I want other people to read them. This is a positive unhaul.
It's
All right.
also because you did not like them enough.
No, it's because, well, I won't reread. I'm probably not going to reread them, but that's mostly because I don't have time for rereading. Unless it's something very specific, like
Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
Daylight.
It's been like 40 minutes. Do you guys want to do another sprint?
Yes.
Do we want to read more? Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna go listen to an audiobook and finish cutting my grass.
What audiobook are you listening to?
The Wandering End.
I heard Require Watch audiobook is also good.
I didn't know it had an audiobook, so I'm reading it physically.
It's in script actually.
It's on script?
Yeah.
Why the crap would you tell me that?
Oh, Evie, you're so sweet. Pete, I'm also rereading Stormlight right now, but I'm listening to it for the first time because I'm
That's so sweet, Evie. But no,
shipping to Canada is expensive.
I know.
Let us be nice.
Actually,
Honestly, this will
nothing.
help me get through it really quick.
Nice.
Mhm.
And I haven't been filming a lot of book reviews, so it would be nice to get back to filming some book reviews.
Yeah.
It's all just been kind of general content lately.
You know.
Filler content for like doing reviews is hard.
Yeah. No, I agree. Doing reviews can be hard. I feel like if I don't review it within like, I don't know, 48, 72 hours after I read it, a lot of my feelings end up trickling away and then the review doesn't like come out the same as it would have.
Evie, those were never serious, and you know it.
Rogue, you should. I'm definitely rereading Dandelion Dynasty next year because like it's like my favorite series of all time. So
I still need to finish it. I finished Grace of Kings, and I was like, you know what? That's a good stopping point.
all right, so I'm rereading it next year, Andrew, and I'm gonna pull you with me.
Okay.
Maybe I'll read it with you. I have
Yes.
the first one.
Andrew,
Yeah.
are you going to read The Hammer? Evie, have you seen the Wizardly Discord readathon announcement? They have Discord-wide buddy reads. So 2 of them were Hammer and City of Last Chances.
If I have time, I will fit in the Hammer.
Andrew, we know you read.
I loved it so much. I still need to do review for that. I'm scared to do the review for that actually. I don't know why. Because I felt very strongly about it. So I don't feel if I can put those feelings into words the way I want to. So I'm scared. Does it make sense?
It's kind of how I'm like with Dandelion Dynasty. It's like I filmed a review once and I was like, this isn't enough. I didn't communicate everything well at all. So I understand.
Is that when you just love something and you just want to be like, look at this thing that I love and here's all the reasons I love it, and then you just like babble about it and then it just never, like, you just never can quite explain it right. Then you just have to be like, just read it. Just read it. Like, I can't anymore.
But Hammer is not for everyone. I am not sure it's for Andrew actually. If it's
Well,
very
then
slow.
I'm gonna put it back on the shelf because you don't recommend it.
I want to see if Andrew's gonna hate it or not. I can see that there might be some characters that he might dislike and get frustrated with. Maybe.
Andrew, do you like slow books?
If it's done right.
Tell me example, like couple of slow
Realm
books
of the Elderling,
other
the
than
first 9
LPQ.
books. First 9 books. I have to preface the first 9 books.
Man, you really hate the last trilogy, don't you?
The last 2 sub-series are not for me. I thought the first book of the last trilogy was really good, and then the other 2 I could have done without. And then Daughter of the Empire is a slower book. And I just recorded a rave review of that one and uploaded it today.
You liked Folding Knife, right?
Yeah, I liked it. Alan likes to rag on me because I literally pointed out, I was like, hey, they use the terminology enough people to make up a hockey team. Is there hockey in this world? And Alan seems to think I'm being nitpicky.
Okay, if you like Folding Knife, then give it a try. There is a chance. But I felt it is slower than Folding Knife.
Okay.
I got like 20, 25 pages into the Hammer, and I was like, I don't think KJ Parker is for me at all.
Yeah, I won't recommend it to you. I mean, sometimes, sorry, Pete, 1 minute, let me finish it. Sometimes we need faster paced, and that depends on our mood. That's why I recommended Wistful Ascending to you. Give it a try.
I have it on the Amazon.
Evie's here to yell at me, so I got to go cut my grass.
Evie. That came out really weird, but that was my excited sound.
What am I supposed to yell at Andrew about? What am I not supposed to yell at Andrew about?
My realm of the Elderlings' opinions.
Oh yeah, I mean, son of... They're wrong. You were wrong. So
I am correct, and you and Derry are both wrong.
Andrew, I feel like you give Rain Wilds a bad rap, and it doesn't deserve a bad rap.
Oh, it's awful. It's terrible.
Oh, see, I feel like I'm gonna love the Rain Wilds. It has
worst dragons.
Trust me,
other
Kate,
than
you
Fourth
will
Wing.
love it.
Other than Fourth Wing, supposedly the worst dragons in fantasy.
Fourth Wing is so bad, and everyone who thinks Fourth Wing is good needs to read something else with dragons in it.
All I
don't
did was
think
watch Johan's video on Fourth Wing, and I never wanted to read it.
I know the Fourth Wing is like the intro for so many, like,
Why?
let's say mostly women getting into fantasy nowadays, but I listened to it on the audiobook and like it was entertaining.
Let's just say the shtick is if you bond with a dragon and then you get aroused, or the dragon gets aroused,
The
it
dragon
goes
sexing
both
is
ways.
weird.
I mean, for
That's
aroused
it-
for
that is-
dragon,
I'm sorry.
you mean aroused for dragon or for other human?
If the dragon gets aroused, the human gets aroused.
Yeah, you
If
have
the
a
human
bond.
gets aroused, the dragon gets aroused.
So that's basically just Anne McCaffrey's Dragonflight.
Yeah, Dragon Riders of Pern.
Yeah.
It had
I
very
didn't read it.
vibes. Hi, Bookboard.
Hi, Before.
What up, Hillary? I'm
just
in here
turned
talking chaos.
Book one, I have no idea about what is this conversation. I am a victim here.
Victim here.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
forced to-
Rain
I'm
Wild
forced to
Dragons
listen
suck.
to this conversation.
I liked Tintaglia and the dragons in. I don't know if that's how you're supposed
Kate,
to.
Kate, you
Tintaglia
will
is
love.
barely in
Kate,
the Rain
you will
Wild,
love
if
Rain
at all.
Wilds. Trust me, you will love.
Hidden Treasure, Old Civilizations, Dragons has every single thing I love in it. I know a part of me wants to just skip ahead, but I know Evie will murder me if I don't finish Ship of Destiny first. So
You got this.
Anyway, I have to go cut grass because my
Go
kids
cut
are
grass.
coming home.
get out of
We're-
here.
Brent, I'm gonna.
Is that
You know.
is Andrew cutting grass a euphemism for something else? Like,
No,
Yeah.
he's actually
No,
cutting
I
grass.
live in Indiana, Evie. It's the one state I'm surrounded by where it's legal, and Indiana refuses.
Really? Come visit me, Andrew. I'll hook you. Actually, I can't imagine you on the weed. I
thank
can't.
you.
I have not partook in about a decade and a half of the green herb.
Actually, that explains Andrew's energy and the speed with which he puts out videos, like every day one short video. I
Yeah,
mean,
Just
he's
ima-
it
just
always-
makes sense
imagine.
now.
I'm just imagining Andrew on partaking of those things, and he probably would be like a normal person at a normal speed.
Yeah, it would just like you're like the Flash, and it would just chill you out.
No, he's like that one book, Brooklyn Nine-Nine cold open when they had the cold brew, and like they had like eight cups of cold brew.
No, we're all normal. I feel fine. What do you mean?
That's Andrew. That's definitely Andrew on every day.
Evie, what you reading?
All right, I gotta go.
Bye.
Wow, y'all are ganging up on me with the Fool's Assassin. Bye, Andrew. See you later.
I mean, if you want to feel even worse about yourself, this is a reread for me.
I don't feel terrible about myself. I'm halfway through a big old book with Pete deckled edges.
You really should have chosen to read Lavona instead.
I have it. It's sitting on my dresser.
I know, that's why I said you should have chosen
no,
to read Lavona instead.
Evie, one of my friends from med school who's in my class, she messaged me on Instagram and was like, what did you think of Lavona? And I was like, haven't read it yet. So I have another person to talk to about it when I get to it. So yeah. I have a fantasy reader friend in my class, and her name is also Caitlin. So it must be a Caitlin thing.
But does she spell it the way that you spell your name?
No, she's Katelyn. No one spells my name the way I do. Unless
There
you're
are like
you know,
135 different
but
ways.
you know,
to spell
before
Caitlin.
before I No, you actually. The spelling I knew of Caitlin was your spelling only. When they spell like Katlyn, I was like, why are they spelling it weird?
I know. I don't mind if someone puts like a K on accident on my name, but what really bugs me is when people replace the I with a Y. I don't know why. It just makes me rage a little bit. So if it's
At the end,
Kaitylyn,
mine. Oh yeah, well, because I feel like that's the most common thing. Not a lot of people do the LIN.
no, not many people. I went to a high school with a Caitlyn, so Katelyn or Lynd, and then Caitland with like LAND, which I thought was funny and weird. But
That is very weird.
mhm,
People like to get creative.
I know mine's the traditional Celtic spelling, so
Interesting.
cool. Yeah,
Celtic.
yeah. I'm Scottish and Irish.
How
So,
dare you DNF Vona? I'm
Another
offended personally.
one.
Thank
That is-
you, Dan. Thank you. I'm very fond of grapes, and I love them even more after Livona. Gave
So,
me ideas.
are we sprinting?
Yes.
yes.
What
See,
time?
proof. I have Lebona, and then
If you want short until 15, if you want little longer until 30.
yeah.
Let's do 15 actually, because I need to like talk to you guys about these stacks eventually. So.
Okay, that's perfect actually. Then that next sprint I can go for lunch.
Wait, hold on. Anitha, you're supposed to talk to me about something.
Yes, but not on public.
When we're done with
You
this
just
main hour.
message me then?
I need to talk, not message.
Oh, gotcha.
Which one?
Discord. Okay, let's go on mute. Our Discord, reading sprints.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Tell me which I should read because I'm in the middle of both of them.
The
Which
one, the white one. I
White
can't tell what the thing is.
Called You Feel It Just Below the Ribs. It's the one I was reading on Sprints with You last week.
Oh yeah.
The sci-fi one, which I think, Pete, I'll have to tell you about this book later when we're not about to read because I think you'll find this really, really interesting.
I mean, I am unhauling books so I can make space for more books. So.
Yes, I will tell you about it after this sprint.
I don't have my thing anymore to, alert everyone.
That should have been fun.
Although, hold on, wait. I could probably do it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
It's been a second.
More than a second. Anyways, how you doing, Pete?
Good. I have stacks.
Yay!
I don't remember if I actually said this to everybody, but all the ones that really aren't claimed by Evie or Neitha or some other random person, I will be putting in an Excel spreadsheet and posting on my Discord and maybe others. And the way I'm doing it is, for a vast majority of these books, there will be some exceptions, which I will say. I am going to, if you want them, I will ship them to you if you just pay for shipping. And yeah, basically that.
And for close friend, shipping is free.
Ooh.
Pranita.
Kev is here. See if Kev wants the Kingdom of Ohio.
Kev!
Also, gird your ears. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, just make sure.
Kev, boy, do I have a book for you. The Kingdom of Ohio, with such wonderful people in it like J.P. Morgan and Tesla. And Ohio doesn't exist, but there's a magical kingdom called Ohio, and
there's a woman whose last name is Toledo.
Exactly. It's about a dude who's running from his past in Idaho, who goes to New York and meets a magical woman whose last name is Toledo.
Kevin, are you from Ohio? Am I missing something?
Yeah, Kev lives in Ohio.
Okay. Yeah, Tesla's cool. Pete, I got my Fall Out Boy hoodie on.
Nice. How was that?
Concert?
Huh?
How was the concert, by the way?
Oh, it was amazeballs. Except for after the concert was the worst night of my life.
Oh no.
Yeah, the friend I went with was a friend of mine from high school who happens to be Joe's ex-girlfriend, which is really weird. But we were best friends in high school. That's how I met Joe originally, was through her. But
you stole your best friend's boyfriend?
No. It's been 13 years. And she's been married for 10 of them. So but she's not my best friend anymore, but she was in high school, and we just lost track. But she got super drunk in the parking lot after the concert because we had an hour-long wait to get out of the parking lot.
Ouch.
I'm serious. She got really drunk, and so we were going to an Airbnb afterwards, and we were going to drive separate. And she was like, "I'm right behind you," and I was like, "Okay." And then she falls asleep on the couch because she was too drunk to drive, so she needed to wait a while. And so I go to this Airbnb, and I end up on the creepiest 2-track road that's big enough for one car, back in the woods. There's reeds on either side of me. I can't tell if there's swampland, and my car gets stuck, and it's 2:30 in the morning, and I'm alone, and my car is still under my parents' insurance because it's cheaper that way. And they switched insurance, so I don't have my insurance card, so I can't call AAA. And so I can't get out of here. And I had to call the cops to help me get my car out at 2:30 in the morning. And then the lock at the Airbnb was out of battery. So thankfully the cop followed me and made sure I got there. But then they tried to wake up the owners because it was at their house and they didn't wake up. So I ended up having to drive back to my grandparents' house. That was an hour away, and so I didn't get home till 4:30 in the morning, and I had been freaking out because.
Did you get your money back for the Airbnb?
Thankfully, I didn't pay for the Airbnb. My friend did, and so I was like, "You better contact them," and she did, and she got her money back. But it was, I had a panic attack in the car because it was just me and my car stuck. My wheels were turning, but they weren't doing anything. And I thought I was going to be an extra in Deliverance. I was 100% convinced I was going to die. It was bad.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
I mean, doesn't cops won't ask for insurance?
No, he just something was wrong with like my gear shifter, which I didn't know, but at that time like I thought there was something else wrong with my car and that I just needed like a push out of the thing, and like I wasn't going to get out of my car alone in that place. Like heck no. So the cop came and he like helped me with my car, and it was really nice of them. And
That's very
I,
nice. But didn't he ask why didn't you call AAA service or something?
oh yeah, I explained my whole situation. He was like, I had nothing better to do tonight, so I was like, thank you.
That's a good sign that they had nothing better to do.
But the concert was worth it. I almost like I was like really close to shedding a tear when they started playing Sugar We're Going Down, because like 14-year-old me was so happy in that moment that I like just was, it was a moment. It was so fun. So good. And now I have 3 more concerts to go to before the end of the year, which
Oh,
means
wait.
I'm on to 12 concerts this year, which is too many.
Wow.
Who are you gonna go see?
A band that nobody probably knows of called Hot Mulligan, which is a like,
I've heard of them.
you know Hot Mulligan? Oh, that's
I
awesome.
don't remember any of their songs, but I know I've heard of the band Hot Mulligan before.
They're Midwest emo, and they're starting to get more traction. And then in November, I'm singing Boys Like Girls on their new tour with State Champs. And then I just found out I'm going with my friend Allie to see Bastille in September.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, and then Taylor Swift if I can get tickets. But I'm waiting to see if I win the lottery for that, because there's like a lottery of people, and like if you win in the lottery, then you get a chance to try and buy a ticket. It's really stupid, but
That Dan, that really sounds like a family-friendly concert for sure.
okay, but that sounds like an amazing concert. Snoop Dogg and Wiz, but like
Also, your kids are like teenagers. It'd be one thing if you took like a 5-year-old to a Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa concert. Like, you're good, Dan. You're good.
everyone's getting a contact high at that concert. Everyone. Speaking of weed, someone in my building is smoking because I can smell it through my air vents.
Nice.
We're having a good day. Mm-hmm.
You know, apparently my neighbors smoke weed actually, but I don't know how weed smells, so I never realized that. When I was in my corridor, one old couple, they came to me and said, "See, your neighbors are smoking weed. Complain." I was like, "Oh, are they? I don't smell anything." They try to explain me the smell. They want me to complain because I'm the neighbor.
Oh no.
Have you ever smelled a skunk before?
Yeah, it smells very
Sorry?
Have
That's
you smelled
exactly what they told me. I googled what is skunk. I don't know that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you never,
bad weed smells skunky. I've had a stoner boyfriend before, so. Aw. Joe's kitty is like starting to go outside now, and it's really cute.
wait, Joe has a kitty too?
Yeah, he has a cat. Her name is Penny. She's a calico, and she's his baby. And
I heard it like Joe's kid.
Oh no! He does not have kids.
It could be a goat.
Well, true, but he eventually wants goats, I think, but like not at that house.
So, all right. So these all are going on a Excel spreadsheet eventually, just to go.
Show us the goods.
I'm gonna try to.
No. Caveat: they're going on an Excel spreadsheet if Anita and I don't want them.
Yes. Jerry.
Hey, Daddy.
Okay, Red Wolf Conspiracy. This is a shit book. It was a good shit book, but I haven't picked up the second one, and it's like
Is it
I
a
don't know
fantasy?
when I will.
Or is it a
It is a fantasy.
historical?
Pete,
Fantasy.
pronunciation.
Good.
Huh.
It looks good. Did you read it?
Red Wolf. I have read this.
How is it?
It was good. The back of the book kind of it ended at a different place than I thought it would. Essentially, it kind of ended on like more of a cliffhanger. Like it felt like it didn't tell the story that I thought it was going to tell. Bit of a mystery, but it was interesting.
I do like naval fantasy, but
Speaking of more naval fantasy, this one might make people mad. Adventures of
Oh,
Amina
I want-
Happy.
yes, yes.
Did you read it?
No, but I watched Leanna's review and a few other people's, and I was like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like that.
I love you too, Derry.
Yeah.
S.A. Chakraborty is like an auto-buy author for me. I loved City of Brass so much. It got me back into like really wanting to like binge fantasy.
Yes.
I read a book
Yes.
before I joined BookTube.
Yes, Pete, yes.
Oh, you want this one? I was gonna say convince me to keep it, but if you want this,
Keep it. It's so good. It's Indian and African, like a little bit of Northern African mythology in it. And
I think it's Middle Eastern or is
is it Middle Eastern? I'm so sorry. I know that India is
place
one of the
in Cairo.
states down there because there's like different nations that are part of like.
I haven't read it, so I haven't read it. So you may be right, but I think it's that Egyptian fantasy mythology with jinn and
Yeah, the main character's from Egypt, but the land, like the magic land, spans from northern Africa, then the Middle East, and into India. And so when they go to different areas, there's like little bits of mythology from all of those areas, I think. But I loved the story. When I read it, I could like see all the colors and I could like smell all the spices. And she does a really great job of like description in that story. I don't know.
Pete,
Magic
keep it. We can. Pete, keep it. We can. Buddy read you, me, and Evie.
okay, I'll keep it then. I have another.
I don't have that book, and I have no interest because I actually DNF'd it. Pete, did you see my message? I will take Red Wolf Conspiracy, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where'd my pen go? There it is.
It shows up as you, Evie.
Actually, just to make sure, is that a mass market paperback?
It looked
I
like
think so.
No, it was trade.
Okay, good. Because
The sequels covers are very good, actually, Evie. I checked in Goodreads.
What?
That Red Wolf Conspiracy sequel covers look good.
Nice.
Oh, you're almost.
Cool. Next up, I have a bunch of sharp books that.
Yes. But is it from the beginning? No, right? But it's okay.
So this is Sharp's Fortress, Trafalgar, and Sharp's Battle. Trafalgar. So 1803.
I think I'll get a box from Pete. Evie, whatever you need to send to me, send it to him. Then he'll put that post that box to me.
This is like Evie and Anita go book shopping.
Basically. Another weird one, kind of a weird one. This isn't. You actually can't find this in stores.
Oh, I remember you reading that one.
That book, every something must converse read that. That was his big thing.
Yeah.
Everyone who reads it must converse.
Yes, that name.
America-
No, Pete was reading it with him.
Nope.
I think. You weren't?
Andrew read it, I think.
Andrew liked it, if I remember correctly. I think he liked it. It's supposed to be really like
Weird.
a trip, like you're like an acid trip of a book.
I mean, speaking of weed, that's definitely
Evie, your message shows up as Evie.
Yeah, it shows up as you.
Oh, okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, it does show up as you. But yeah, I think I'll probably have this on the. I think I'll. I don't know.
See, you have make a different piles like Evie pile, Anita pile, others pile, and then doubt pile.
That one's in my doubt pile, but I'll probably get rid of it. Do I want to get this off? Another anti-Ellen one. Night Shadow.
Yes.
This is the second book.
Yes, entire series.
I only have the second one.
Why is that?
Thrift store.
I can never
Now-
find those books anywhere.
Please put that in doubt pile because if I take that, I have to search for only those covers.
And it's a hardcover too.
A hardcover. Ooh.
No, then no, I'm not that. I
No.
want either mass market. If there is no mass market, then paperback. I am
Yeah.
not that big on hardcovers. Unless,
See, I already have that.
do you know, when I did that Canadian box thing, I put that. I am planning to read that, but I'll take only if there are all books.
True. I'll be right back. I have to let the dog back in.
Oh, the little doggo. Oh, okay. I guess I can.
Uh,
Camera. Oh,
Rogue, do you mean you're starting series, not finishing?
me?
No, Rogue in the comments. J in the
Oh,
comments.
I should put those back on. Finish the part this year. Have I finished any series this year? Yes, I did. I read an entire series in 4 days
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
ago. Huh?
I said, yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm. It was really fast, but it was so good.
Did I finish any series this year?
I mean, you can count Rainwild Chronicles.
Yeah.
Sub-series.
I just started a bunch of series. That's always the
I'll
thing.
finish I'll finish Realm of Elderlings. I'll finish Dagger and Coin.
I finished Dagger and Coin this year for sure.
Kate, you should read Dagger and Coin. I loved the first book. Oh my god, it was instant 5 stars.
I have the 4th book, whatever the witches something. It has like a spider. I don't know, but I have one of them that I got at a used
Widow's
bookstore.
House. Widow's
Yeah,
House.
the Widow's House, yeah.
4th or 5th.
Widow's House's War or something like that. I have that. I'm obviously super interested because Daniel Abraham, and I also have Age of Ash, but I haven't read it yet. I want to read Dagger and Coin.
Kate, you should watch Alan's conversation with Daniel Abraham. It's so good.
I started, but I've been listening to audiobooks while I was driving because when I moved an hour away from where I used to live, and so I had like 6 trips back and forth. So I listened to a lot of audiobooks, but I haven't had time to sit down and watch all like 2.5 hours of it. But I started that video.
There are clear. Sorry, Pete, I keep interrupting you. But there are spoilers for like non-spoiler LPQ spoilers, non-spoiler Dagger and Coin spoilers, non-spoiler Age of Ash spoilers, like that.
Okay.
So since you did not read Dagger and Coin and Age of Ash, it will be cut down to like 1.5 hour conversation.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
that's good to know.
So you can skip through it pretty easily.
Oh, that's good because I want to hear all that he's got to say about.
It's really good.
I mean things he told, like his inspiration behind those books, inspiration behind characters. They're so fascinating. I was like, oh my god, I want to read that. I mean, whatever that inspiration was.
Yeah.
That series is probably the only series that I have read in recent memory that I am like itching to reread.
I'm in the middle of rereading it right now.
Not even Winter Night Trilogy, Kate? What the hell?
I really need to reread LPQ because I feel like it has really good reread potential to get more out of the story. And Winter Night is such a fun fairy tale, and I went through it like the whole, like I loved the whole thing, but like it has good reread potential. LPQ. What are you? What?
This has great
Realm of Elderlings also.
I gotta read the whole thing first before I.
Yeah, I know, Caitlin.
I know. Have you ever thought about? I don't know if you guys did, but when I was younger, like junior high, high school, I reread so many books. But then again, like I could read like a lot faster than I can now. But like
it honestly, it wasn't until I started like becoming more social with BookTube that I ever read anything really regularly outside of rereading. Like I would reread everything all the time.
Every time I went home, visit my parents, I used to reread Harry Potter. My books are there actually in my parents' place. Now, after finding BookTube, I did not reread a single book. Not a single.
But you've read
last year.
Books.
Yeah, it's definitely like
not so many compared to others like Evie or Andrew, or even
Andrew is inhuman with the amount that he can read.
It's true. I need a piece of his liver.
y'all are gonna be one day. I'm gonna finally finish reading all of the books that I'm halfway through right now, and then my numbers are gonna go skyrocketing.
I need that video actually. Books I
Joe
promise to read for Anita.
It won't happen. No, y'all have gotten Joe like giving me crap about not finishing Hob yet and about being in the middle of too many books because he's one of those readers, like he only reads one thing at a time. He
Mhm.
does not have the brain space to read multiple books at all. I actually got him reading, he's on the 4th book now of Jim Butcher's other fantasy series, The Furies of Calderon, like
Correct.
Butcher Solera. Yeah, he's borrowing mine. He's halfway through that now because he didn't like Dresden, but
Interesting.
yeah, the noir thing didn't do it for him.
What else you got, Pete? You got something? Oh no.
Ninth House is so good, but I definitely can see how it would not be for you, Pete.
Yeah, it's one of the things. Like the
I-
more I think about it, the less I'm excited
Yeah.
about it.
I loved Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom, but somehow I'm not interested in Ninth House. At least for next 2 years, I don't see myself reading that.
Yeah.
If
If I read Secret History, maybe.
Ninth House is just like there are a lot of trigger warnings in it. I think that they're very fair because I think that what she has in the story, like the really hard stuff to read, is very important to the storyline, but it doesn't make it any less difficult to read. And so I can definitely see why it wouldn't be like your cup of tea. Because it's not like Hob hard stuff to read. It's more like
Is it more sensationalized?
there's like
There's not a catharsis to it. It's just
it's just like this girl went through this thing and then like that's the catalyst for how she ends up at Yale. But
Okay.
like there's drug dealers and like physical and sexual abuse, and it's really like graphic in the story because that's how like you need to understand why she is the way she is.
Yeah.
And it involves the magic and stuff, but it's really brutal to read.
also, hi Alethea. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever.
Alethea, does this include Declaration of the Rights of Magicians?
yes,
Did you finish that and not tell me? Or did you?
no. I'm making assumptions. I have no idea.
Okay, we just got The Magician's Daughter, which I think
What's
is
that
written by the
king-making?
same person who wrote the right.
It is H.G.
Right.
Perry.
Yeah,
What is that book, Pete?
The Kingmaker. It's something to do with King Arthur.
Who
that's
writes it?
Pendragon's Banner. Festive day in 450 AD.
No, who writes it?
Helen Hollick.
All right.
Helen Hollick wrote about king making instead of queen making.
I mean, it's King Arthur. It's about like so. It's the beginning. Of,
Oh snap! Alethea did not finish Declaration of the Rights of Magicians.
it's okay. I understand. It's true. Yeah, this is a King Arthur thing. Beginning King Arthur origin story.
When I think about reading it, it makes me not want to read. I'm so sorry, Pete, but that's so funny.
That makes me so sad. Don't read it then. Wait until you have the want to read it. I'm not pressuring you. John Green, Paper Towns. I've already read this back in the day. I bought it because I was like, why don't I have a copy? And then I'm kind of like, do I really want to have a copy? I don't really care if I have a copy. It's a good book.
I'm good without it.
John Green, Paper Towns.
Paper Towns.
I've never read anything by John Green, and I feel like I'm a bad Crash Course fan for not reading.
Turtles All the Way Down is my recommendation. I like Turtles All the Way Down.
Nice. I've read Fault in Our Stars, Paper Towns, and that's it. I have Anthropocene reviewed though.
See, I love the Fault in Our Stars movie. Like, I know that's kind of cliche, but like, oh hey Tom.
Hi Tom.
But I almost don't want to read the book because I'll feel sad for not read it before. That was not English, but you know what I mean. For not having read it
The
before.
movie is a pretty faithful adaptation.
It is because
Yeah.
I loved it so much. Oh my god. And it makes me bawl my eyes out like everybody else, but I love Hank Green, and y'all know about his cancer and everything.
Mhm.
That's so sad.
I
He's
still haven't.
doing better though, and it's very, very. It's a very, very, very treatable cancer, so he should be fine.
Yeah, I haven't read any of Hank Green's books
He
either of
read
them.
those Gentleman's Guide to Vice and
No.
no, not
No.
that.
No,
It's,
Hank Green's a sciencey writer.
Sci-fi,
Yeah, he did
sci-fi geology or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember the title now.
Mhm.
You got anything else, Pete?
So next, I have plenty more. I have stacks. Anxious People. I just
Yeah.
I have that. I have that.
really okay.
I have Beartown, but I haven't read it. I started reading it, and I didn't get pulled in quite enough.
I don't understand the.
I
Ooh,
mean,
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
That's
I
literally
said
fine.
first. I said it first, but
Okay,
it's all
fine.
right.
Anita.
I need
It's all
the.
right. Give it to Evie.
No, Anita. You said it first.
No, give it to Evie.
Quiet.
I
I
also
have
have
it, and I can give one of you my copy. So if you both want a copy, I will give one of you guys my
Do
copy.
you have a paperback copy or a hardcover copy?
Hardcover.
Oh, and Pete's got a hardcover, so it
Yep.
doesn't matter.
Okay, give it to Evie. Both give it to Evie. I don't know.
I don't want two copies.
No,
It's not that
I'll
I
keep
don't
mine then,
want
'cause I
it.
haven't read it yet, and it takes place in northern Michigan. So
It's not that I don't want it. I don't think I can read in next year, at least for 1 year. So there is no point in taking it now.
and you don't like
Me too.
hardcovers.
Giving it to Evie. They're not comfortable. I don't know. I have to sit and
I do
Look.
like.
there
I
is,
have to
I
clarify first.
don't know.
It's a really good book, and Alethea is correct in saying it's like the best book ever. Like, I'm unhauling it because I want more people to read it. Like, that's why I'm unhauling it, because I've been specifically recommended it to Evie for a while now. So that's kind of why I was like, I'll get this to one of you guys.
I'm just gonna put
You-
like
you-
just so that you don't have to keep track. Well, to help you keep track of it, I'm just gonna put in the private chat the stuff
Okay.
that I.
I have
See,
files.
You know,
friends.
Potato, right? From Greg's Discord, Amy. So she went to a convention, or I think that's in her university. She met the author recently.
Oh,
Nice.
that's cool. Well, I know that there's no. I'm thinking of Alatsue. Alatsue, a prequel book is going to be released soon.
Really, I have that book, and it is one of the most beautiful books that I own.
No, Ryan, I don't want 2 copies. I want 1 copy.
Stop
Alright.
talking. Show me the book. Show us the goods, Pete.
All right. I initially kind of wanted to read this, but after hearing about the writing style, I was like, I'm not sure I'm going to like this. This is a cozy fantasy, scales and sensibility.
What
Yeah,
about
it
the
was
writing
an
style?
It was an SPF Vivo
I
final
don't
last
actually
year.
remember. I just remember vibes. I remember being like, not sure if I like this or not. So,
I'm tempted because it's obviously Jane Austen inspired,
yes.
but I don't know if I'll read it. Let me think about it.
I don't
It
want
looks
to.
like it's butt cheeks. Why?
Well, I don't want to put words in Bookborn's mouth, but I think she did not like it at all.
That's good to know.
All right. This was a Spiffbo book of mine from last year. Really interesting. I think the first part of it, where it's talking about getting out of an abusive relationship, was a really, really well written. And then it kind of goes into like a typical Portal fantasy. This was my semi-finalist from last year, by the way.
I will take Shade of Madness. I mean, you're talking about SPF books, so I thought you were.
I'm not getting rid of that one. That one's too pretty to die. What? I have another copy of this one, so I'm getting rid of this hardcover, which looks a lot better because the paperback has like gray font.
Oh yeah, the hardcover looks really cool. I have an ebook version of that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's really short, and I have the second one, and I want to get to it because I feel like it was too short. But it's like combines a lot of different mythologies and magics into like it happens around King Arthur's time essentially, but like a lot of the story takes place in like Africa and the Byzantine Empire, and then some in England as well.
Andrew says none of us likes. That's it.
Gosh, Andrew. Wildcat. This takes place in like fantasy pre-England Ireland, sort of Celtic. It's like Celtic inspired. It was really interesting. I think this was a really emotional book in some ways. Warrior lady Rhiannon of the Caesarin is conflicted about giving up a warrior's life to become a wife. Oh yeah, Rome. That's right. Rome. Fantasy Rome comes in. It was Fantasy Rome versus the Celts.
Oh, that's cool. That looks humongous.
Yeah, it was good. I know I liked it.
Tom, which one? Sorry. Tom, which Jane Austen are you gonna read?
My friend Brianna might like that, Kate, if you can't find anyone else to take it off your hands.
Wait, what, Kate?
My friend Brianna might like that because she likes Celt stuff.
Tom, Evie,
Darian.
Evie, me, and Christina, maybe Charmaine, we are all buddy reading Persuasion one day.
I'm the one that started that, Anitha. When are you guys reading that? And you guys didn't tell me?
Persuasion's the best one.
We are waiting for Christina.
Okay, all right. I thought you guys were making plans without me. I'm like, I'm the one that started it. What the hell?
I said your name first. Evie, me, Christina, I said.
Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Pete, next book.
Hey, Brent.
Tom wants to read all of them.
If you actually did say my name, I didn't hear it. I apologize.
This is a Fade to Black romance with some decent political fantasy mixed in.
It's true. I don't listen. I just I hear what I want to hear, and I just go into. I see red and I just rage.
Selective hearing.
It's true.
Slave trying to learn magic in Egypt. That's about all I know about this one. Celtic Gods, Percy Jackson, really naive 17-year-old character that grew up as a preacher.
Is this SPFBO?
Yeah, this was last year's my reads.
I feel like I look like a marshmallow with a head.
This is also Spiffbo last year. I remember you talking
You
about.
do. You look like a dollop of whipped cream and your head's the cherry on top of the sundae.
See, everyone heard your name except you.
Another Spiffbo last year. Also
Sekhmet?
kind of Egyptian gods.
Well, I mean, Sekhmet is an Egyptian goddess, so
I kind of like the trend of like Egyptian god stuff coming forward. I wish more trad publishers would pick stuff up so more people would read it too.
Andrew!
What?
What
does it even mean, Andrew?
What?
I'm about to Google this, so hopefully it doesn't turn out wrong.
You're gonna get a malware from that.
Capizzoli di Venere.
Oh,
Roman
that's actually
chestnuts and brandied sugar.
that's a legit thing. That's not weird.
Chestnut and brandy infused chocolate truffles covered in white chocolate.
Bye, Derry. We'll be here.
Bye, Derry.
Hi, Terry. Love
My
you.
daddy.
All right, what's up next? Delusions and Dragons. This was one of my picks from this year, so I can't tell you anything about it other than it's got jokes and it's a
Well,
wife.
considering you're unhauling
Okay.
it, that doesn't.
You
No,
know,
I'm
I
unhauling basically everything. No,
I'm seeing a theme here. Why are there so many people on covers? I don't know. Somehow it puts me off.
You don't like people on covers?
Like
Just-
so
just-
focused.
I
If
want
they're
to
in the background, it's okay.
just because I'm getting rid of it doesn't mean I hated it or anything along those lines. All right, getting rid of it because I'm trying to get it out into circulation among other things.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, all of the Spiffbo books that I've read, I'm getting rid of. So
Don't
Revenge
say
of Bridget Cleary. This is kind of loosely. It's a
What is it? The Revenge of...
so Revenge of Bridget Cleary. There was a murder back in.
I'm actually intrigued by that one. When I was looking through the SPFBO stuff, I was intrigued by that one.
Yeah, so there was an actual murder of a lady called Bridget Cleary, and the English, and it was a very the husband went mad, right? And he like set his wife on fire and tied her up and a bunch of other stuff. It was really gruesome, and the English used it to justify that the Irish can't rule themselves. This is about their daughter and it basically pretended the daughter was a fairy, and that she was born to Bridget Cleary. And there's a bunch of fae stuff with that. So there's a lot of Irish folklore.
All right, never mind.
Oh no.
Sorry.
How many more are left? I'm hungry.
There'll be another sprint. He can.
Yeah, I'll probably just finish this stack, and then
No, Andrew, you're not wrong.
Bastards of Liberty. This is kind of like a fantasy set in fantasy New England back before the Revolution.
Oh, cool.
You're not showing me books, self-pub books, spiffpo books I am interested in. You're keeping all of them and
The ones I'm showing you, the ones that I have. What are you talking about? Of course, Andrew. Living Waters. This is like a raft. Like I don't know how to describe this one. So the central premise is that noblemen, like at their coming of age or whatever, at like 18 or whatever, they go on a gap year, and these two particular noble children-ish, not children, 18 or 19 or whatever, they're going on a raft down a river. And the first half of the book, wait, I can't actually say anything about this right now. Good fantasy elements. Yeah.
It's from this year's SF.
Yeah, this is one of my picks from this year, so I really can't say anything right now.
Can you not say if you liked it?
No, I'm not saying I'm not going to say if I like them or not.
You're not allowed to. Okay.
I'm not allowing myself to because I haven't announced anything about semifinalists because we haven't gotten to that part yet. I haven't finished all of them yet. I technically have reviews for at least some of these. But
What's next, Pete? What you got?
yeah,
Too
hungry.
many
Gotta
copies
get
of-
up your auctioneer speed.
I have too many copies of Lord of the Rings, so yeah.
By the way,
No.
if I sit here and I talk, can you guys hear me or am I quiet?
You could,
No,
yeah,
we
you
can
sound
hear you.
the same.
Okay,
You
good.
sound
I
the
just
same.
wanna make sure. Okay.
Red Mars. It's a sci-fi book about terraforming Mars, first of a trilogy, but I just don't have any interest in reading it right now.
It's a mass market. I'm good.
I already have it.
This is technically 5 books, but I'm just putting up 2. 1,000 Names. I kind of want other people to read this, so if anybody wants, I have all 5.
I will tell Alan that you're unhauling.
This is a positive unhaul. All right, Anitha. This is not. I hated it. I don't want it. It's just like I don't.
Sure.
Tommy has too many copies. Pete,
I have like 3 other copies of Lord of the Rings, Tom. Don't
Pete, I
ask.
have questions about the Thousand Kingdoms, so I'll message you later.
1,000 Names. Okay.
1,000 names. Not
Yeah.
1,000
You
kingdoms.
can ask here. I can answer. I read that series.
I'm intrigued, but I don't know if I would like it.
It's I mean, first you try the first book because it can be read as a standalone, but
Sure.
first book is the one of the best actually. It's really good. That female character, she disguised as man and joined the army, and she actually grows in army because of her skill and that battle strategies and all. It was really good. First book was really good.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
the Wexler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He writes competent characters pretty well.
Yeah, I really like the Winter actually. That character, one of my favorite characters last year.
I will think about it. I'm tempted.
If you have to be interested in military fantasy.
Pete, I am unhauling that book right now too.
It's an older fantasy. I don't have any active interest in reading it right now. Maybe eventually, but I can find it again.
Check with Nico. Nico is fan of Kate Elliott actually.
I think he already has it. He has the hardcovers.
That's like the
I
first
like
thing.
Brianna's older sister really loves that book, but like I've had it for so long with the intention of reading it, and I never got around to it, and I'm just nah.
Yeah, that's a theme
I
throughout a
think-
bunch of these books.
I know Andrew really liked that series, if I recall.
I want.
No, he didn't because
He
he
didn't?
unhauled it and he gave it to Nico.
I remember him talking about it though. Maybe
I
I'm-
want to read actually backlisted books by female authors because they need some
This is the third book in a series. I don't know why I have it.
I have the first book in that series. It's Lord Valentine's Castle or something like that.
Yu-Gi-Oh! What?
The Fated Sun by C.J. Cherry H. I don't know how to say that
Chera?
name. Cherry?
Harry?
I would reach out to Angela from Literature Science Alliance. Maybe she would want it
Okay.
because I know that she's been reading C.J. Cherry.
Okay.
That's gotta be how you say it. I know it's Russian or something, I think.
I pronounce it cherry because it looks like cherry. So.
Yeah.
It's probably wrong. So the way I'm pronouncing it.
We only done like 5 more. Thunderstruck by Eric Larson. This is like a historical fiction. It's not actually fantasy, I don't think.
Didn't
Oh,
Eric
really?
Larson write like Devil in the White City?
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought he was a nonfiction writer.
Best-selling author of The Devil in the White City.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still got my Jeopardy chops, guys.
Yep.
Oh, Alethea will take it. Alethea will take it.
Okay. I will toss
I'm assuming that's the one that you're meaning, because I know that there's.
Write it somewhere, Pete.
Alethea, if you just make sure that you say which one you want, because I know that there's a delay. I just want to make sure that you get the right book.
I have sticky notes.
Yes.
Kat, okay, sure. It may be next year or that next year. I'll plan and let you know.
Another Daniel Wexler, but this one I actively don't want to read because of what Alan has said about it.
Is that
But
a
Thiago
different
really liked it.
series?
Yeah, it's a different series. Essentially, one of the tropes that I really, really don't like is when the author writes a woman as like getting really, really horny when it's like battle comes around.
Oh, great.
Okay,
Anyone you mean? So like, it's the danger when danger makes me horny.
Danger horny.
Danger, it makes me horny trope.
I
The peer
actively
boners?
dislike that. Like I hate that trope. It irritates me so much. So I'm not reading this one.
Well, because
Obviously, danger doesn't make you horny. Come on, Pete.
You
I
know,
don't know, I feel like it
to the
plays
point
into
that
the.
whenever I read it,
that's because of commune
Sure.
habits.
no, I'm going to say that most of the time when I read it, it's usually a guy writing it. And
It's true. Kate, I'm so sorry. I keep interrupting you.
No, it's okay. I always have a hard time, like, there's a little bit of delay on my end, and I always end up talking over someone, so I'm sorry. I was just saying that I feel like sometimes when it's written, not every time I've read it, but like it plays into the women get horny when they're scared, and I think that is really toxic, especially with like the word I won't say on screen culture and stuff. So you know what I mean?
raisin culture.
Yes. That. And so that's why I don't like that trope either.
Yeah.
I like battle, like bloodlust is fun, but like
Show
with
me
Dalinar and stuff. or
Berserk
like-
mode, yeah. All right,
Or
Pete,
like-
what you got?
Hollow City, second book in a series. I want to reread the first.
Miss
before I-
Peregrine's Something for Peculiar Children.
I like the first one, but I need to reread it before I get on to the rest of this, and I'll just rebuy it when that comes along.
It's
movie was pretty
just the reader's favorite series.
I've seen the previews, and the movie wrap it takes some
Liberties.
It does, though. I thought it was kind of cool, but I haven't read the book.
Contentious. The Martian. I've read Project Hail Mary. I liked it. I have
Uh,
seen the Martian movie.
I'm not sure. I want to read it, but maybe I'll take from library or
It's a good book. Like
put
it-
in doubt pile.
I thought it was fantastic, and I thought that the movie was well done, but it also made the like whole ending of it seem a lot easier than it is in the book.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
for him to like escape the planet, and I thought the book did a way better job. Like it was very. As someone who likes the science and stuff, I appreciated how he wrote that book.
All right, last one.
Thank you.
Dragon
I'm very
Republic.
happy.
I read Poppy War. Thought it was very mid, so I have very little desire to continue.
You still got my copies, Kate?
Yes, I do.
Why
Yes,
do
I
you
do.
why are you unhauling only second book? What happened to first book?
I have the first book. It's like up there, so you'll see it on the list later.
Mhm.
I got to this one first.
No, I don't think I'll read Poppy War. That's not something for me.
I liked Babel though, so it's not just like I don't like her writing for sure. Babel was fun. All right, that's all that I have currently. It's definitely upwards
Yes,
of 30.
thank you. I'm hungry. I mean,
You want to
Alright.
do 30 or 45?
Let's do a 45 so I can build up the stack again.
Do I do one more reading sprint or do I start studying?
study while doing sprint. Yeah, I mean, study in the sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Be responsible, Kate.
I know. Boo.
Alithia might be interested apparently.
Ooh.
Which two, Alithia?
The Poppy War ones.
Yeah, but is it the
Two
first one
of
and the
the
second one, or the
trilogy.
second one and the third one, or the first one and the third one? Like,
She said the two, and I only have the first two.
Oh,
there you go.
I feel like the Poppy War is very divisive. Either you really like it or you're not.
you know how I feel right now. In college, we used to have lunch break at 1. Before that, we all used to get hungry. It was like, okay, leave us. We weren't hungry and nothing enters our brain. That's exactly how I feel now. Thank you, Professor, for leaving.
Professor Pete, go eat lunch.
And after lunch, then I'll struggle with my sleepiness. Evie, we are ready for the alarm. Beep, 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 beep.
Hold on. How'd you guys do?
I had lunch and I read. Wait.
I got more book mail.
What'd you eat?
Oh, I thought that's what you were reading, Andrew.
I'm reading book 1.
Oh,
book
nice.
3.
What about book 2?
You'll get
Oh,
to it.
you already have it. Okay.
I definitely have a stack now. Another stack.
Nice.
Okay.
Are you just trying to like clear out your collection because it's getting outrageous?
It was all the way to the ceiling, so like it's about time to clear it out so I can make room for more books.
Can you
All right.
focus us like it's
Yeah. Make it bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, make us bigger.
No. Make you bigger.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah,
So we
this
can
is
see the
also
book?
okay.
Okay, cool. So you can see the books.
So just because my husband is making us lunch, I want to.
He's
I
making
like-
all of us lunch. How nice.
Well. Yes. So let's get through the books quick, and then you guys can talk for whenever I have to drop.
Good. Andrew's here. Orcs by Stan Nichols. I have no idea what this is about other than
I'll
orcs.
take it.
That's
Dang,
fast.
you got for orcs or something?
Yeah,
Usually like
that's very fast. You already know about the book, or you have something with the orcs? What's the story here?
Talking later.
Okay. Oh my God, Andrew is on to business. Okay.
Andrew, this is convince me to keep them if you want to. This is Raymond Feist. It's like the first 5 or 6 books in that Magician series. I read Magicians, and then I started. What was it? The next one, which was Silverthorn. I was like, yeah.
I mean, if they're not pulling you, then don't bother it.
The main
I
character.
actually just got really expensive, nice editions of Silverthorn and
Nice.
Darkness of Stephanon.
Yeah, I did really like Magician, but like the Silverthorn just like stopped. Like
It's a completely different thing.
Yeah, it feels like a completely different thing. Michael Crichton, Andromeda Evolution. This is book 2.
I didn't know that there was a second book.
There is.
Well, I mean, there is. It's not
I
by
think
Crichton,
it
though. It's
came
written by
after a
somebody else.
long time, like after years.
Oh, so this isn't. Oh, it says a novel by Daniel H. Wilson.
Yeah, it's written by somebody else.
Kingdom of Liars. I thought this was super mid.
I've got mine in my Pengo Books pile.
Same. Now it is. The Maze Runner trilogy. If I want to get these for my children, I can just get it. So I'm unhauling it because I don't want to take up space. It's the
Wait,
3.
hold on, Pete. Just to make sure, who wrote the Orcs book again?
Stan Nicholson.
All right, no wonder it wasn't showing up.
I mean, Evie, if you have a thing for orcs, just tell us and we can make fun of you for it.
It's fine.
Do you like those big, strong, tusked individuals?
I
Yeah,
mean,
gross. Nasty.
Alethea might be interested in Maze Runner. Let her check with her sister's kids. Do you guys know how similar are they with the movies?
The movies are decently faithful for the first one, and then the second and third ones just take wild turns away from the movies.
Oh,
Sounds like the Divergent
Yeah.
ones.
I mean, Divergent was mid all around, whether it was a book or a movie, to be honest.
Hey, I liked the books when I was
despise
younger.
the ending.
never mind about Orcs.
Ah, dang.
Sorry.
Did you confuse it with ogres?
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
I mean.
well, no, not that. Yeah, I don't know.
Did you confuse it with the Dwarves series?
Huh?
The Dwarves series? Is that what you confused it with?
Or
Yeah.
did you thought, or the Grey
Hey,
Bastard?
Mark. I forget
Either
his
way,
name.
whatever.
I didn't know what it was about anyways. I would have gone in blind. Ancestral Night. It's a sci-fi that sounds very typical. I read the whatever. So basically, the protagonists eventually find powerful ancient technology that could end the world, and they're on the run. And that just sounds like a typical sci-fi to me.
I just noticed your Gallifrey poster.
Yes. I think we've had this conversation before. You forget
Have
about
we?
it. Yeah, we have.
Where's your Gallifrey? Oh, there it is.
And then
I
this is also a Doctor Who thing as well, but it's like one of the older paintings with a
It's a pointillism painting.
I have one. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it because it's hanging above my TV, but I have the exploding TARDIS Van Gogh in like a
Oh,
big.
man. I used to have that. I gave it to a friend.
I still have that. I still have like tubes full of posters that I had up in college that I don't put up anymore, other than a few.
Books.
Mage Against the Machine. Funny title.
Sorry.
Yeah. Basically, mages live in bubbles, and it's post-apocalyptic.
The cover makes it look like it's one of those Star Wars movie posters from the new trilogy.
For sure.
So
This has very movie feel.
I've heard of it, but I've never had a desire to read it.
The Raging Against the Machine, but with magic.
But it's the
Hey,
mage.
just one letter change. Rage.
John Scalzi, Old Man's
Ooh.
War.
I'll take it.
Oh,
what? This is bullshit.
yeah. I was about to say I want it, but it's okay.
No,
Andrew,
Anita's got first dibs, then I get dibs, and then everybody else.
You've had dibs all. Actually, he changed it, so you have to chime in
When did I change that?
at the very beginning.
No, it doesn't mean that. See, he only said that he will not ask for every book. It doesn't mean that we don't have dips. But it's okay.
Listen, all I'm hearing is
Andrew,
a bunch of
Andrew,
whinging
remember,
because you snoozed and you lost.
All right, what are you
Remember
doing?
this.
Talking
I
about
am
whinging. What are you,
sacrificing
freaking
this.
British?
Next book.
See, at least
No,
you know.
he's scared. It's okay. You can
Fight
give
for it.
Andrew.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors from a distance for it.
I'm not that invested into it, but
Alethea.
It's fine, go.
So who's getting it?
you can give it to
Andrew's
them.
getting it.
You can give it to Andrew.
No.
Oh, wait, it's mass market paperback, correct?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, yeah, then never mind.
You can give it to Andrew.
Okay.
I want to feel superior that I sacrificed.
You want to feel like you're a
I want a copy
gracious
of
giver.
Sorry, what is that?
The Silmarillion.
I have that. What is that? Treebeard put this first edition in that Canadian traveling box. I have that. I took that without knowing that actually. First edition hardback.
Oh, this is book 2. Anybody want second book in the Dragon Riders of Pern series?
No.
Hey, speaking of dragon riders
Yeah.
and horny dragons,
Dragon's Pawn by Carol L. Dennis. I don't know what this is about, but it's old.
Why do you have these?
It's clearly about the
all
Dragon's
these
Pawn.
books, even you don't know about.
Not thrift books, thrift stores. And then I forget what they're about.
Yeah, and the Tetris, they're too small
bunch of
to even see.
Say what?
No, they got lost in that big Tetris.
Basically. I have a bunch of these Pendragon books that I was starting to collect, but like, I liked the series when I was younger, and if I want kids to read
What
it.
is this about? Tell me.
So it's in dimensional.
wait, who writes it?
DJ McHale.
I read those when I was a kid too, Pete. I get it.
Yeah,
I
they're
liked
really
When I
good.
was younger.
This one dude is the chosen one, but like he's one of many chosen ones across the dimensions, essentially. So every dimension, 3 of the dimensions are Earth, by the way. Like old Earth, new Earth, and the future Earth or whatever, Earth 1, 2, and 3. Anyways, he is the traveler / chosen one for the Middle Earth, and then he goes throughout the dimensions, kind of trying to stabilize them from this demon dude who wants to destabilize them. The last book is super trippy too, but good world building. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with King Arthur, which is the wild thing, Chadia. What else we got? Sword of Shannara. If I want to read this eventually, I can just grab it. So it's going.
You want to start with the Elfstones of Shannara anyway.
I actually read the Elfstones of Shannara.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, when the TV show came out, I was like, I want to read the book behind it. And I was like, oh, it started with book 2, so I read book 2, and I actually really liked it. Then I tried reading Sword of Shannara, and I was like,
The show was like an MTV mess.
I got through like 2 or 3 episodes of the show.
I watched the whole first season.
Ow.
It had Manu Bennett in it. What was I supposed to do?
True. Anybody like Critical Role?
I do.
Nine Resolution. This is backstory for our.
I'll never read it, but I like Critical Role.
Actually, I might take that if you're sending me stuff anyway, because Joe's brother is obsessed with Critical Role, and he probably would like that.
Poppy War, already called by
Elite, yeah.
That book is butt cheeks.
What does it mean?
What,
Yeah,
butt
What does
cheeks?
that expression mean?
Just that it sucks.
You took that from Jimmy.
I did take it from Jimmy. I was on Sprints last night with Alan, and Jimmy jumped in the chat and started using the butt cheeks, and so.
Pete, have you listened to, I don't know if you have, Andrew, have either of you listened to Jimmy's podcast with Christian, Lost in Roshar yet?
No, I probably should.
It's really good. I'm caught up. I've been listening to it as it comes out.
Nice.
I didn't know Jimmy had a podcast.
Yeah,
I got
him
rid
and
of.
Christian from
He has multiple. Hey, Joe.
Lost in Discovery.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah, he has multiple. He started recently one for Stormlight.
What's
Book
the
of
next
Them.
one? What is that even about?
It's about people
I
losing shadows, but it's a disease, and it's a sci-fi disease that makes them
It's
lose.
the Book of Murder. I'm just kidding.
Murder? Oh, Murder Most Foul.
Did anyone claim it?
No.
I'll take it. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember because they wrote another book too.
Pang Shepherd.
I can't remember if it's that book or a different book. Hold
Has
on,
her
let me
name
see.
on it for now.
Hi, Joe. I should probably say hello to my own boyfriend.
Oh, that's Joe.
Oh snap! I said hello to your boyfriend before you did.
Yes, I said hello. We both said hello before even Kate.
Hi,
See,
Kate's
Joe?
boyfriend.
Never mind. You can take my. I'm thinking of a different book. Sorry.
Okay.
Apparently, my brain doesn't work. Sorry.
Joe, Pete is doing a massive unhaul of books, which is what everyone's fighting over right now.
Lord, it was very popular in my
Ooh.
YouTube circles a couple of years back.
If no one wants that, I will take that because her new series, Silver in the Bone, is fantastic. So I'm going to try her old stuff.
Actually, this Unhaul stream is a good idea. They're selling like hotcakes.
Yeah. To be clear, all of these books that I've talked about so far, if you pay for the shipping, I will ship them to you. Yeah, I'll leave you.
You have 2 copies? I read it on Kindle and I regret not buying it because the cover is really pretty.
So this is getting into another stack of self-publish.
Please show clearly, please.
The Raven, the Rebel. I really like this.
Oh,
Okay.
I think Kay or somebody was reading this last year.
I also have.
I know Lana read them.
Reading it last year.
Boiled jellyfish, I think.
Lana read them too and she liked it.
If nobody wants them, I'll take them. But if somebody wants them, then they can try them.
Squawk.
I don't know. Anyways, I thought they were really good. I have an interview with the author on my channel. He's a good guy.
Oh, that's cool.
How many books do you have in your stack?
Like 3 or 4, basically.
Okay, can we
You-
like
you
rapid
can
fire them
type
because
it.
my husband has some.
Winds of Strife, great self-published book.
I already got it.
I don't know when the sequel's
Maybe
coming.
how is it actually?
It's a good emotion-based magic system. I think I had some issues with some of how the plot points kind of just appeared, but other than that, it was pretty good. Some of the characters are very edgy.
I liked
I
it.
don't have time actually. There are already so many.
Dragon Mage, really good book.
Maybe Andrew's favorite. Maybe I will try. Okay.
I've got the Kickstarter edition on the way.
How
I
come you're quiet, Andrew? Why are you not selling it to us?
What?
Dragon Mage? Why are you not selling it to us? Like, take it, take it.
I sold my copy a while ago.
Dark the Dwells.
Sold
Really
that
good
too.
Oh, by that, yeah.
high fantasy. I don't think the sequel's anytime coming, but it kind of works as
They just dropped the audio.
just dropped the audio. I know that they were like starting to get on BookTube, but then like they left. But
They had a kid, and there's a husband-wife duo, and they had a kid, and that kind of pumped the brakes on things for a little while. But they're back active again. They just within the last month dropped the audiobook.
Good to know.
Is that a Pete doesn't like it or a Pete's trying to share the love?
I liked it. I think it's more share the love than anything.
I will take them.
You want these? Okay, cool.
What
Good.
are they?
Those are red light, right?
That's
Yeah,
the red light.
Red light. One of them, the last one, is an ARC, so I can't actually like sell it. I have to give it away.
Well, you're just charging the shipping cost.
Yeah, exactly. So this is fine if I'm giving it to somebody.
You cannot take money for that actually. You have to do free shipping for that.
We won't tell anyone, Pete.
Yeah, but like I already have the hardcovers for this, so I'm trying to be like, hey,
I've got the hardcovers and I've got the special edition on the way.
same.
Kate, Alithia has a message to you. I'm not sure
Okay,
if you
that's all for this set.
I've got to get, and I'm going to get a third copy of it because I got blurbed on the back of the omnibus edition.
So you're forced to get another copy.
So I'll have 3 editions of it.
Nice. Okay, that's all. Evie, go eat.
Alethea, I'm definitely going to take that. I will take you up on that deal. Because that's really pretty. And I love that book. I ate it up. I think I read it in like 24 hours.
Have any
So
of you
Pete,
guys
how many books?
Bone Chips?
Andrew read it. He really liked it, and there is a read along going on in Paste on his Discord.
I really like that one. I've got them right here.
Ninth Rain.
That is butt cheeks.
Okay.
I'm going
I
to have
give you
some my
mine.
Vanitha.
Anybody want Ninth
I
Rain?
know. I remember.
I sold my copies of Ninth Rain. I hated that book.
Yeah, I'm also see the only reason I haven't sold yet is because I like the third book cover a lot. It looks good.
Yeah, the covers are beautiful for those books.
Yeah.
Oh, also, by the way, these already have a home, but I'm unhauling Wheel of Time.
I'm unhauling mine too.
What do you-
I tried. Andrew, I tried.
If there's
I'm
mass
not-
market paperbacks,
not
I will
upset.
take it.
I'm
If
not
they're mass
upset.
mar-
I am not upset. I'm just disappointed.
Look, I don't. It's one of those things that over time, my
I don't
want
care.
level just like keeps going down, and I'm like, there's so many other books I really want to read besides this. So maybe in the future, but I can get new copies. It's fine.
There's about a
all of them
bazillion
hardbacks.
Some of them are hardback, some of them are paperback, but I have like I have a
Even
friend
if
who
they're,
are in the
if
world.
they are mass market paperbacks, I'll take it. But if all of them are hardbacks, shipping will be like
$1 bazillion.
hundreds of dollars. Yeah,
It's a mix, and I already have like a local friend that's gonna take it.
yeah. Then okay.
Is that it for that stack, Pete?
I have mixed feelings, Shadia. Like first book, first half I really liked. Then it started going down. Second book I did not like at all. But third book,
You didn't like
after
the Great
initial
Hunt?
40 pages, I really liked the third book in that.
I don't like the Great Hunt. Yeah. You just got a bad opinion, okay? The Grey Hunt's better than the first book.
From what I remember when I read it in college, yes, I can agree with that.
You have to get through the first book to get to the second book, though, which is my problem.
Whoa, hey. The first book is not bad.
Yeah, I really liked the Wheel of Time first book, but Great Hunt I did not.
I tried.
Sadness. Y'all are making me sad, depressed, angry.
Look,
And
Disappointed.
but I like the third book, Matt's arc. Oh my god, the
Dragon Reborn's a good book.
Yeah, the minute he throws fireworks in the fire, I was like, I'm in love with this kid. That was so me, doing something so stupid. And
I feel like haven't really been in the mood for like classical fantasy in a while, which is probably why Wheel of Time hasn't like really rung with me so far, because I never tried it when I was in high school or anything.
I read it in middle school, so.
Yeah. So I feel like I would have
What's that
liked
book you
it.
just picked up?
oh, this book? This
Yeah.
is Great Expectations. It's an Eastern Press edition that I'm thinking about selling.
Oh, it's
Nice.
pretty.
Because
Dickens, depressing.
yeah.
This is the only. Well, no, I've got 2 Eastons. I've got that one, and then I got a copy of Moby Dick.
So I was thinking about selling them. I have Percy Jackson in Eastern Press editions, which I was looking around to see if I could find like a price for them, and I can't find them online being sold anywhere. So I'm like, maybe I'll keep them because they're just taking up space, but they're also like probably because I those are the ones I felt like I spent way too much money on, but I don't think I was aware of how rare they were at the time.
Did you look on like Mercari or?
I didn't look on Mercari, but so I looked on eBay and I looked at the completed sales, and I didn't find any of them for like the past 2 years.
Percy
Yeah.
Jackson, Eastern Press.
And there's a bunch if I did like Percy Jackson leatherbound, and there's a bunch of other things that were like either fake editions or something else, but they weren't like these.
I'm finding them for like $150 a piece.
Are you sure that so? To be fair, you might be finding the different editions because there are other different leatherbound editions. Let me go get it.
Okay, long shot, but if anybody has this version of Percy Jackson in the first book and the last book, I will take it off your hands. Or if you know anyone who has them, because I can't find them for crap. Even on eBay.
Yeah, so if you're looking on eBay, those ones aren't the Eastern Press editions.
Oh no, these are just like the old print versions.
So everything that I saw was a different.
Are you sure that's Eastern Press?
Yes, absolutely. One, it has like the same paper and stuff as like the Great Expectation thing, and it like says Eastern Press in here.
What is Eastern Press? I don't know what that is.
Okay, yep, that's Eastern Press.
Another
Like they're absolutely they're
special.
published in 2009. Think like leatherbound sub press.
Oh,
But
Yeah,
they're also owned by, when you buy from them, they support, they're owned by a foundation that does funding for mental health.
that's really
research.
cool.
So they advertise that on their website.
yeah. I haven't looked at Mercari, but that's the only place I really didn't look.
That's really cool. I like that.
I'm finding copies on Reddit. WorthPoint. What's this?
Alethea, that's a good idea. I just put a whole bunch of books up on Pango.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Yeah, I found him on Reddit too. Does anyone know his? 2 years ago, somebody was asking.
I don't know what WorthPoint is, but yeah, no, I'm finding like pictures of them.
Yeah, like they definitely exist. It's just a price point. I don't see them, and after like looking and not seeing anybody selling them, and then thinking about it more, I'm just like, maybe I'll just keep them. So It's either that
Yeah.
or top them out for like $600, $700, which would be hard.
The pick I'm looking at on
The camp-
Facebook was from 2015, so
Yeah. Yep.
It's been some time. I need to see if
They're not very much in circulation at all. But
Kate, are those boxes behind you?
Yes. So, because I have this really big exam coming up, I just
Totally okay. It's
I
totally
haven't-
okay.
put my bookshelves together, and so all of those are the boxes of my books. I have a couple more in my living room, but they're all packed away. Or a lot of them are packed away. Some of them
You're
are.
still in Michigan, right?
Yeah, I just moved from one area to another because I'm going from my didactic portion of school where I'm like in the classroom all the time to being in hospitals and like actually treating patients. So I had to move to a different city
nice.
because that's where our hospitals are at.
Oh,
Yeah, so I get to go and talk to people and like do actual stuff. I don't make the final decisions, but I get to do doctory things.
Are
it's
you
very Grey's Anatomy like.
Oh gosh, no, but that's a good thing. Actually, at the hospital my mom used to work at, she's retired now. She was a respiratory therapist. There was like a huge scandal because there was a doctor and his wife was a nurse at the hospital, and she was cheating on him with a different doctor, and they were found in one of the on-call rooms.
what?
Yeah, and so like there was a huge like. Because they all
There
work.
is only one scandal. I mean,
That's the big one that I know
look
about.
at
I'm sure
Grey's
there are-
Anatomy, they're full of that.
There's no accounting for intelligence.
Nope. And you would think that someone who was a doctor and had to go through that much school has normal social intelligence, but nope.
I find most doctors don't.
Hopefully I will.
Well,
Uh,
you didn't go to medical school straight out of high school. You
Oh
you
no,
got to,
yeah.
you got to live life a little bit. So from the perspective that I hear is the reason a lot of them are very, very socially awkward and like they don't engage well in relationships is because they go straight from college to medical school
Oh,
and
yeah.
then they don't resurface until they're 31. And
And-
that's basically they have the maturity and the social skills of somebody straight out of high school.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people in my class. Like everybody in my class is nice. Like I haven't met anyone who's straight up mean or anything like that. But there are a lot of really young kids in my class. Like I had a group with a 22-year-old, whereas I'm 32, and so there's a big difference. And plus, like I worked for 6 years full time before I went and got my master's after I graduated college, and so I have a lot of life experience, and I just kind of have watched a lot of people have like fallouts because of like inter-class relationships and like people not managing money and things like that, and like just not being mature, like you said. And I feel like when they get a doctor who they kind of don't mesh with, or when they have a boss that yells at them, like they're not going to know what to do because they haven't dealt with that before.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could go on a little rant about that, but I won't.
For social skills.
Yes, exactly. But yeah.
So Pete, are you done unhauling books?
No, I haven't gotten to the bottom yet. I mean, I think I probably have one more on this shelf, and then I'm gonna search through some of my other shelves. I have a Piers Anthony that's sitting at the bottom here that I'm gonna grab.
Is that hard?
I'll have more. I don't think I have any more self-published ones that are sitting on my shelves, but I have some like ones that I think I was like collecting for kids type of deal that I'm like, I can buy them later. I just need space on my shelves.
Yeah, you need space shelf.
You need a lot of space, Pete.
I do.
Just Unhaul Shade of Madness, I'll take it. And I need so many self-pubs. I'll tell you list. Whatever I want, you can send them to me. I know, Andrew, but you're not unhauling them.
Andrew, you should unhaul things so you can send them to Anitha.
Yeah.
I've got a whole Pango books full of stuff.
Pango books?
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing, but everyone seems to want to wish list all of my books and not actually buy them.
I go through weird phases where things will sell and then they won't sell, and I'll
You
get like a bunch of followers. And
if you sell them via Pango Books, you have to ship yourselves whenever people buy them.
yeah, I ship it myself. They basically Pango takes like a 20% platform fee, but in that platform fee is included the shipping as well.
Oh,
So
interesting.
I don't pay shipping. The buyer pays the shipping.
But why do you want to give them 20% if you sell them via your Discord or through Twitter? You can take full rate.
I use Pango because Discord it gets jumbled and it gets lost, versus somebody can go to my landing page and see everything I've got.
Yeah.
So
We should have our own website then, where that website don't take the cut. You'll get your full money. At the same time, we'll have that our own pages. Maybe I'll do a web page.
I'm sure it's doable, but the Pango has deals with USPS
Mhm.
that allows for
Thing.
better shipping.
The shipping
Really?
ability is probably the biggest things that why we would use one of these things.
That's really cool. I just like the fact that I don't have to pay for shipping myself for them.
You can choose like you can offer discounts, or like if they buy so many books, then they achieve free shipping, which means basically you eat the cost of the shipping if they buy a certain amount of books. Which I mean, regular books like Silverstones, if you spend $50, they'll eat the shipping.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like thrift books.
Yeah.
That's that too.
Silverstone is great for that. Thrift books, you just eventually buy enough.
I found that they used to have a $10 minimum for free shipping, and now they upped it to $15.
That's not hard to get to.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's
I
like
found-
$8.
I found the Lightning Thief on Pango in that version, but it seems that every copy of The Last Olympian is in hardcover. Can't find it in softcover.
Oh,
I'm surprised my Harry Potter 1 and 2 first editions haven't sold.
You have first editions?
They're not first printings, but yeah, they're first editions.
that might be why.
Yes. I have
I have a 5th printing and a 10th printing, but they're both first editions.
at my favorite used bookstore that I've talked about before, they have like a section where they have first printing, first editions, and then they put other ones in like the kids section. But I found that they don't really look very closely. I don't know what they're doing, but I have found 2 first edition first printings at that store, and I paid like $8 for each of them. So I have books. I have books 3 through 7 first edition first printings. I just need to have 2. Yeah. And I won't sell them. I know that they go for a lot of money, but I don't want to sell them.
Felt that.
Yeah. Unless I'm really hit up for cash, like gonna be home.
I have several books and book sets that if I'm hard up for cash, I'll sell them.
Pete actually just got one of mine. I was hard up for cash.
What?
City of Last Chances, Goldsboro edition.
I want that. How many times?
Did you happen to show it to Anitha?
I can't.
No need. I have seen it when you're in your TBR so many times. Every time I saw that, I want that. I want that.
That wasn't the Goldsboro edition though.
What?
It was the regular.
Wow, that is gorgeous.
You can tell me your regular. You can send me your regular version if you don't want it anymore, Pete.
I might do that.
Wow, it's so
Because
pretty.
I am planning to buy that anyway.
I was trying to. I was literally 9 minutes away from scoring a copy of The Shining Folio Society edition, which hasn't been printed since 2016.
Wow.
And then I got sniped right at the end, and it was sniped far enough to where like I had to let it go.
Oh
Dang.
no. Was this on like eBay?
Uh huh.
Dang.
That's
So
rough.
how much it was at the end?
I was willing to pay $250 for it with shipping. Somebody took it to $300, and I couldn't justify it.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever spent on a book was the leather-bound Way of Kings,
Nice.
which isn't Words of Radiance coming out this winter.
Yeah.
No, it'll be spring. He pushed it up.
I thought he was doing Words of Radiance like in December. When did he push?
I thought it was.
Everything back.
I could be wrong. I could very
Hey,
much.
did you finish Yumi?
No, not yet, but I have my
So,
beautiful, beautiful copy right next to me. I am on page 111. They're so pretty. It's just so
I do
pretty.
like. I'll say with the Yumi cover, I don't think the dark blue works very well for that cover.
I wish it had been a little bit lighter because then you could see the design better. But
I actually wanted it to be like darker. Like I would have been fine if you had made the entirety of the cover black, and then
black would have been cool.
Yeah, black would have worked a lot better, I think.
I really like the dress cover also.
I don't think I'll ever own the Secret Projects physically.
Dang.
Yeah, I did not back and I don't think I own them. I don't know.
Because I didn't like Tress. I'm very nervous to read Frugal.
You didn't like Tress? Break my heart in a million pieces.
I thought Tress was way too overlong. That needed to be about half as long.
It was so cute though.
It was
And
cute.
the end
But
of
I
it,
was bored by 50%.
Dang.
I really got the Princess Bride vibes, and I love the Princess Bride. So like, I was hooked into it in the beginning, but like the implications of the very end of the book are what like really excited me.
It's good. I definitely liked it. I liked it for some of the stuff that they put in that were Cosmere stuff, and then I think it was a well told story. There were one or two things that I was like about, but it was good. And then Yumi was good. Yumi was really good.
Oh, there's a connection in Yumi to Tress and Stormlight Archive that I have to talk to you about, Pete. I will send you a message on Discord.
To Tress?
Yes. Tress, specifically Tress and Stormlight Archive. There's like a crossover in something that like I'm specifically being not very descriptive.
I might have very much missed something. That's fine. But
I think
yeah.
it's because I'm rereading Stormlight and I noticed something.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Pete, did you read all 3 secret projects?
I haven't read Frugal Wizard because I didn't get it until later, because like it wasn't something that I really wanted to read immediately, so I didn't read the ebook version. And then I got it in the middle of reading a bunch of other stuff like Smithbow. So I just haven't read it.
I haven't read it either. I started the very beginning of it and I was just like, this is okay, but it's not Cosmere and I don't feel like it right now.
I feel like it's probably.
Have you chosen your semifinalist yet?
No, I still have 2 to read.
Okay.
I have to finish. So my plan is to finish Autumn War and Fool's Assassin, and then hop into those in the last 2. One of which is pretty short, I think, but I'm not excited about it, which is the Urban Fantasy Stray Dogs one.
Hmm.
And then Exile of Zanzibar I'm looking forward to, but that one's a chunker.
Exiles of Zanzibar? That sounds cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he uses a lot of real world names, but it's in a fantasy world, so it's a little confusing, but the first chapter is promising.
You guys want to do another sprint? Charlie, I'm still in the beginning. I think Pete is also in the beginning. And don't tell me if you're far.
I have to go grocery shopping.
Oof.
So I'm probably going to go grocery shopping.
You should probably do that.
I'm probably going to eat something and get back to all this.
How is Fool's Assassin going? Chadio wants to know.
Evie.
We lose an Andrew, we gain an Evie.
Right? It's great.
I planned that appropriately.
Fantastic.
I love you, Andrew.
Is George in your chair?
She is. I'm not going to disturb her.
All right, we're
grocery shopping. I'm a weirdo who loves grocery shopping.
Wait, are you guys
Yeah.
ending this?
No,
No.
Andrew's going grocery shopping.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go till.
I will be here forever because I'm studying.
15? Okay, 10. Okay.
10? Okay.
I need to read. 3 sprints we did. I read like 4 5 pages. That's all. AV alarm.
There you go. I think mine sounded better.
It was good beat, but you need bigger tempo. So everyone ate.
I
Any
did.
food?
I ate two this time.
I have food now.
Yeah, I can see this Rogue. If you don't like Sanderson's comedy, I think these last
So
both Tress and Fergal are mid. If you didn't like,
okay, I need that. I have. Um. Oh my
Tress?
god, what is that?
Tress?
Kulfi. I'll get that. I have kulfi. I'll get that. Give me a minute.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about a book. But speaking of the secret project stuff, I was on Book Outlet during the last sprint, and they have a copy of Tress of the Emerald Sea in hardcover.
really, that's interesting. The fact that it's
Obviously, not the. It's the trait. It's the.
yeah. It's
Consumer.
the U.S. version of whatever.
Yeah.
How many
It's only
copies?
one. Huh? It's only one copy, so I mean, it might have already been taken by someone since I looked, but just a
Book Outlet is the excess place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's already there. I mean, it's only one copy, so maybe it got picked up pretty quickly. But
What are you eating, Kate?
Yogurt with frozen blueberries and chocolate chips.
Nice.
I've started putting yogurt into smoothies because I can't eat yogurt normally, but I know yogurt is like super healthy for several other things that I'm trying to be more healthy about. So,
Is it like a texture thing?
yeah, so I ate it a lot as a kid, and now I can't do the texture without throwing up or gagging.
Yeah. I like the thicker yogurts, which this is.
Dang, what Trix? That's what it was. The Trix yogurts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say those are moderately healthy, but not really. There's so much sugar in those.
Yeah, but it's still my mother trying to get some healthy stuff in us.
Mm-hmm.
They were good, but now I hate the texture. That and oatmeal, I'm just like, ugh.
I had dental work done though like 2 weeks ago,
Oof.
and my filling still hurts.
Thanks.
So the cold, ow.
Felt
It's
that.
not good.
Hey, George.
Oh, George.
Isn't that the point of dental work? So that we get filling so that it won't hurt.
Yeah, I had to go to an Aspen Dental. I don't know if you all have heard of that. It's like a
Aspen. Aaron hates Aspen Dental.
Yeah, I had no choice because I had I cracked a tooth
Ooh.
and then it formed an abscess, and so I had to get it taken care of ASAP, and I don't have like a normal dentist out here, so I had to go to wherever would take me, and I'm pretty sure I had a different filling that had a crack in it and they fixed it, and I think that they like fixed it not correctly, and so I think I'm gonna have to get it redone, which is not fun, but I'll survive. Oh,
So-
George is being a fence.
It's like, I'm not happy
yogurt.
with myself.
She's
Whatever.
displeased.
My yogurt story, actually, we Indians eat rice in every meal, right? At least when we were kids, we used to eat rice for lunch and dinner. So, rice initially we have with the curry or something like that. At the end, we finish it with yogurt, plain yogurt and rice. And
Oh, yeah.
hate that. I used to hate that as a kid. Then I don't know how my sister did it, but she made me get used to that habit. Now I don't have anyone looking upon me. Even now, I finish my lunch with 2 spoons of yogurt with rice.
It sounds good. I miss Indian food. There's a place here that makes it, and I haven't tried it yet, but we didn't have any in my old town, and it made me sad. Oh,
One of the easiest recipes with yogurt is, I mean, if you even if you are sick or if you are bored, um, you can you can mix rice with yogurt, little salt, and you can. Do you know what is tatka or tampering? I mean, just in oil.
Tapioca?
oh, tapioca.
No, no. Okay, it's an Indian word that means. It means in oil, heat oil and add mustard seeds and cumin seeds and red chili and curry leaves. I can understand you will not have those ingredients at home, but those are very common for us. So give that tampering in oil and add that to yogurt rice. It is very tasty and it's very good.
Is it spicy? Sounds spicy.
You can add chilies if you want it spicy. Otherwise, you don't need it. Will not be spicy. You're
Oh.
not adding anything to be spicy.
I'll probably ask you to write down that recipe at some point. 'cause
Next
that's
time, next time when I make it, I'll send a picture. Also, it is very healthy too.
Oh, yum, yum.
It's yeah, it's cold in your tummy when you need that.
How is the book, Anita? Did you get to read
Mm.
this sprint?
I wanted to. I cannot tell you, but I can tell. Between second and third chapters, that happened in third chapter. What Hob did, she did not. Kate, close your ears.
Let me
Thank
check
you.
how far.
She-
No,
Maybe-
no, 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 hold on. Kate. Better yet. Mute. Like mute your thing. Kate.
So you're gonna have
Hey,
everybody
hey.
else. You're gonna
Yes?
have everybody else like just
Yeah.
leave for a hot second?
Mute your speakers and
I
we'll
am
just,
not-
like give you like a cue.
I am
I
not
am not.
through chapter 3
I'm
yet.
not.
I'm not even through chapter 2 yet.
Oh, dadgummit.
Sorry.
All right, next sprint, Anita, you're gonna call me on Discord.
I don't want spoilers. That is correct, Shadia.
I am not going to tell a spoiler. I just want to say that character, but I think Kate will get what character we are talking about. That's why I told her to close her ears.
That character.
Do you have us on mute, Kate?
She does.
Just is it the other F character that's Fitz other than Fitz?
No. That. No, I'm talking about. Pete, you have to close your ears now. Just 1 second. I'm talking about P character.
B?
P.
P? Is it P?
Kiwi.
Just
Parrot. P for parrot.
talk to her about it like in Discord or something.
Okay, where are you typing?
Click clack. Anyways, do you guys want to like talk about some books that I'm unhulling?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's do the thing. Kate.
Kate! Kate!
Okay. She'll
Hold on,
notice
how
it.
do I... There you go, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I want to do this. That's the summoning bell.
The
Well,
summoning
the
bell.
summoning bell doesn't work if my computer speakers are muted.
Touche.
That's- All right, last batch of unhauls because I'm actually done. like,
Shadia,
tearing
you don't
everything
know
down.
either what is wrong with you two, actually. Evie, check the chat. I typed the character name.
Okay.
Wait, I'll type in Alan's.
Oh! Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh God, how can I even forget? Okay, we're good.
Pete, have you done your Tetris thing as you've been going along, or have you just been pulling books out that you want to get rid of?
So what I've been doing is I've been tearing down the Tetris, and then I started building back up last sprint once I finished tearing it down, and I got all my unhauls really set aside.
Did you say this is going to be your last one?
This will be my no. So it'll probably take another like 2 hours to get everything back up to where it was.
Oh, this is the last like breakdown, the last unhaul.
last
and then you're going to
breakdown.
be real.
Yeah.
Hey, what about that column between those
Oh,
shelves?
I broke it down and took out all the ones I was unhauling and built it back up during the.
Oh,
entire
that's
sprint.
super fast.
That one doesn't take that long. I just need books of a certain size. Excuse me.
I might have to pull a Pete, and when I finally get my bookshelf put together, do a sprint while I put all my stuff on.
Sure. I mean, this is not productive for me. Obviously, I read like 10 pages from morning, but this is very productive and fun for Pete. It
Exactly.
is fun for us too, only not productive for me.
It's
Alright.
pretty good for me. I can talk to you about base excision repair and renal infarctions if you really want to learn.
Yeah, renal infarctions. I don't know what that is, but it sounds fun.
It's when
It
you have
sounds like you said fart, and that makes me happy.
And renal.
and it means the blood has been cut off from tissue and it's starting to die. And renal is kidneys.
Well, I know what renal means, but you almost
He
said
didn't.
fart, and that made me happy.
I mean, renal is really close to anal, so
What, Pete? Your kidneys are not that close to that part.
I mean they're adjacent.
I mean,
in the sense of
every
words.
part of your body is close to that part of your body if you really think about it hard enough.
Your
Your
kidneys
heart is right
are
next to
here.
a guy's
Here.
heart is right next to his penis. If you really think about it.
It's true. I know. I feel horrible, Anita, that I could even forget. I know what you're talking about, but it's the character that I couldn't even like put.
There was some
Anyways, Pete, books. Let's go.
Time's Eye by Arthur C. Clarke. I already have some Arthur C. Clarke books that I'll probably eventually read that are sci-fi.
Have you read Childhood's End?
I have it, but no.
Once you read it, there's a TV miniseries that they did in the last 10 years. I can't remember when. It's a 3-part miniseries, and it's so good. So you should watch that.
I will keep that in mind for once my sci-fi phase comes along.
Are you waiting for it?
I gotta wait for it. It's gonna come eventually. Promise of Blood.
No, thank you.
I'm just gonna unhaul it.
Blood.
Blood.
I already have them all on Kindle.
I have no motivation to continue right now, and even when Alan continues, I might not continue. It was just mid.
After Alan's continuous rants about that, I am not going to give it a try.
Yeah. I am sorry for this one though.
How could you?
I'll take it. I will take it.
You'll
Why
take
didn't you?
it? Okay.
Why didn't you send me like 3 months back? I would have read paperbacks instead of library books.
Because I wasn't thinking about like the whole
But
unhaul thought.
Did you
process.
ever read them?
Yes, I read 5th season, and I actively hated one of the main characters' decision-making processes, and the rest of it was just like a.
Okay, Broken Earth is not about characters. It's about themes. It's and it's about the world, and it's about the choices we make.
AKA, read it smarter, Pete.
Yeah, that's what I figured I'd get from this.
Sorry if it came
I just
off
didn't
like that.
like. I don't know. There was a very specific decision that like it really hit me hard emotionally at
Yeah.
the very end of the book, and I didn't
I
like
can
it.
see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Just-
See, but anyway, I'm planning to reread that again. I'll reread them soon. Send it to me. Send them to
You can
me.
read it smarter
was
for
good.
me, Anita. But yes,
I feel like I need to be eating right now because Kate's eating. They
Sorry.
need to be eating.
Kate tempted me actually. I got this is like a kind of an ice cream, but more icy, not creamy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
called kulfi.
Whatever it's in, your little bowl thing is really cute.
Yeah, it's like
it's like a honey pot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm very cool
the
there.
flavor.
Show the honey pot.
I love this flavor.
What flavor is it?
It's called there is no English word. It's called rabdi. We call. It's milky
Okay.
cardamom flavor. There is
Oh,
lot of
cardamom. Yum.
Ooh,
All right, next book.
Blame
Wait, is
Bookborn.
that the first?
Yeah,
Witcher.
Okay.
Witcher.
Witcher.
I blame Bookborn for this. She made me actively just not want to read any of his books, basically.
Oh, geez. Why?
I read the first two. What is it? Last Wish and Sword of Destiny was the second one. The story collections, and I actually really liked them.
Oh, that's good.
But I just never got around to reading the actual series.
I mean,
Is Andrei Sapkowski a terrible human being, or
Bookborn just like didn't like that a lot of the books were like really sexist to her. And maybe that's when the novels come out, and then or like more of the novels from what I heard, but like I don't know. I just don't have that much motivation to read it. So if I want to eventually like if I were to read some of it, I'd read like the short stories and stuff, like The Last Wish. But like I can get books when I want if I actively want to read them.
Yeah.
Timothy Zahn, The Green and the Gray. Timothy Zahn is a really good, really big Star Wars writer, and I got this because I was like, oh, Timothy Zahn.
Pete hates Star Wars.
Of course. We're not going to talk about the hundreds of Star Wars books that I have.
Why are you not unhauling
You
them?
say Starburst.
Star Wars. I'm not unhauling the Star Wars ones because I actively want to keep them and eventually want to read them. And I know there are some of those Star Wars books that I won't be able to find again if I sell them. 75 years, the Greens and the Grays, aliens, have lived among us in the shadows of New York. Alien refugees. Oh,
Okay,
hey,
I would not have assumed. I would not have taken that as an urban, like, our world sci-fi. That looks like, based on the cover, it looks like a fantasy.
I know, right?
I didn't realize the building in the background.
Empire State Building was in the background.
But the chick looks like very much a fantasy lady.
She does look like a fantasy lady. But there's some dudes down in the bottom that kind of look very modern in dress.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that too. So,
yep.
Whoops.
You need to look smarter, Evie. Use your eyes smarter.
Not harder.
I don't have my glasses on. I'm so sorry.
Your special eyes. My brand.
I love that. I had a Robert Jordan one that I unhauled. I think it was a plague that specifically targeted white people.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, Robert Jordan wrote sci-fi?
Yeah, it was a sci-fi that it was a plague.
I didn't know he wrote anything other than The Wheel of Time.
He wrote a bunch of Age of Conan books or whatever. Conan the Barbarian. He wrote a bunch of those.
Interesting thing.
I'm gonna get rid of the Doctor Who book, sadly. Written by Douglas Adams, though.
Oh, that's cool.
I think. Yeah,
yes.
Douglas Adams and James Goss. But it's about Paris. So these are two books. So this is the 1 and then 2. Soldier of the Mist is the first one. Gene Wolfe books. I have Gene Wolfe that I eventually will read. I'll probably eventually read Shadow the Torturer, and I have that. But these, I don't really care.
The mind-breaking books.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
Alethea is a maybe for Doctor Who.
Okay.
Evie, how did you get the little like white thing under your name that says what book you're reading?
So I turned on the headers thing because I have got access to Pete's stream, and you just click on the 3 dots thing on your name and do edit name and headline, and you add the headline. Headline is the yellow or white portion.
Oh.
Hey, even I have that option.
Yes. I turned it on for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
This is another book I got when I bought a mystery box of sci-fi books.
See, first of all, you're not telling the title, and then you're turning the book. How are we supposed to say like this?
Yeah, we're all like this.
Torch of Freedom. It's part of the Honorverse. I have no idea at what point in the Honorverse it is. I don't know anything about the Honorverse. It's just a thing. Cool cover, though.
That is a cool cover.
Next up, we got Throne of Fire. This is one of Rick Riordan's England Egyptian mythology books. I already have another set of them.
Kane Chronicles?
Yes. They're actually quite good. I wish he
heard
had
good
actually
things
like.
about this actually.
I wish he had written more in this like part of it. I
Wrote
do have
how many
issues
are
with
there,
how he
5?
like
Roten, Pete. Roten.
written. Yeah, Roten. There are 3 of the Kane Chronicles, and I really wish he had written more because I like the characters more.
I want to read them, but I'll get from library.
Yeah, I think that's book 2 too. Yeah, it's book 2. Then we got another Sapkowski book. Yeah, Kane Chronicles was great. Tower of Fools.
Ooh,
It
I
seemed like
first
an interesting
book, right?
premise.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah, it's a standalone. I remember Alan in a.
Wait,
few
I
other
thought it
books
was a
not liking
series.
it.
Gonna be
It's a series. There's at least 3 of
Probably.
them. I just saw them at the bookstore the other day.
Nice.
I now live within about 7 minutes of my closest Barnes and Noble, which is a big problem for me.
Dangerous.
Incredible! It's right across the street from my Myers, so
I usually like the time that I usually use Barnes & Noble is when they do the half off hardcovers and board game sale, which they do every year, and then the 25% off pre-order sales. They do both of those consistently, which is nice. So that usually pays for the membership I have.
mm-hmm.
So it's good. And then occasionally there's a book I think I order from there, but like few and far between. All right, this is another one that's just like, I think I read the first book when I first started BookTube, and then I was like, I kind of put it off. That is.
If you want to,
If no one wants those, I will
do
do
want-
them.
I do want to read that, but I'm not sure if I can get in next year. Give it to Kate. If Evie doesn't want that.
I've looked at
If
those.
I want at later point time, I'll take from Kate.
Of course, you can just go over to her house and grab them. She's like right over the border, right?
I am. Except for she's not near me in Canada. I'm well, I was close to Grace, but I'm not close to Grace.
You guys can just drive to the border and you can just chuck books back and forth to each other across the.
I don't think I can chuck across the Detroit River.
Actually,
You have so little faith
is-
in yourself.
Kate is US citizen. You don't need visa. You can come to Canada.
I have my enhanced license, so
You
like
have to have a passport, don't you?
I have my enhanced license, and your enhanced license can get you to.
You mean- Like
It
you
has a
mean
little star on it.
you
and
mean
then
the what is it the shit
Real ID?
Real ID? Yeah.
There's like Real ID has to do with that like star on it, but there's
Yeah.
another type where you can get that has like the American flag on your license,
Uh-huh.
and that will get you to Mexico, Canada, and like the islands surrounding.
Kate, I am closer to you than Grace. Grace is east to me now.
Really?
Yeah, she's in Whitby right now.
Oh wow! I didn't realize she moved that far away.
She's working in Whitby.
I don't think I ever told you. I have like 4 Canadian classmates in my class.
Nice.
And it sucks because none of them get financial aid for med school, so they have to pay like $100,000 a year for school
Yeah.
Oh no,
through
that's
personal loans. Yeah, sucks.
I mean, why is that? Even Canadian government won't give them.
Yeah, the Canadian. I don't know how student loans. I don't know if you guys have student loans in Canada, but you can't get government loans from the U.S. if you're not a U.S. citizen, even if you go to school here, and so they have to take out personal loans or have family money. Because I don't think Canada will help them pay for school in another country either.
Oof.
Yeah.
Big oof.
But there's only like a handful of med schools in all of Canada, and they're very hard to get into. So a lot of people end up in the U.S. Yes. Is that all of your books, Pete?
No, I have 6 left.
Wait,
Black
did you
Tongue
hear
Thief.
anything more after that?
I
No.
may be. Okay, I'll not be able to get into that next year.
I
But
don't know
I
about
do
this.
want to read it one day.
I know that Daniel Green really liked that. If that means anything to anyone.
No,
Huh?
not at all.
Just one of Daniel Green, the booktuber. I know he really liked Black Tongue Thief. I haven't read my copy yet,
You
which
know,
I ironically got off a book outlet.
for
Nice.
this bubble, if you had said Alan really liked it, would have worked for all of us.
Um, noted, Dan.
Anitha, I take it.
You have any other GGK?
I have one that I'm actually going to read, which is Brightness Long Ago. I got that because I was asked.
I want that Brightness Long Ago.
I have it because I feel like I would like GGK, but from what I heard from Alan about Tagana, I don't think I'd like Tagana because of the weird horniness. So I asked.
Wait, real quick, Kate, did you say you wanted Black Tongue Thief?
No, I already own a copy of it.
Okay, Dan, did you see Dan's comment? He
I
wants Black
did.
Tongue Thief. Okay, Dan wants it.
Awesome. I'll put that aside. And then she wants Tagana.
Tigana.
Yeah, I asked
I
Jake.
am
about,
definitely
the least
interested in
morbid-
other GGK, but Tigana also I do want to read one day. Because
It's
Yeah,
touted as a good entry point. That's all.
if Klaus likes it, if Alan likes it, there is high chance I like it.
So Jake gave me a recommendation of where to start in relation for GGK based on the amount of horses that how they play a role in it. He's like, Brightest Long Ago and Under Heaven are top 2, 1 and 2, and I'm like, all right, got it. So
I thought you were going to start with the lines of Alcrescent. No.
I mean, I know Mariana likes it, and her and I have a pretty, so far we are pretty much aligned on our reading taste, from what I can tell. So, although she gave The Bear and the Nightingale 4 stars, and that made me very sad.
Dang, that 1 star. Gosh, gotta take it off.
I know.
Yeah. Eventually, I expect that I'll get into GGK and like it, but
yeah,
just not Tagana. Rage of Dragons and Fires of Vengeance. I read Rage of Dragons. It was decent, but no motivation. And I don't remember. Is the 3rd book out yet?
Were you on shelf space when there was the Civil War?
Right afterwards. So
Me
no.
too.
There was a civil war?
Yeah.
Apparently,
Rage of
yeah.
Dragons.
Over who liked or didn't like Rage of Dragons.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I heard that Charmin really liked. Alan did not like it, so there was a lot of argument. I heard that. I think Angela said this. There was this character. If we understand his reason for vengeance, if we can get behind that, if we can connect with that, you will really like the book. Otherwise, you will not like it at all. That's what I heard.
I wouldn't say I connected with it, more so as I understood it. I was like, that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that scene, Rogue, I skip over all of those scenes, so I'm glad I didn't get to experience it.
Now I gotta know it.
Is that the dual wielding?
No, it's the Smexy time scene.
Got it.
Ooh.
Second to last one, Circe by Madeline Miller. I
I
don't
have
have any inclination to read Greek mythology right now. So,
I have it in paperback, so.
So do I.
and The Witch's Heart.
I also have that one.
Just, I don't actually know why I bought this one.
Oh
actually.
no, I missed a chance. Evie, we missed a chance. We should have counted how many books by male authors, how many books by female authors.
I mean, I'll publish a list.
Don't you feel good about getting rid of all those books, though?
Wait, that was the last one?
Yep, that was the last
Oh,
one.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that.
How dare you
Diet Coke.
have a bodily function, Kate?
Excuse me.
Gosh, Kate.
Ugh.
I mean, I think that it'll probably skew towards male because there was a significant amount of older fantasy that I'm getting rid of.
Yeah.
So you won't have any proof. You can't have proof because I got to maintain the facade.
Yes.
So I guess the question is of us 3, how many are you sending? Do you know?
Oh god.
I do not know off the top of my head. I have piles. I will after the next sprint. I'll tell you guys
I'm gonna end up with a giant box.
basically. So the
What's
the
in
other
the
thing about
box?
this is I'm going to put the spreadsheet together tonight and post it at various places. After that, I'm going to compile people asking me. I'll just have people DM me or whatever, and compile the list, and then I'll start sending them out next week. So not this coming week, but the week afterwards, because this next week is actually like my busy season because craziness is happening at church.
That's cool.
But I have 2 days off after that, like Monday and Tuesday of next week. So I'll be figuring out shipping then, and then I'll be posting the Pango then as well. Everything that hasn't been claimed, that is.
Yee.
Cool.
Sounds like a plan.
Cool.
I feel good about this exchange. I remember when I sent you a giant box of books too.
I still have some. Yeah, I definitely still have that. The
Dragon Cycle.
yeah, I started reading that, and I was supposed to buddy read it with Andrew and Alan, and they both dropped out. So I was like, okay. I've liked the world building.
When I'm in the mood for some old school sword and sorcery, that'll be what I go to, I think.
What is it?
It's
Deathgate.
the Deathgate Cycle.
Oh, gotcha.
I have all of them in paperback. I found like pristine mass market paperbacks at this used bookstore, but I also found at a different used bookstore all of the hardcovers in really good condition.
Except
for the second one. And I got them all, and then I was looking on like eBay and other places, and it's so expensive to buy the second one on hardcover because it's so old. And Pete happened to find that one and only that one at a used bookstore. And so I was like, you need all of them. So he completed the collection.
it's great. Cool.
Shall we read again?
Let's do it so I can do analytics.
Yes. Your favorite thing.
And rebuild your Tetris wall.
Yes, and rebuild the wall.
First rebuild
That
the
makes us
world
sound
before do
weird.
analytics later.
It
Anita,
does sound weird.
is that bookshelf your only bookshelf behind you?
I have one actually. I mean, not exactly a shelf, but I have a bunch of books here, and that's it.
I was wondering how you could only have those books and just those books with the amount of books you read.
No, because almost all of my books are in India, in my parents' place and my sister's place.
Oh,
And after coming here, I mostly read from library. The first 2 years, I only started now. Now also, I mean, I know I don't have much space, so I see and then I buy. But I need to buy another shelf. I have a bunch of books here actually behind this.
I'm gonna have to buy a new bookshelf probably the next time I move because my giant cube one has been like taken apart and put back together like 5 times now, and like all of the wooden dowels are breaking off in the thing, and they just like it just doesn't go together properly anymore. And it's so big because it's a 5x5 that I'm afraid it's gonna like fall.
Ryan, how about you take this time while we're sprinting to actually read? So,
Savage Evie.
he knows I'll keep him on track.
Of course. Yeah, no, there are some of those books I can understand, especially when you read so much. It's just like, this wasn't memorable. I remember bits and pieces of Rage of Dragons because there was a lot of talk around it.
Yeah, there was. I mean, I think Daniel Abraham, because of him, Daniel Green, because of him only that series got really hyped.
Yeah,
I
originally
can't
it was
believe
self-published
you said Daniel Abraham
instead
for
of
Daniel Green.
You
They
know,
couldn't
when
be
I
more
say
different.
Daniel, my brain automatically goes to Abraham only.
I mean, it's not as egregious as if you did the other way around.
True.
That would be
That's true.
sacrilegious.
Yeah,
That would be.
that would be.
Yeah, I just finished unhauling things. Andrew,
We are
and-
still goog. Yes.
Yeah, we're still goog. We're still googy.
Googie.
So I just finished all the unhauls. I have to count them up and everything like that, which I'll do on this next sprint. But then I'm going to start putting everything back together, and we'll see. It's not going to reach the ceiling this time, I don't think. But
That's crazy.
Especially like getting rid of some of the big stuff like Wheel of Time. He definitely clears up a lot of space. 1 second, I need to change this to something appropriate.
Sorry.
How is it inappropriate?
Andrew, seriously, you're drinking whiskey after, like, that's not usually the type of like. Just joking.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and it is an hour and 15 minutes from 5 o'clock for us.
Listen, he has 2 small children. He needs to be a parent.
Well,
and
that means
not
he
an
needs
alcoholic.
whiskey more.
He needs to be a good parent and not an alcoholic. So leave the alcoholism to the young childless people.
Anita, you gotta have a tagline.
Oh, that's not tagline. That's
No. It's she's
No,
talking about the header thing, the white thing underneath our names.
oh.
So if you take it, Pete, you take the comment down, she'll see.
Yeah.
Oh. What should I write?
I gotta fix mine.
The complaint department. Or the complainer.
What should I write? Give me ideas.
The complainer department.
Send me your food pics.
Oh, that's
There we go. That's better.
Yay for mush.
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 Mush,
Wait,
mush.
does this mean like mush is how you like make sled dogs go, right? So you're just
Mush.
mush.
Mush is
Yeah.
the dogs. Moosh or mush.
Always. All right, we're gonna sprint.
Thinking about food. I love it.
Not that it shows up when the
Of course,
narrative
of
goes, but
course.
still, you know.
Yeah.
It's the sentiment.
Yes.
The sentiment counts.
I changed my line. Now you can see. You can remove the banner and say, okay, you can check later.
Beep beep beep. Very nice.
Ooh, excuse me. Goodness gracious. Oh, dear God. Hi, Urza.
All right. So, statistics time, or
Sure.
let's talk about some statistics. Or how was y'all's reading of Fool's Assassin? How is that going?
I read like I don't know. I don't know how many pages I read.
Some odd pages.
I read 11 pages.
Nice. Kate, how'd you do?
Well, I read a little bit after I was done going over my questions. And so total today in this book, I've read 40 pages, 42 pages.
Nice.
Oh,
Like that.
After 6.5
Not
days.
all in this sprint. I did a little bit last sprint too.
Nice.
But it's really quick to read. So
All right.
chapter are you in?
Me?
Which chapter are you in?
Me? You're asking me?
Yes. Evie.
I'm literally. I have a page and a half of chapter 2.
Okay. That was my 2 sprints before. Page and a half. No, actually, last night I stopped there. I fell asleep when I had like page and a half.
Tisk tisk. Did your book fall in your face?
No, I was sitting and reading when nothing entered my brain. Then
That's good. So, total for the Unhaul is 155 books.
I
You
mean,
went through 155 books? I feel like
Yeah.
you did not show
I
us
totally did.
155 books.
I totally showed you
I
155.
think some he showed only one book, but he was unhauling the entire series.
Yeah,
That
so-
makes sense.
A big chunk of that was also, or a nice chunk of that, like 14 books was Wheel of Time. And there was like a bunch of them where I only showed like one book and told you about the series. But it's 155 books. I double checked.
Oliver and the Witch Queen. Sounds whimsical.
A lot.
Sounds like a fairy tale. Sorry, Pete. Go ahead. Don't
Nice.
ignore me and go ahead.
So let's see here. Alethea is tentative on 8 books. But I'll double check up on her. Andrew only got 2. Evie got 2. Anitha at 17.
Jesus.
Okay,
Kate's on
we
14.
need to list shortlist.
Nope. Nope. You're getting them. You signed up for it. You're getting them.
We can go back over it once.
No. She's getting them.
17. Okay, cool. All the books.
What about Kate?
Kate is on
probably
14.
more because I'm getting all the Ender's Games books.
Actually, no, just 14. Because the Ender Game is like 8.
Oh, really? Awesome.
How is that? Andrew getting only 2.
Yep.
No. And Evie, only 2? No. We need to balance some scales. Evie has to get 10 more.
I'm good.
What is she getting? Firekeeper's Daughter and?
The Red Wolf Conspiracy.
Yes,
That's it.
those 2.
You just have that one book, right, in the series, or do you have the other books in the series?
I just had the one.
Okay.
I never found the other ones. I would think it was a thrift store find. It's good. Cool. That's statistics. 155 though. That's still kind of like. Whew. makes me happy.
That's so much room for more books.
It is so much room for more books, but I probably have another like. One of these days, I'm going to count how many books I have. One of these days, not today.
I thought you did it some like
No,
long while ago.
I guesstimated at one point. I probably have. I think before this, I might have actually crossed the 1,000 mark personal library threshold, but I don't know.
Really?
Oh yeah, I have 200 Star Wars books easily.
Holy wow.
Mm-hmm.
Did not realize that. That's a lot of Star Wars books.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of them are mass market though. But yeah, most of them are, a big chunk of them are like up above. So they're on these two shelves.
There is a lot of space now. You can buy like 200, 300 books here.
Yeah, I can buy another 200 books. Yeah, let's go. Of course.
Darth Mouse?
He's talking about the Disney.
Mm.
I've heard some of that stuff. I have an entire shelf down here that's just all post Disney stuff. I've read Light of the Jedi and I thought it was mid because, well, to be fair, most of the Star Wars writing itself is mid because it's like some of it can be really cheesy, some of it can be really good. And then I've read the 5 of the 6 Thrawn books that have come out.
Ooh.
Those have all been good. But and I think I read the Obi-Wan Kenobi and Qui-Gon Jinn one, and I like that one. I think it's like Brotherhood or something, or is that the other one?
Qui-Gon.
It's cool. Fun stuff.
Yes. Are you gonna take a little break and actually read a tiny little bit, or are you gonna?
I'm gonna keep going until I'm done. I was reading when I was eating earlier, which was reaching a momentous scene in Autumn War. It's like
The momentous scene?
which not at the end, but like near the beginning.
Okay.
Oh.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like at the beginning of the it's from Balasar's perspective.
We got it.
Yes.
Do you know, just a trivia thing, do you know what audio book narrator called Balasar Gise?
That's weird. That's not right.
That's really weird, also considering that in the Asian inspired book, he's like the one main character that's not Asian inspired, and he made it sound like he was.
Right.
Nope, Geis. Definitely Geis. Imagine if it was Jice.
Jice? Jice would be wrong too. No, thank you.
Evie is royally ignoring us and finishing us that chapter.
We literally have a paragraph and a half.
Okay, go.
Anita, you're down to read Trader Baru Cormorant sometime, right?
Yes. When do you want to read it?
I don't know. I don't have my spreadsheet on me because I have all my plugs taken up.
I was gonna say it's gonna have to be next year because
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're supposed to read Shards of Earth. No. Yes.
Yep. So we have
November, December.
So yeah, Shards of Earth. That trilogy is October, November, December, and then Evie. I think you and I are studying Plague of Giants in October as well.
Oh shit.
Plague of Giants. What's Plague
Yeah.
of Giants?
Pete, you don't have Shards of Earth books? That trilogy you can unhaul and send it to me.
No, I would like to keep those. I'm not unhauling any Tchaikovsky books right now, even though I am sending you one,
Ooh.
technically. Plague of Giants is really interesting. I remember Leslie was the first one that I heard reading it, and she loved it, and I think Andrew loved it as well.
What's Plague of Giant?
He wrote the Iron Druid Chronicles, which are pretty good.
So it's essentially the main character Ish is a bard, and the way bards work is really interesting because like bards can be in like separate places at once, or something along those lines.
What's
So
the exact title? I cannot find it in Goodreads.
Plague of Giants is in disease.
Plague of Giant I searched. It's nothing. Nothing is showing. No results for Plague of Giants.
Giants, as in like giants.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
Is this correct?
GIANTS.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
Well, excellent. I don't even know how to spell giant.
A mother and a warrior. Always love one of those.
Yep. The framing narrative in it of how like it's most of it is like a story told by a bard and it's going on simultaneously to the other main narrative. It sounded really interesting.
Shape-shifting bards, fire-wielding giants, and children who can speak to astonishing beasts.
Yep. It's one of those ones that just sounds like, oh, this is interesting, different, and refreshing.
Sounds like a blast.
Yeah.
Why are you reading this, Pete?
Because Evie wanted to read it. She saw it on my
Why
shelf.
are you reading this, Evie?
Because I got it off Book Outlet.
It was there, and it sounded interesting. I am excited for
fair enough.
Trader Baru Cormorant. It's gonna be really interesting when we get to it. We just gotta poke Alan.
Oh, I feel like it would be a thing that Alan loves for sure.
Yeah, accountants. Yeah. Anything economic.
Did you finish your paragraph and a half?
I just did.
I exactly
Perfect.
remember
Because
those
you guys were
last
talking,
lines.
it takes me a really long time to read because sensory overload.
That's
Of
true.
course.
I remember those last lines very clearly. I read those like 3-4 times.
Of the
Okay,
chapter, you mean?
Is that chapter 2?
Yeah.
I am
You haven't finished chapter 2, Pete. Shut up. Don't look.
I'll be there in a second. All right, give me like 5 minutes after where I'm done doing this thing.
But
It was so
I'm
poetic.
actually. I'm sorry.
It was so poetic. Last line.
I mean, Robin Hobb in general is poetic, but I actually have to. I'm gonna drop my mother-in-law. I just missed a call from her, so I need to call her back. So
Dang. How dare you miss a call from your mother-in-law?
yeah. So
Hopefully it's not bad news.
oh, I mean, we are. It can't be worse. Her we're going to a funeral tomorrow. Her sister.
Oh, she did pass away. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that had happened or not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's sad.
Anyways, Pete, thank you for the books.
You're welcome.
They're not coming back.
I mean, I'm assuming Pete's gonna be done soon-ish.
Pete, your Tetris is built up. Or you finished in one sprint. I'm
oh no,
impressed.
God no! I am not finished. I'm not finished. What are you talking about?
Do you see all that space?
I am looking at a sea of books on my bed still. I am not finished. Yeah, I still have stacks on stacks. So,
shall we read again while Evie departs?
Yeah, let's do another sprint. I'm itching to get
already.
Thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you.
Right, bye.
Bye. All right, let's see here. 444. Let's do another. Let's go to 30.
Beep, 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 beep.
What'd you say about me?
I said Pete is a. I just said pee 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 pee. I mean,
That's
you
offensive.
were so tired. I don't even feel like teasing you. So did you finish?
Beep beep. Jerry, you're back. Did you sleep well?
Yeah. How did you finish?
No. Gosh, no.
How many more books left?
I have a stack of mails on here, and I probably have a good 40 or 50 left on my bed.
I think you need one more sprint. Alithia, I
Oh,
am.
for sure.
Uh, there is a vent right behind me, so I'm feeling the chill of AC.
Kate is gone. Yeah, so we got. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, so I still have to. I was trying to build out the back of back here, so I can get that situated before I start filling this part in and figure out how the weight's going to shift there.
So, did you bring out all the books you're planning to read for the rest of the year? What plans you have for the?
Yeah, I've been placing them in places I can get them.
What are they?
Um,
Hey, Ty.
well,
How
I
are
know.
you? Yeah, it's been so long since
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
So,
Plague of Giants is like right here.
okay, and
Uh, I'm putting all of the Fool's Fate, all the rest of the Hob books are right there that I'm going to be reading. What else? Fall of Light. Shards of Earth, the first one is right. I can't do mirrors right there. And then the other two are back behind here. You can't see them.
I am tired. I need a nap.
And then Phased is right there.
Hey, when are you reading Faced? Me and Channing are planning to read next month.
Next month, you guys should wait another month until October because there's werewolves, and that's thematically October, obviously. Yeah, so I think it's like me and then a couple other people on Tori's Discord are going to read it then.
Oh,
You're hoping to go to a game? What type of... Oh, World Cup.
what World Cup?
The World Cup, the only one anybody knows about.
Oh, there are World Cups for every sport.
I don't actually know which World Cup. Could be the World Cup of ping pong, for all I know. Could be the World Cup of women's soccer. Is it? I think it is women's soccer or women's football.
I'm hungry. I am sleepy.
I was
It's
right.
World Cup of football. Nice.
So, Anita, what are you excited about for the rest of the year?
I want to finish Dagger and Coin,
Mm-hmm.
and there are so many others. I'm so scared. I don't know how to fit. I'm excited for Shards of Earth.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
I'm excited for Forest of Enchantments. That's by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. I'm reading with Evie and Chadia.
Nice.
And I have a bunch of arcs.
Arcs and buddy reads. That's a lot.
Yeah, I know. There are so many. I'm also excited for more KJ Parker Engineer Trilogy, also for Cervix. I already have arc for first one, So
Nice.
I'll
Yeah,
read that next
Engineer
month.
Trilogy and Cervix is going to be great. I'm excited to read them after everybody else in the Discord gets an arc.
You will read with us, right? Engineer Trilogy.
Yeah. I actually, so I ordered the first three. I ordered all three of them like at the beginning of this year. I only ever got two, and I think they refunded me for the first one, and then I just ordered the first one recently, 5 minutes ago.
Okay. What about this Empire Trilogy? Are you reading with us?
No, I didn't have time.
He's not reading Empire Trilogy.
Look, August is a hard month for me. I don't expect to read much other than maybe like 4 or 5 books, which will be like Autumn War, Fool's Assassin, and then my 2 Spiffbo books. That's all I'm really planning for this August. I think I probably have more that I like to read, but those are like the main 4 that I need to get done, and I want to get done. The Spiffbo books are definitely have to get done.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I haven't planned actually last 3 months of the year, but if I have time, I want to finish Great Coats.
Mhm.
But I need to see actually. I'm also planning to read what is that series name? Three Body Problem.
Yeah,
Uh, that trilogy.
I
If
have been putting up.
possible, from October, November, December. You want to read with us, me and Janny?
I would really like to, because especially after what Bookborn's been talking about it. I'll have to see. I have a lot of trilogies that coming up October, November, December.
Okay.
We will see.
Sorry, I'm yawning.
You're good. Ask me again in October, and I might change my plans, because I do really want to read that one, and I have it set up.
Oh, Kate isn't here. I found a self-pub book actually, which is which sounds very interesting. I haven't looked at all the list of Spifbo 9. I need to look
It's
after
dangerous.
months. Anyway, I heard about one that sounds very interesting. I actually wanted to send it to Alan, so but I did not find the physical copy. So I messaged author that where can we buy physical copies. Then he said like he only has ebooks and audiobooks. He's planning to
Dang.
get get the physical copy ready, but you will definitely like it.
Which
I already forgot the title.
do you remember the author's name?
No, but I'm wait, I'll tell you. It's Trail of the Alchemist.
I do remember that catching my eye.
It's a courtroom drama, but in fantasy world.
Oh yeah, Alan would go for that for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but there was no physical copy to send him. I am sending you in the Discord. So let's read this. I want to read this year actually.
Okay.
Sorry, I was finishing a question block.
How dare you study?
Yeah, I sent you in Discord.
What book are you guys talking about?
You'll also like it actually. I wanted to tell you and Pete both, but you weren't there. I am sending you in Discord.
Okie dokie.
It's called Trial of the Alchemist.
Ooh, that does sound fun.
It's courtroom drama, but in fantasy with wizards and all.
Oh, you know what I got to add for my TBR next year? The Cicero trilogy.
You guys and your year-long TBRs give me anxiety.
These are only suggestions for myself for next year. We'll see, but I have to do something. I have so many books I want to read that I have to do something to make myself feel good about not having about when I'll read them versus just being one of the people that has a looming stack over them, being like, I don't know what I'm going to read these, and I'm going to stress, and that stresses me out.
Trial of the Alchemist is on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, it's on Kindle Unlimited and Audible. Actually, I listened a sample in Audible. Audiobook is really good.
Nice. When did he say he was going to get a physical copy out?
I think Couple of months, but I don't know how.
Yeah, because the cover's beautiful.
Yeah. Wait, let me check the message.
I
I'll
lit school
probably
up.
have a I'll probably have a print book out within couple of months. It's probably.
Oof. So early next year.
But I want to read this year because I want to read it before it gets big actually.
Before it gets kicked or picked.
Yeah, something
Before it
like
gets
that.
picked. Who let's see. What batch is Trial of the Alchemist in?
Oh, it's in
Uh,
Spitball?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a Spiffbo 9 book.
Ooh.
I think before we go blog, I have seen it actually. Now I forgot. Wait.
Yeah, it's Before We Go. So that one has some competition. I know Tori really liked Way of the Renegades. That doesn't really talk about like what it's actually going to be.
Is
There, anybody
Darius?
else?
Heliotrope is there.
Is the US still in the World Cup? I thought we were.
I have no idea. It's highly likely because as far as I know, the our team is really
Jack
good.
Argyle did not update the blog. Philip released the list. He finalized. I mean, he finalized
Oh,
one semi-final.
Philip finalized Semlife. Isn't he doing all of it himself?
Yeah, so he's doing like 5 books, 6 books per month, and selecting one semi-final. He did that. He posted that video. I did not watch the video yet, but he finalized the Gamble with Gods. I'm hearing actually good reviews about that book. A
Gamble with
Gamble
the
of
Gods.
Gods.
I wonder if he's read Fear of Montcroy yet, because I like that one.
No, he hasn't read that yet.
That's good.
He also has good books in his.
Yeah. I know about Fear of Montcroy, and that's kind of it.
I think fantasy fiction faction has the most. At least those books I most heard of. So many books I heard in that list.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the one with becoming a druid
Stories.
and phased. Yeah.
Yeah. Katie's. So many. Michael Robert D. So many books are there.
Drew. Yep. That's gonna be a tough one. I really hope FaZe gets it. I still have to read it, but I really hope FaZe gets it. Out of all of them.
I'm so not up on the Spitball stuff.
It's okay. You're too busy becoming a doctor.
Exactly.
Be on top of the doctorly things. We are happy with that.
I'm more on top of it this year than I was last year. I know last year I kind of just stuck to my 6 books and didn't really do anything else. But this year I'm trying to expand a little bit more. I think every year I'm going to expand a little bit more into the self-pub stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there are some. See, this year I read some self-pub books, and that not even a single book let me down. I did not have. I
That's
mean,
good.
Yeah, I'm reading
That's
this
awesome.
actually. I'm like 150 pages through it.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that one.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably after this month, I'm probably not necessarily done with self-pub books, but I will be reading a lot less self-pub until the finalists come out.
You guys in your I can say I'm going to read things and I'm actually going to read them-ness.
I mean, to be fair, I have a lot of time sometimes, and then July just was a really good month for me. I think I read like 10 books in July, surprisingly. It was wild. A lot of them were short, were like 300 pages, and I just took the time to read, and I was into it. So
I haven't felt like reading in a while, but now I feel like reading a lot, and now I don't have time to read a ton, but I don't know. July, I read 5 books. I haven't read that many books in a long time.
That's
awesome.
nice.
When I get my bookshelf together, I will actually do. I'm halfway through filming one video, and I have like 3 reviews I have to do that I'm actually gonna film. We'll see if they get edited, but
yeah. I have one video almost done that I just got to sit down and maybe take like an hour or so and finish it up. And then I have a few videos that I need to get on people. Speaking of, I think I
Oh,
asked
me,
both.
yes.
Yeah, both. Did I ask you too, Anita?
Yes, you said. I
About
totally forgot. Something
yes.
you asked.
Yeah, I asked you
Like,
about a top 10 video that I'm gonna meme.
I should have my bookshelves up on Monday or Tuesday because Brianna's going to come and help me put them together.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
not gonna. I gotta get on some people about it because I think I've only actually gotten one of them back.
but I have my video picked out, and it's
that's
hilarious. But yeah,
okay, right. I need a nap. I want to
Okay.
close my eyes and relax. So I'll drop out. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. We're gonna keep going.
yes,
Sprint time.
yeah,
Cool. Let's see
I'm
if I
good
can-
with that. Dairy,
Bye.
I want to know what you're reading. Bye.
Yeah.
I had so much fun. We should
Bye.
do this actually at least once in a couple of months.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to do it once every 3 months. Just arrange things, take the pressure off certain other books. Yeah.
Yay.
Bye, Kate. Nice to see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's do till 30. Gives me
This is
some-
how I'm motivating myself to actually study.
You got this, Kate. You can study, fight, win. Don't kill anybody, but like save people's lives. You know?
The whole goal is to not kill people. The whole do no
Exactly.
harm thing.
Yeah, exactly. As far as I can tell, you're good at it.
We'll see. I will see you in 45 minutes.
Bye.
42 minutes. Pete. Peter. Apparently he can't hear me. He'll get you eventually, Derry.
It's done.
Ooh, look at it. It's so pretty.
Somehow I got rid of now probably like closer to 175 books. And it's still all up there. But there's a shelf over there that is now empty, which is my goal. And
Ooh.
then I have room on my desk in the other room that's behind me that is opening up for a PS5 later.
Ooh. Well, that's good incentive.
Yep.
That's awesome.
I don't think I have 175 books that I would want to get rid of, but then again, I think I may have
got.
Yeah. I think I have somewhere between maybe around 400 books, probably less than that. I don't know. I should count when I put them up on my shelves. Because what if I'm way underestimating?
Oh, it is really, trust me, it is, especially if you have a bunch of mass market paperbacks, it is really easy to underestimate how many books you have.
I, at one point, started counting read versus unread books, and then I swiftly stopped because I was feeling terrible about myself. Like, awful about myself. So...
Yeah, that'll do it. I think I'm in a better place in read versus unread books than I was when I started BookTube, because I don't know how many books I've probably read close to 400 books since I started BookTube.
That's impressive.
Maybe 300 or 400. Well, it's been 3 years, so.
Okay, well that's fair.
Yeah.
I started years ago keeping track of what I owned versus what I read, and I've got it on a spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
And I just have a simple thing that I tick whether or not I've read it. And so there's a simple equation on the front page of my spreadsheet that tells me I've got 14% unread.
Nice.
14% is amazing.
I think I'm feeling better about it. I might be close to like 40% read. So like
that's probably where I'm sitting. Maybe a little less. But I've bought so many books in the last 2.5 years, though. I was doing real good. I wasn't buying anything. Like, I barely bought anything over the summer at all. And then since I moved and I'm so close to the bookstore, I've bought 10 books.
Yeah, that'll do it. I think the past month has been pretty bad for me because I bought a bunch of books but I've been a lot better about buying books that I actually want to read versus I'm like, oh, that'd be fun to read one day. And that's kind of like where this purge is coming from of like, okay, do I have it and am I vaguely interested in it? If so, I'm just going to get rid of it. Like if I'm not like excited to read it in some way, shape, or form, I'm gonna chuck it.
Yeah, fair enough. My 14% are books that I already own, nothing to do with a TBR. I have got so many books on Goodreads and wish lists on a TBR that if I get them, I'm not worried. Because if I actually want to read them, I will buy them. And I will read them when I buy them. And yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with a lot of these books of just like, if I really either the ones that I haven't read, because I know I'm getting rid of a bunch of ones that I have read and trying to get them to places where they'll be valued.
Yeah.
And I have like a mental list of things up on my shelves now that I might cut out next time I do this just to be like, these needs to find a better home.
Yeah.
Other than just sitting on my shelf.
2 of the books I just bought, I'm already halfway through each of them, though.
Yay.
That's good, though. But there are so many books on my shelf that I'm like, I bought this because of BookTube, and like, I want to read it, but like, what's the % chance I'm actually... Like, I have Malice sitting on my shelf, and I'm like, am I going to read this?
Yeah.
Maybe?
I don't know.
So, I just don't know if those books are like for me, though.
So. When I first found BookTube, there were there were probably 4 or 5 books that I bought just like, oh my God, that sounds amazing. And then over time, I'm like, I don't actually think that's me. As I've found more specifically the BookTubers that have my taste and haven't been caught quite so badly in the hype. But I'll get there.
I think that's definitely a skill that if you're around BookTube a lot, you're gonna develop of just knowing your taste more. And I think that's probably like, oh, sorry, Evie.
My problem is I have gotten used to looking on Goodreads now that I feel like my intuition for what I'm gonna like is kind of going by the wayside because I feel like I'm more influenced by a Goodreads rating than I used to be before. And before I never looked at anything because I didn't know Goodreads existed. So I was just like, this sounds awesome. And then I'd get it. And now I don't, it's like I don't trust myself anymore.
Yes, Evie, you are one of those booktubers because I am reading The Vanished Birds. I have got good at not so much ignoring Goodreads, but picking the things that I need to know from Goodreads. Like I'll read the blurb like I normally would and go, okay, yes, that appeals. No, it doesn't. And only if it then appeals do I scroll any further and see if anyone else that has read it that I trust. Like when it because it ranks the people that you know when the reviews. So I'm like, okay, who's read it? What did they think? And that's often what determines me more than anything.
Yeah.
So
I keep forgetting that a 4.0 rating is a really high rating.
Good one.
Yeah, and so I'm like, if it doesn't have over a 4, I'm not going to get it. And I was like, well, wait.
This is inflation at work.
Inflation. Exactly. Book inflation.
I think it helps that I'm old enough that I've read enough that isn't massively popular now, that the books that I really love, because they're old, often don't have a very high rating because not a lot of people have read them. And those that have, it's outside their comfort zone. So I've learned I can't trust the ratings because they're not valid.
Abraham will teach you that. Abraham especially, just like his books are not necessarily well rated on Goodreads, but they're still amazing. Nine Fox Gambit is another good example. I think that's a high 3, maybe low 4. I don't know, but they're still really good.
Of things that you really disagree with the rating on Goodreads before you go, actually, I can't trust this.
Yeah, Parker too, Anita, for sure.
Evie, I forgot to tell you that I got I got to the part in The Least of Our Scars. That's the name of it, right? Least of My Scars, the Stephen Graham Jones. I got to the part where he gets locked in the what is it called? The storage unit. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. So I tried. I really, really tried. And you know that I love Tender is the Flesh. So like, it's worse than that. So I tried. She's been trying to get me to read Stephen Graham Jones for a while. I just don't know if it's for me.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll probably pick some up eventually. But I've got a fair few Evie books to go through first.
Actually, she gave me The Vanished Birds, and it's packed away in my boxes, but I need to get to it because I really want to read The Spear Cuts Through Water, but I don't know if I should read Vanished Birds first because it was written earlier or not.
I don't know. I'm reading The Vanished Birds first because it's smaller. That's literally that was the deciding factor. I was like, well, that one's not so scary. And it's beautiful so far.
It is.
I'm only in chapter 4, and it's just I've already cried 3 times. So
my goodness,
so beautiful. So
those two have definitely piqued my interest as well, and I gotta fit them in somewhere. I don't know when.
The cover of Spear Cuts Through Water is just so beauteous.
Yeah, I think.
Isn't it though? It's breathtaking.
I want it in hardcover, but I don't know if I'll like it. Do I get a book just because it's pretty?
But sometimes, as book lovers, that's just gonna happen sometimes. When a book is just so beautiful, you can't not have it.
Judging the book by its cover is something that I do occasionally.
I think it might be also that as readers, we do see books as treasures. So sometimes just having something beautiful is a thing. A lot of people don't see books as ornamental, as things of beauty, whereas we do.
Mm-hmm. When someone has a beautiful library or bookshelf and they just go to they go to a Goodwill or something and just buy random leather bound books to put up there and never read them, it makes my heart shatter into a million pieces.
Yeah. For sure.
To be fair, my best friend who I live with, she's guilty of that, but then she reads them. So she has read the most eclectic bunch of things you could possibly imagine. And she's got a gorgeous set of shelves of really old and sort of battered and tatty books that are just, it looks amazing. All of these incredibly well-loved books on her shelf. Yeah, but it's very varied.
I go bouncing back and forth between, do I want to see that my books have been read? Do I want the cracked spines and everything? Or like, do I want the pristine spines? You're sitting in the parking lot. I do that too. I call it my lizard time because I just sit in my car without the air on and just feel the heat. And no one bothers me and no one needs anything from me for like the 20 minutes I sit in my car.
That's actually really nice. It's like I'm just gonna soak in some battery charge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
I have separate shelves for my new looking precious books and my much loved, well read books, so that I have a shelf of battered and broken spines, and then I have shelves of beautiful just beautiful books.
I was going to tell you that your bookshelves look really nice.
They do, especially with those Robin Hood books on them.
Of course.
Oh yes, pride of place, absolutely.
Well, the last Robin Hood series with all the foiling on them, now those seriously look like treasures.
Oh yeah,
they're so beautiful.
They are, because they do kind of twinkle in the right light. It's just this sort of really subtle shimmer, and they're like sort of winking at me, going, "You're reading me," because I've started Fool's Quest again. So I'm like, ooh.
You get to break them all in.
Dang.
Which is like the best part.
Yeah,
I
it
gotta
is.
get on Fool's Assassin.
Oh, Fool's
I gotta get on Fool's Assassin.
Yes, you do.
I'm like middle of chapter 2 right now, and it's just...
It's that Fool's Errand vibe where you're just sort of coming back and catching up with what he's been up to.
All the love.
Yeah. It's a very
actually no. He's been horrible. I'm not going to spoil it for you. Obviously.
I'll forget by the time I get there anyway.
Oh yeah.
I have 1, 2, 3. I have 9 books to read to finish the series. So.
Okay. So you've got a fair ways to go.
Oh yes.
Move your ass. Come on.
I'm almost halfway through.
Come on, Kate. It's so wonderful.
I know.
So wonderful.
I feel like I have to give a lot of emotional spoons to Robin Hood.
Oh, yes.
I read it.
You do.
And I haven't had a ton of emotional spoons to give for anything.
I get it.
People.
I get it. I think part of it is I know that you get quite a lot of emotional spoons back through Tawny Man, and that's why I can keep rereading them, because there's a balance. It's like, it costs me a lot to read them, but the emotional return makes it worth it. So
I think part of it is where I stopped, because I stopped between Fool's Errand and Golden Fool, and I'm just not prepared for the amount of sadness that's about to hit me and grief that's about to hit me. So I know that Fitz is going to be going through it in the beginning of the book. Well, he's always going through it, but like extra bad.
Yeah, but even in like in reality, even when you're really struggling, sometimes the act of people helping you through the struggle is a blessing. That there's goodness in that, and that's also the case in Golden Fall. So yeah. It's hard. There are enough moments of beauty in Hob that keep going, Kate. Jeez.
Joe gives me crap for it too, because he's read the whole thing and he loves it.
Oh, he has?
Oh yeah.
Good.
And here's me thinking I couldn't like Joe anymore.
He loves Hob.
Well,
when did he read it? Did he read it?
Seal of approval from me.
He read it before we started dating, and we've been together for 8 months. So
even better.
Yeah, he read it all by his lonesome, Andy
Yeah.
read Stormlight Archive all on his all of
Mhm.
Sanderson. So.
Okay. Yeah, he gets the seal of approval, definitely.
You should poke him about Dandelion Dynasty.
I haven't even read Dandelion Dynasty. I have
Poke him anyways. I'll poke him. Joe, go read Dandelion Dynasty, all right?
He's currently napping.
Fair enough. But
Fine.
he's certainly welcome to be booktube adjacent.
Yes.
In that he can clearly be influential in your choices.
I told him that he should come on and talk about Hob with you guys, but his thing is that he doesn't remember what happens in what book, and he doesn't want to spoil anything because he just like everything is a mush in his brain.
Okay. So
That's
he needs to come to my channel where that's fine.
Yeah.
So, and it's just spoiler free. And Kate, you can't watch. So
I know, I can't.
Unless you read the books.
Right now, they're packed away in these glorious boxes behind me.
So when do the shelves arrive?
My big like 5x5 giant square bookshelf is in pieces right now, and so Brianna's gonna come on Monday. She's coming to visit, and we're gonna try to put it together. So
awesome.
We're going to
this time next week. It's your shelf rearranging.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I have a bookshelf that I kept in my bedroom in my old apartment. That's like a tall wooden one, and it's like just like the big shelves.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking about putting all of my long fantasy series on there because I used to use it for the books that I like didn't want out in my living room, like all my ratty old mass markets and my romance books. And
I was thinking, the filth lives there.
I only have like 2 filth books that actually are filthy. I save my filth for Kindle Unlimited.
To be fair, all my filth lives on my Kindle.
Yep.
Because it's just difficult to justify the cost of buying so many because they're generally not very long. So if I'm going to buy a book, I'm going to buy an 800-page fantasy book, not a 250-page romance.
Also, like, it's the reason I have Kindle Unlimited is because it's $15 a month, and like you pay more than $15 for a standard paperback book anyway. Yeah. And so if I'm going to read like all of Philip Chase's books are on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Yeah. So I have them downloaded on my Kindle. I just have to get to them.
Cool.
It's like get reading so Phil can get paid.
Yeah, man.
I know. All of the
I bought Philip's book.
I have the first one.
And I bought Tori's because I did read Phased, Pete. And she offered to send it to me for free. And I was like, well, no, because if I'm prepared to give a stranger my money for a book that sounds good, I'm going to give it to Tori.
Yeah.
So I bought her book. And it was really good.
Yes, good.
What's it called?
Phased. It's like teenage werewolf girls. It's really good. I really liked it.
Ooh.
It's really good. Andrew Wizards read it and he wanted to give Tori a hug.
Oh yeah, definitely. My headline on the review was like, if there's a sequel, I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah, so, she was going through the book helped her process some mental stuff she was going through.
Yeah.
Victoria Tekken?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, that's her.
And it's really good.
I will put it on my want to read list.
October.
Totally should. It's so good.
I think it's me, Katie, Nuclear Katie, and somebody else. Ty, maybe? Probably Ty.
Could be Ty.
Unless Ty's already read it. I feel like Ty's already read it. No. I don't remember.
Maybe.
Oh,
but it is good. It is good. It's a quick read because it's not a huge chonker. Yeah. So
I mean, the last werewolf book I read was a real big disappointment, and that was Full Moon by Jim Butcher. Which
it was book 2 of Jim of Dresden. So yeah,
one of the only books that I have ever given a 2-star rating to.
Those first few are really hard to get through.
I like the third one because that's when you meet Michael, and Michael is the best character. I love Michael.
One of my booktube hot takes. For me, Michael is mid. For which Sarah is appalled. And
I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah. That's just how it is.
Who do you like from Dresden then?
I actually really like Johnny Marcone. I think he's fascinating.
Really,
There's
I'm
so
on
much
book
to him.
6 right now.
Yeah,
So that's the one with the porn set.
I loved that one.
It's hilarious.
Lara is one of my favorites. I do enjoy Lara. She's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, there's a theme. Okay, I like the villains, apparently.
You do.
Yeah,
You do.
because one of my favorite villains of all time.
Really? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I have like the
what
first
number it is. Death masks. You meet them in.
Death Masks
Mm-hmm.
with the coin.
Yes.
I read. Yeah, that was the one I finished before. That was book 5.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's book 5.
And at the very end, he picks up the coin, and you're like, no.
Yeah, you're like, oh.
But what was the baby supposed to do? Like,
Exactly.
I
that was the thing, isn't it? It's like, what are you going to do? You're not going to let a baby touch it. So.
No, I called my friend Sean afterwards, and I was like, "This just happened. What the heck?"
Yeah, I remember the first time I read it, going, "Oh my god!" So yes.
Pete, have you read any, Justin?
I have read the first one, and
was not impressed.
Well, the first one's mid for sure.
It was mid. Yeah, it was mid, and then hearing about some of the other stuff happening in the next few, I was like, eh.
Okay, I am possibly one of the most feminist Nazi people out there. And Dresden's male gaze was so incredibly difficult for me to get through. It took me almost 3 years to force myself past book 3 into book 4.
Oh, yeah. It's good.
Yeah. Like the stories are great, but the male gaze just had me enraged. I was like, I cannot. There is no can. And then Jake Bishop was reading Hob, and then of course he's a massive Dresden fan. I'm like, why? Yeah, and he's like, it gets better. Please trust me, and try the audiobooks.
That's what I'm doing.
Tried the audio, and that was much easier because you get a sense of how much of an idiot Harry is. So the doucheness somehow reduces, and I could tolerate that because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And it just gets better, and it generally gets better in the writing. So by the time, as a character, he's evolved through his male gaze, you're ready to go back to the books, because at that point they're getting really intense, and it's faster to read with your eyeballs than listen.
Yeah.
And I zoomed through it.
Spike from Buffy,
I know,
which makes the books better.
So much better. Because as I said, it took me years to get through to book 4, and then it took me about 3 months to get from book 4 to book, just trying to count the numbers backward, to book 6, and then I read all of the rest of them in 12 days.
Nice.
Oh wow! I mean, they are really easy.
Like it was like, wow, you're on the roller coaster, and I just could not put them down. I was buying the next book at like 2 a.m. because I'm like, I can't stop now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Pete,
I don't need sleep. I need answers.
I did.
Oh, that meme, yeah.
Sleep is not important. I need to know.
I think
that's the level of improvement in the writing from, Stormfront and Full Moon, where you're like,
what's going on?
Okay, why do people love this series?
Yeah.
See, I wish I could tell you, Pete, that you could skip straight to book 3, but then you lose character building and important stuff that happens.
I'll be honest, I think if I were to do Dresden, I'd skip book 2 and 3. Book
2 is kind of useless. Book 3 has stuff
it has important things in book 3.
You need to read book 3. Because one of the main characters is introduced to
book 3. And there's a major event in book 3 that you need to experience for a lot of what comes later to make sense.
We'll see.
And I think you'll like Michael because he's Christian, and he's very righteous, but in a good way.
He's good, who is pleasant to read.
Nice.
He is not a judgmental person. He's lovely.
He's not a lawful good. It's actually lawful evil.
No,
he's lawful good,
genuinely lawful good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he warms even the cockles of my cold and bitter heart. And so he's lovely. He really is. I don't quite.
You don't think he's all that, but he still warms your heart.
But he's just not a character that I in any way relate to.
Mhm.
Like I can see why people love him, and I like reading him because he is lovely. But okay.
He reminds me of my dad, and
Oh
my
my God,
dad's name
that
was
must be amazing.
and my dad's name was also Michael, and so I like reminds me of him. So
That
yeah,
is awesome to hear. That's
yeah.
put it this way, that's one of the loveliest compliments I can think you could give a dad. That's how lovely Michael is.
Yep.
What a compliment. So yes, I do recommend you push through, Pete. And trust me, I know that the early Dresdens are difficult.
I like using them as palate cleansers between really big, like very intense fantasy books, because it's literally like watching an episode of like a crime show.
Oh yeah,
only
and
like
it's great.
magical.
But like a Lucifer crime show where
Yeah.
it's tongue in cheek and very funny. And that works until you get into the last few, because then you can't, because then that's the meaty book you're reading. And there's no stopping.
I did
make that mistake this year.
You what this year?
I made that mistake this year. I was reading. What was I reading? Oh, I was going to pick up Fool's Assassin, but it wasn't enough time left in May for me to finish it and have it count to my May figures. Mm-hmm. And I was like, but I want my spreadsheet to look nice. I need just one more book. I just want one more book, so there's movement in my graph. And so I thought, oh, I'm up to Changes in Dresden. I'll read that. What a stupid move. Because once I started reading Changes, I then kept going. So I added 2 more books to May and then read like 3 more Dresdens in June, and all in a row. And I was like, I even knew that was going to happen and I didn't think about it. But yeah, because I've read all of them 3 times now. So
Derry, I'm gonna make you sad. My friend accidentally spoiled the big reveal from Changes. So like I already know. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what the changes are gonna be?
Shattering reveal for Dresden. So yeah, she spoiled it for me. Which is why I'm like leisurely reading through Dresden now.
Dishonor upon her, dishonor upon her family, dishonor upon her cow.
Her cow.
Oh my God.
I know, Derry. I know.
That is not okay.
I know.
See, this is the reactions why I make. Like, I kind of still want to go through and read it because I've heard so many good things and I've seen so many good reactions from people that I trust.
That book,
when Sarah got to that point when she read Dresden, Colton and I bullied her into doing a vlog. We're like, you have to record yourself reading the first chapter.
You know, you're very good at getting people to read very emotional things on screen, Derry.
Well, it's like, no, it's one of those things that, hey, people are going to want to see your reaction to a thing that will happen. And she did not disappoint. It was fucking brilliant. Excuse my language, but it was perfect. It was everything I could have asked for, because it's Sarah. She's so lovely. And she hides her inner sailor. And we got sailor in the first sentence.
Sarah, really? Oh my God.
She literally sort of read that and she just looked up and she went, well, fuck.
Yep.
It was just so perfect. I was like, that's what we wanted. So,
I'm trying to think of like what I would consider some of the biggest, like most shocking reveals that I have read before.
Yeah.
I don't really know. I think the end of Rhythm of War, Pete, was probably one of them.
Yeah, for sure.
The two things that happened at the end of Rhythm of War. But other than that, I'm like,
Yeah. Rhythm of War really throws you for a loop at the end.
Like, seriously, what your friend did in spoiling that, Kate, is unforgivable. It is like the book spoiler.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Because it should come out of nowhere.
Because that's so many implications.
Should come out of nowhere.
I'm sure I'll still be shocked when I read it, even though I know it's coming, but it'll have an emotional impact. For sure. For sure.
I'm bloody furious with that person right now.
I still love her.
You
Disown her.
She's the one that I
at
text
this
when I'm
point, you don't know the scope of the spoiledness.
it's just still so shocking.
I
can't tell you, Pete, on the off chance that you're
It's
gonna
true.
read it.
Please don't tell me.
Because
Are you kidding? You would be dead to me, Kate.
well, I'm definitely not gonna say anything.
This is a public stream.
Oh,
There will be no beheading from thousands of miles away.
seriously, I would. However, as I say that in the heat of the moment, I know Kate would not do this because Kate is not an evil, heartless person like this supposed friend of hers. Sorry.
You're making me want to unpack all my books right now.
Good.
Because I want to look at them and I want to like touch them, and which is just weird to say.
No, I
It's
understand.
not weird to say because I'm like that. I need to have my books around me because just the fact that they're here is an emotional spoon.
Yes.
Yes.
And if you're
Walking
feeling
into
low
my
on
room.
emotional spoons, handling your books when you put them up will make you feel better.
This book isn't making me feel better though because it's really, really good, but I hate almost every character in here because all of them are selfish as heck, except for like 2 of them. And there's lots of morally great characters in here, and everyone is out for themselves 125%. Like there's like I'm at the point in the story where the 2 main female characters, their storylines are actually about to merge.
Oh, okay.
And they're about to be on either side of a thing that's going on. And they haven't met each other yet, but like there are 2 characters in here which I just want to punch in the face. And like the one character won't stand up for herself against one of them. And I want to be like, just tell him to F off, please. But
Yes.
but she won't because she won't. So
That's frustrating.
it feels nice to
hugely frustrating.
It feels nice to feel like this about a book again, though, because I haven't been like, I haven't felt like this in a while. I haven't been in it for a while. So, yeah, it feels nice.
Emotional catharsis.
And the other one, Pete, that I was going to tell you about this book that I think you would find intriguing, you feel it just below the ribs. It's a story of a woman who was like a sociologist, psychologist, during this like reckoning that happened. So basically it's an alternate history of the world where World War II didn't happen. It turned into this massive like worldwide revolution where there was huge fallout
Communism?
everywhere. And afterwards the entire world became one country called the New Society.
Ooh.
And this woman created this like psychological thing, this like it's basically like meditation, but like an intense meditation, and it can get rid of memories. And the future government takes advantage of that and like makes it so everybody in the world gets rid of all of their memories from before they're 10, and the family system is no longer around. And so she basically was the catalyst for getting rid of like any sort of tribalism. And she is writing her memoir, and that's what you're reading, about how she regrets what happened, but you don't know what happened yet. Yeah. And the book is written from the perspective of a group of like publishers who are secretly publishing things that the government won't let them publish.
Oh, okay. Right.
So they found her manuscript after she died, and this is her manuscript, and there's footnotes everywhere that like explain different things, and they like contradict what she says. And in some aspects where they're like, there's no factual evidence for this, or she is being melodramatic and this most likely did not happen, and like the government did it this way, and like what she's saying is a gross overstatement of what happened. So it's like, who are you going to trust?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
And it's so good.
Nice. So you got two different narratives. I like that. That sounds really interesting.
And the commentary on tribalism is really, really cool and really good.
Yeah.
And I like how they like ask these difficult.
Did they also get rid of sport?
Yeah, that's a good
Because
question.
that's
all
kind of
versions
how tribalism comes to the forefront.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
How
like supposedly a utopian society now, but like,
I mean, true utopia is impossible.
yeah. But yeah, no. But it's really good. That was a book where I was like, I think this sounds good and I'm not gonna look it up. So I was happy with my decision.
That does sound good.
Did I buy it because it has a ribcage on the cover? Maybe.
Oh, you must be a doctor.
Sometimes buying a beautiful book is worthy in itself.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's written by one of the guys who does Welcome to Night Vale.
Okay.
You know what that is, Pete?
No.
Not really.
Oh, it's like a podcast where it's these people narrating like what happened in this like crazy like Nexus town where like all sorts of weird, creepy paranormal stuff happens. But it's all very subtly spooky.
Okay.
I like that kind of spooky.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it was cool. But I wanted to tell you about that book, and now I have to.
I'll have to add that to the. I need to read this book because that sounds interesting.
Yeah, here's a trick too on Goodreads. Once you've added a book to your want to read, you can go into it in your little edit my activity, and give yourself private notes, which I then go into and go, so and so told me about this, and this is why I think it sounds interesting. So in this instance, it would be Kate told me about this alternate history, differing views.
That's cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Why did I put this on my TBR?
Right. You'd have to like, I'd have to start using Goodreads more then.
Well, true. Mm-hmm. But you may be using a different set of somehow organizing and add a note to it in whatever other means you're doing.
A variety of ways, mostly just a random Excel spreadsheet that sort of works.
Well, there you go. Stick a note in a cell because you can do that too.
It's true.
So you guys make me want to have a spreadsheet, but the idea of going into Excel and making one makes me want to die. I'm not a spreadsheet girly.
I have a very like
I said, mine's old. I
mine's
just keep
very
it
minimalist.
maintained.
I think I need to get one of those book journals.
Yep.
Where you can like, they have like pages already like pre-printed, and you put like the book, the author, like a favorite quote, why you liked it, your star rating. I think I need to do that. Because I can use gel pens, and if I can use gel pens, then I'm sold.
Oh yes, I'm using gel pens at the moment for this month, and it's pretty. So,
I'm a simple girl. I like pretty things.
See, I say this, and I've got not only have I got my book journal physically, I've got my spreadsheet that I maintain, and I use Goodreads because that's just who I am. They all do slightly different things. But I know that over the years, because I had a point at which I had no books, but just a dozen physical ones in 2014, it gave me a really easy starting point to keep control of my library, because I could download what was on my Kindle from Amazon in a list, and then I could put it in a spreadsheet, and from there, it just, as I bought things, I could add it. Made it super easy. Mm-hmm. All I've had to do is keep on top of it. And copying and pasting that whenever I want to make changes and do a new spreadsheet or, try things differently, the data's there. I don't have to worry. And so it gets more and less complicated over time, depending how I feel. Sometimes there are extra columns. Sometimes there's, but
maybe as I put my books on the shelf, I'll make just one list of read and one list of unread.
Right, that'll work.
Yeah,
whatever works.
And then I can make Excel do the math.
Exactly, because that's exactly it. The spreadsheet does the math. Like, because I tell my spreadsheet when I put a book in, if I've already read it or not, and I tick it when I do read it, it can go, you have this many books in total, this many books, yes, you have read, this many books you have not read, and 14% is the amount of books that you haven't read yet. But all I have to do is tick a box when I read something.
Mhm.
And just when I buy it, and then it just shuffles itself through into all my columns. So I only have to add it once, and then for my monthly reading, I just add what I'm reading, and I fill in, this many pages, and it's a series and whatever. Beautiful graphs for my months.
Do you guys ever make graphs out of your spreadsheets?
I don't.
My title page on my spreadsheet is gorgeous. Just saying.
I used to be very well versed from all of my science classes, but now I could probably maybe make a pie chart, and that's probably it. But I used to know all like the linear regressions and all of that sorts of stuff, and it's just
I don't do fancy graphs. They're just real basic. I got a couple of bar graphs and I got a couple of pie charts, and it just is satisfying.
I love it.
It tells me, how many books I've read and how many pages I've read, and of those pages, how many were audible and how many were eyeballed, and my average pages read per month. And it's satisfying. The geek in me loves it.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
even told me how much money I've saved by
Ooh.
using the library and Scribd.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I put into it, like, I pay for Audible and I pay for Scribd, obviously. And so I put the figures in there every month that this is what I paid. And then if I borrow a book instead of buy it and read it, I tell it what it would have cost me to buy and that I borrowed it, and it adds that up. And I put in how much I pay for anything I bought that I got a discount on because I got an Audible membership. So I tell it what the recommended retail is and what I actually spent. So I get told what I saved. So it tells me what I actually spent, what I could have spent, and how much I saved.
Very nice.
And it's at the end of last year, I blew myself away, not only by how much money I had spent and by how much money I'd saved. I was like, okay, I need to do that more clearly, because that was a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've already spent over $500 this year on books, which is a lot for someone on welfare.
Oh, I don't want to know how much I spent on books.
Yeah. But because I have to put it in there, it makes me very, what's the word?
Conscious?
Conscientious.
Mindful about buying books. Because I'm like, do I need to buy it or can I borrow it?
Mm-hmm.
So, it's just that awareness. But again, it's just the geek in me. I want those figures to look nice.
Pete, you're looking tired over there, man.
I kind of want to do one more sprint, just sit down and read before I really go into the Excel sheet tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you've got to take note now of what you've taken out. And
yeah, I have 170 some books that I got to put in there and get ready so I can get that done tonight. And then my crazy week starts tomorrow. And then next Monday when I'm off, I'll start tossing everything into Pango.
You're going to be taking a lot of pictures, my man.
Yep.
It's kind of fun, though, putting stuff in Pango.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you.
Yeah, figure out where I can grab boxes and everything from for, Anita's 17 books.
I did catch that one because I have been checking in through the night. I would set my alarm for another couple of hours and see how things were going and if you needed company. And you've had company for pretty much the whole day, which has been awesome.
Yes.
But I did come into one, and because I was coming in on the half hour and your sprints were ending on the half hour, I did come in at, I don't know, some ungodly hour of the morning, sort of bleary-eyed, and Evie had an air horn going. And I was like, what?
The Allen air. The
I
Allen
was like,
air.
what? Anyway, so yeah.
Evie, why would you do that?
I was like, oh my God, Evie. It's like, okay, I'm awake. Yeah.
Oh, you're back, Rogue. We're about to start another sprint real quick. And now that I'm done,
You can read.
I can read. Read some Fool's Assassin.
Yes, you have earned some reading.
I have earned some reading.
Going back to my book that's making me angry because I just remembered that I ended in the middle of a fight scene and didn't pick it back up. So now I
Oh no.
still goog.
Fair enough.
Still Goog.
Still goog.
Always Goog. You guys want to do top of the hour or 45?
What time is it?
Well, it's
15.
both, because 15
No.
gives us to top of the hour.
Top of
And
the
45
hour.
gives us to the top of the hour. So,
Works for me.
alrighty.
Beep beep beep.
Oh,
You good?
are you starting to ache? I imagine after hauling so many books today.
It'll probably hit me tonight sometime. I don't know. It's entirely possible. Not really yet. But
I read 20 pages. I'm officially past the halfway point.
Nice.
People are getting
Where am I?
destroyed left and right. Not like dying, but like
Dealt to.
stabbed. Oh, wait. So you're in Sun in the Void,
Yes.
but they feel it in their ribs?
Yes, they do right now. They do feel it in their ribs. There's been a lot of machetes being used in the last couple of pages.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
How very appropriate.
The magic system in here is really interesting, Pete. She uses metals, but definitely not in a Mistborn way at all. But like, you consume it, but not in your body. Like, as you use the magic, the metal like goes away. But the different types of magic are dependent upon the, like, they can only be used with a certain metal.
Okay.
It's kind of cool. So that's pretty cool. I
Very
like it.
cool.
Nice.
I need to do like a deep dive into Venezuelan mythology.
Yes, it's
That's always fun.
nothing like pointing out vast gaps in your knowledge, like reading, where you're like, actually, I thought I knew lots about this, and actually, I don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. I didn't think I was going to know anything about Venezuelan mythology, but like
Yeah, but then you realize the scope and you're like, wow, okay, there's a lot there.
well, I get into like South American mythology and like South American history, like when I in Central American history, well, Mesoamerican history basically. I get like lost in the Mayan, Aztec, Inca stuff because they were just so smart and like so cultured, and then they just disappeared because white folk like taking people off the map.
Yeah. It was a gift. Everyone's good at something.
Oh yeah. Smallpox blankets. We're great with smallpox blankets.
Oh yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. How is your book, Pete? I noticed you were talking quite a lot.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
That was not convincing.
Do you have
I mean,
lots of feelings?
Sorry, what?
Do you have lots of feelings right now?
I do have lots of feelings. Like not like, oh my gosh, I hate this book feelings, but like just roiling emotions due to the things that are happening. And I'm in the middle of chapter 3 right now, and Derry knows that's chapter is
I'm gonna tell you, Hobbs' emotional spoon drainage.
I'm probably gonna at least get this chapter in the next done before I hop up.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta let the dog out real quick.
No worries.
Ooh. His tiny little doggo. I miss my dog. She's not here with me right now. She's not my mom.
She's with your mom, yeah.
Yeah, she my family has been cleaning out my grandfather's house because he passed away.
Okay.
And I'm having a hard time with it because it's been my only like consistent home my entire life. So it's like, and it's like the last thing we have of my grandma, and they've been clearing it out, but my mom can't have more than one dog at her house ever because she has a really like nosy neighbor across the way who'll like turn her into the homeowners association. And so she can't watch my dog anymore after they sell my grandpa's house. And so she was like, can I have her until I have to give her back? Because she loves my dog. And apparently Mella's doing really well. My mom has a dog, and she's like she's a pug French bulldog mix. So she's kind of a frog, which I just think is hilarious. But she's tiny and just this little like missile. And so when I brought Fitz over there, he and her would play and run around, and he like figured out, oh, I can get on top of things and she can't get me and I can tease her.
Right.
But Milla has been playing with her and she hasn't had someone to play with in a while, and like she's getting some of her spunk back, so I think it's doing her some good.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That is awesome.
And my mom's home all day, so she can like take her out more often than I can because she's in little doggy diapers now.
Oh.
Yeah, she's 13 and she's part Pitbull, and she's like had puppies before, so that kind of makes doggy aging a little different than with my other dog who never did. So
oh yeah, hey, look, anyone who's had kids knows that.
It does things to you, doesn't it?
It really does. So, you know.
Ooh,
already nice.
I will catch up to you soon, Anita. Soon.
Y'all are gonna get my updates in like a year and a half and be like, "What's going on?" Like, I'm finally doing it, guys.
I'll be like, "Yay! Did you get to the bit?
All the theories."
You know, I'm going to be excited no matter when you get to it.
It's true. We will be. We will be very excited.
Because they are never ever going to be on my not read list. They will always be on my to read list
until you have read them and are approaching rereads.
Mm-hmm. Because I've reread the first 3 when everybody else was reading them. That was my reread, so it was good.
Yeah, it's and the further in you read, the more you want to reread.
Yes, absolutely. Agreed. Very much agreed.
Well, Hob has good rereadability too, like we were talking earlier, and you are a testament to that, Derry.
Oh yes. But again, a part of that is being part of a community that likes to examine more than just the surface story. Mm-hmm. You know, we like to get, okay, what are the themes and what are the things that we're trying to talk about here, and what else could this cover? And I'm seeing so much more in these books, even now, in my rereads than I did, you know, in my 15th, 16th rereads before I found BookTube.
Derry, you deserve a PhD in Robin Hobb. I feel like I could write a dissertation like Sexual Assault and Recovery as written by Robin Hobb, a deep dive. But I feel like you could write a bunch of essays and not even have to like reread them.
I probably wouldn't. I actually was thinking earlier when you were talking about the Ribs book that you have with the alternate history and the removal of memories before the age of 10. Mm-hmm. And it made me think of the whole memory, identity, sentient connections that Hobb is making all the way through the series, that memories are self. And so anything that removes memories is a lessening of self, a lessening of personhood. So, yeah, that's always been the big one for me with Hobb.
So I have a second degree in philosophy. So I did like biosciences and then I did philosophy in college. And I took this class called Philosophy Through Comics. So we read like other stuff. It was really, really good. But we talked about the idea of what makes a person, like what makes a consciousness. And one of the ideas that is floating out in the philosophy sphere is something called the bundle of sticks theory. And the bundle of sticks theory is that you are made, like who you are, your consciousness is made up of your memories.
Yeah.
And the experiences you have had. So it's like a bundle of sticks. Each little memory you have goes into the whole creating your consciousness and like who you are with like a capital Y.
Yeah.
So definitely agree with that.
I just see it so often. I mean, it with my own history of stroke and then learning about what that does to a person and that it can alter a person quite significantly. It just feels really compelling to me that you know, people who lose memories, people who lose entire aspects of their personalities when they lose memories. It just makes it really clear to me how vital it is and how disturbing it is with the elderly when you have dementia starting to enter in because they're losing themselves. They're no longer them. And how heartbreaking is for everybody around. And all of it comes down to memory.
The personality changes and
Yeah.
your little squishy thing up in here.
I know, right?
There's the other, like, I can't remember the third thing that we talked about, but one of the other like ideas of consciousness is the brain in a vat theory, that you are your physical brain,
right?
And what it contains. So if you could take your brain out of your head and put it in a vat and have it be able to communicate using like computer technology, would that or would that not be you? Question.
So there's a stream of books written by Anne McCaffrey called the Brain Ship series, which is literally that. It's it's 70s sci-fi, so the language is different and it can be a bit confronting, but it's children who are born in not able ways being wired into machines rather than having use of their body. But then those chips that they're put into are their bodies. So sensory input is taken in through sensors in their panels, and their brain literally runs the ship. The air system is their lungs, those sort of things. And the different identities and personalities the ships have, become the center of the stories. And I loved them. They were great. But yeah, that was very much a whole, you are your brain.
Yeah.
Your body can be anything.
Yeah, that brings up the whole, was it the transhuman debate, where like, where does your body end and where does your body end? Like you can think on like, if like the very basics concepts is like, okay, are prosthetics part of your body? And like, I mean, even there's been studies about cars, like your brain technically, when you're driving a car, it's just like you're using parts of your body.
Yes, because you get an awareness of where the extremities of the car are.
Yeah.
You're driving them. You're like, okay, well, I know where the front end of the car is, and I know where. So,
is that then part of you? Because according to science, that your brain thinks it's a part of you for a hot second, at the very least.
That's right, and they do that study too with the hand, where they put a fake hand next to somebody and hide their hand. And
then smash it
them, and then it smash it with a hammer, and that's really interesting because the response is always so visceral that yes, they felt that hit, and I do find that intriguing and shows you how easily it can be done to convince your brain that something that isn't part of you is.
I find it fascinating now that you just talked about that and like a car being an extension of who you are. Anything that you captain or drive or anything like that, humans have a tendency to anthropomorphize it, like cars and boats and rocket ships and things like that. We really like kind of bring the humanity to that.
Oh, literally, my best friend's car is called Murray, and you give them personalities. You attribute feelings to them. Murray doesn't like it when it's cold. I think that's part of just humanity. But we also do it to some degree with transient things. Like when we're in a supermarket, you know where your trolley is. Like you know how to steer your trolley, even when it's got the wonky wheel. Yeah. You know how to drive it around obstacles because you have a sense of where it is in the spatial realm. So it's interesting. Is that an aspect of your own physicality, or is that a completely separate part of your brain calculating spatial things?
It's definitely like your brain, your higher functions working, but like it's really cool. I delved quite deep into neuro because I had to retake an exam from that. Me and neuro don't get along, but now I really understand it. But like the higher order functions and how that connects with your personality and things are really, because they're in the same area of your brain, how you integrate multiple actions and understand things is close to like your personality center in your brain. When you're talking about that, it made me think of just like swordsmen and things like that. Like their swords are an extension of their body, and they like how far away the tip of your sword is, things like that. Like,
and that is the language they use. Is that it's part of you.
Yep.
It is an extension of yourself.
And if you can't get that, then you're usually a terrible swordsman.
Yeah, you don't have that connection you need to be good at it.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
This is all a brand new revelation that I just had in this conversation. This is why I love watching you guys.
Yeah. And that's being able to find connections between just random elements of things we've read is fantastic. And it helps because it just brings another lens to everything you read. You're like, it's been fabulous.
Jerry could teach English classes. She could teach contemporary fantasy. Which we should totally have classes for is contemporary fantasy.
To be fair, I've read far more sort of 80s bridge fantasy than almost anything else. But
they should definitely teach, like, if you're going to get an English degree or a teaching degree for English specifically, they should definitely have classical and contemporary, like, fantasy classes, or like science fiction fans, or speculative fiction, I guess is what you'd call it.
We are speaking to the choir. We are preaching to the choir, rather, because
we all agree.
Obviously we know the strengths of speculative fiction.
Yeah.
Because it is literally that. It's speculative fiction is what is possible. You know, a what if scenario. And everybody loves what if TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves what if theorizing. That's what speculative fiction does. What if there was an entrance to fairy in your backyard? What if we did develop faster than light travel? What if? And being able to express that in a way that is still approachable to somebody who lives in 2023.
Yep.
You know, that's a gift.
Also, how many times does one need to read Hamlet in their college career? Because let me tell you, I did 3 times in 3 different classes. And the last class, I had to write a term paper on it, and I didn't even read it. I was like, I'm done. I'm just
I know it already. I've read it enough.
Oh dear. I had sentence. When I was, I was 14. Oh my God, that's far too many years ago. We studied Hamlet in English. And my teacher at the time, she was amazing. I still remember her. And she said, okay, we're doing Shakespeare. And everybody groaned. And she's like, it's okay. Shakespeare, you have to remember, is all about sex. And so she said this to a classroom of 14-year-olds. So we're all like, oh, really? And I have to say, I have always enjoyed Hamlet since then, because having seen it through that lens once, you can't ever unsee it.
Yeah.
So she understood her class, her audience. She very much was like, how can I get these kids to look at this in a way that's going to hold their interest? And I've loved Shakespeare ever since. And a couple of years later, she wasn't my teacher anymore, but I was talking to her about something else. And she said, oh, look, he's you know, I can't remember who she used as the example, but she did use the expression, and I've continued to use it. He was the bums on seats guy. Yep. You know, he wasn't William Shakespeare then. He was that era's James Cameron. He was like, I'm going to do the really big, extravagant thing and make it the best one so people come and see. Mm-hmm. So he did the really silly comedies, and he did the really dramatic dramas, and he did the really heartbreaking tragedies. And it wasn't about, look how clever I am. It was about how many people can I get to pay to come and see it.
And how can I keep Queen Victoria's favor?
How can I keep this being good without a pissing her off?
And Elizabeth I.
Yeah.
Twelfth Night and Romeo and Juliet are pretty much plays with dick jokes. Like Twelfth Night.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. What the minute you stop thinking about William Shakespeare being William Shakespeare, he actually is hugely entertaining. So,
oh yeah, I agree.
I do think that the best way to experience him really is like as a play.
Oh,
I think that's how we had there used to be a Shakespeare festival near us when I was younger, and my mother took me to see it, and like I was a 10-year-old laughing at Romeo and Juliet, and it was great, and I was laughing louder than anybody else.
And it is fantastic.
It was great.
Had for a few years here, they made a replica of the globe in one of our parks. Same thing, open air, the circle, all the terrace seats and the big open space in the middle. And you could pay, and it was, I was so lucky. You could pay $5, which was nothing, to go in as a groundling and just stand and watch the plays. If you wanted seats, well, you paid for the seats. But if you were prepared to stand for however long the play took, $5. So I went to a lot of them, and they were just the most amazing thing. And we're in New Zealand, so some of it was tweaked for local culture. So when I went to one of the histories, I can't remember which one, Richard III, I can't remember, one of them, there was a battle sequence, and they had one of the armies come in through the underneath of the stands and through the groundlings up onto the stage. But they both did hakas. So you had these groups of armies doing traditional war dances, and my entire body was in chills. It was just the most amazing sensation. You know, you were just so much a part of it in that moment. You really felt that tension, and holy crap, this is a war happening.
That's really cool.
It was the most amazing. Like, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. It was so intense. It was amazing.
A horse, a kingdom for my horse.
Oh, and the really funny thing was, I went to A Midsummer Night's Dream with a friend of mine. I took her. I said, you've got to come on. This is the easiest one. You'll enjoy it. It's funny. And they had two of the players outside before we all went in, just sort of wandering through the queues, doing the whole bit of the policeman in his offside dog body. And I thought they were really funny. I was just like, this is really clever way to get the audience into this before it even starts. And there was a woman behind me going, oh, what is this? Are they doing a bit? What are they doing? And I was just like, oh my God, woman.
Yes.
Just chill.
Just enjoy it.
Come on, relax. Just get in with it. She's like, oh, what are they doing? Is this a bit? I'm like, oh. Honey, you should not be here.
Open.
Yeah, you should not be here. This is not the Shakespeare for you, clearly.
No.
I just remember being so stunned that she wasn't prepared to just get into the spirit of it, because they were checking everybody's bags for bananas.
Mm.
For bananas?
Bananas. Yeah.
Yep.
Why
That was
bananas?
the contraband. That was contraband, you see.
Bananas were contraband?
It was a bit.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
And
I
they
thought I
did
zoned
And
out.
we're just talking about the woman.
you know, it
No,
was the bit. And so almost everybody there was at least a little bit familiar with these characters and were just wholeheartedly enjoying it, you know, being part of this comedy duo. And is this a bit? Is this some kind of thing?
Kate.
Oh, it was so funny.
I
It
zoned
was
out for
so
2 seconds because my ADHD saw something
Yeah.
shiny, and I thought that you meant that, like, as you were walking into the show, they were checking for bananas, like the
They were.
actual people.
With dog body, the policeman doing the bit. It was hilarious.
How
it
dare
just-
you bring a banana into this theater?
It was so funny. It really was. It was just the most incredible thing. I've never experienced anything like it since. It was just so great.
I need to
Speaking
go.
of A Midsummer Night's Dream, I just got this book, Mortal Follies, which is like it's really pretty. It is a sapphic romance that is like one of the like Victorian type like Harlequin romance settings, but it's book-ended and it's a series and it's told by Puck.
Oh,
Even though he doesn't say Puck, but there's like a narrator and he talks, and he talks about Shakespeare in A Midsummer Night's Dream and like, or like my commander, whatever. Now he doesn't use that term, but like his creator, and stuff. So it's like facilitated by Puck, and he's going to be telling like a series of magical romance stories.
Oh, cool.
That's cool. Now, did you say you had to go, Pete?
Well, I was going to say I say I had to go to there's a Shakespeare thing. I know there's a Shakespeare thing a few hours from me that I need to go to. It was I don't remember where it was.
Oh, it should
But I remember the
definitely
girl I
make
was
you-
dating at the time really wanted to go, and we never got to go because of college. And
Fair enough.
How did you get in the way?
yeah,
There
happens.
is a Stratford on Avon up in Canada that you can go to that has a Shakespeare festival every year. They like
Cool.
remade the city or the town, the village, whatever. It's tiny, and they remade like a Globe Theater too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you can go see.
I feel like with the rise of like D&D stuff that we could that Shakespeare could go along with that. Like so like things like what is it, Evermore Park? That whole thing. Like I feel like that there could be more people open to that enjoyment, and the you know the advent of Renaissance fairs and stuff like that. I feel like there could be more, you know, a Renaissance.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they'd still have so hard to overcome that. But it's William Shakespeare.
Mm-hmm.
It's still so it's
highbrow.
Yeah, and it's
that.
really not. So
it wasn't written for the highbrow.
It really. This is why I say he was the James Cameron of his day. It was bums on seats. He wasn't playing to the studious. He wasn't playing to the.
I feel like he was playing to both though. Like he was playing, like he played a line between, you know, appealing to some people like Queen Victoria and, you know, some of the noblemen, but also appealing to the commoners who saw his place the most.
Toy Story, put it that way. He did appeal to the broad masses. You don't have to get all the jokes, but if you are clever, there's this layer on top that you're going to get more from it. And he was so good.
Could you imagine a D&D campaign where the dungeon master plays a bard who is the bard and sends you on quests?
So great.
Within the confines of different Shakespearean plays.
Well, you've got Puck as the element of randomness going all the way through.
Wild magic.
Awesome. Yeah. That would be really cool.
I have like a bunch of D&D ideas that I want to do, but I don't have any players anymore because my players are back in the other town I used to live in.
Of course.
No.
But I have like a whole setup.
You really do. I've seen some of the things you've made and it's amazing.
I made up a story that Brianna and some of her friends might do with me over like video chat or like Roll20. And it is basically a like Bridgerton type story where each of the players is a young woman going out into society, and like the mamas are like the mamas are like the monsters that you have to beat and stuff like that, and the whole goal is to find the best.
I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, but you have to include rogues. You have to include the money-hungry poor people who are putting up a front. That what do they call it? The gold seeker. Yeah. Oh my God, that would be so much fun.
That would be, honestly.
That would be so great.
I could imagine you in a top hat, Pete.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
I have several.
With a cane.
You imagine he would look very dapper.
Yeah, I have several top hats and a cane. Top hats are like in storage right now, but the cane's like right by me.
You realize that Alan desperately wants one day. Alan desperately wants a top hat.
I'll be honest, this is a gas station cane. My friend and I were on our way to the MCR concert and we were like, oh my gosh, those canes look great. And we grabbed them.
Yeah. Those are the best kind of purchases, the spontaneous purchases.
Yeah. I do have like plenty of top hats. I had this one. I have a giant Mad Hatter hat that I basically used to backpack one Halloween while I was at JMU.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous.
Like I stuffed like my entire like sweatshirt into it when it got hot. It was great.
That is awesome.
Really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very jealous of that.
Yeah, I actually just recently put it to storage. It was like in my room here, but like this weekend I've been doing like a bunch of cleaning. So I'm
glad Han Solo remains. So.
Oh, of course, Han Solo will always stay here.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't take up clutter. Space.
I love him. He's one of my favorite aspects of your room, and of course that you can't see Gallifrey very well from here because it's a funny angle. But I do appreciate the poster.
all the tiny things, and I gotta reset everything up, see if I can get some more filming done now that because I got a new mic stand, boom arm, because the other one broke, so I had to also find a whole new way to mount it on this bedside table, which involved going and finding another piece of wood and drilling holes into it and putting things where they need to go.
Are you broken?
No, I'm looking at the books on your shelf, Derry. I was looking at the George R. R. Martin ones because I was like, I think this is Martin, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, squint.
Yeah, it's all of Lord of the Rings, all of the Song of Ice and Fire, and you can't quite see the shelf above because that's where I've got the Kushiel's Dark trilogy.
Oh,
and some of my older stuff. Yeah, so
they just released the big floppy paperback versions of that, and I've been really, really tempted to get them because the small ones are just like, I'm not that young anymore to like be like this in a tiny
you're saying
book.
this to me.
You
I have to take my
super
glasses
power
off to read.
eyesight. I have terrible eyeballs. I can't see you.
Tell me about it. I have to take my glasses off to read now because I haven't got bifocals and I need them apparently.
I do that too. You do the thing like this.
Yeah.
I feel like my mother when I do that, but it works.
Yeah. It does
It
work.
works.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a pain. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Well,
But
I do
I'm
have to
fighting
go.
the need for bifocals.
It's time to go.
It is time to go.
Well, it's been, 10 and a half hours? I think you have earned a break.
We're the ones who stayed the whole time.
Yes.
Well, I slept
thank
through
you
most
so
of it,
much.
but that's okay.
Well,
I mean, you
have
started
a
at 2
reason.
o'clock in the morning, my time, so come on.
True. Couldn't
And I
expect
was
you.
checking it.
Well,
We
goodbye,
appreciate you,
our wonderful
Tetris
audience
Master.
who has
Yes.
stuck around or come back.
Thank you all for everybody helping keep me accountable with getting this thing done and just being around and being wonderful friends.
I think you made it possible by doing a very smart thing and by putting your books on your bed. You couldn't go to bed until your books were away.
It's true.
That's a smart move, and I applaud that. I think that's very
I mean, where else would I put them? The ceiling?
well,
The floor?
Anyway, I tend to
Why
put
the
them on
floor
my
does not
desk or
have
my
that much
table.
space.
So.
The thing is, I do put them on the floor, but I have more space on the bed, and I wouldn't be able to
Also,
do
then
it.
they're not on the floor.
It's true.
Yeah. Anyway, we shall let you go because you have earned the right to say bugger off, everyone. So,
Thank you for being here today.
Yes.
yes, you're wonderful company, and we shall catch you next time.
Yeah,
Tune in next week when Kate does her own bookshelves.
yeah, pretty
Exactly.
much. Yep.
Have a lovely night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be back
Bye.
some months from now, probably.